Now, Kayn, in Luck of the Billionaire, is an unlikely Irishman in the sense that his mother is Korean. And so, but his father was of Irish descent. So his name is Kayn Rafferty, Kayn, Kayn. And he is a computer programmer like Rafe in Hiding with the Billionaire. Kayn was also a poor boy. His father abandoned them, and they really struggled, but things have really turned around. But once again, he's not someone who's really comfortable with affluence. But this book was part of a series of books. Two of these books in the series are part of a bucket list billionaire books that were going out. And so the obvious place for me would be for them to go to Ireland. So with an Irish name, why not, right? I had the opportunity to go to Ireland with a friend some years ago, and one of the places that I just absolutely fell in love with was the little town of Cong. Now, Cong was where they did a lot of filming for the John Wayne movie, The Quiet Man. And I have some of the fondest memories of visiting that little town and the abbey there. And we would have visited the castle there, except that at the time we were there, one of Princess Grace's sons was visiting, and so they had the place closed off. We couldn't go. But much of the things that happen, because when they go and they make their trip, they go there and stay at this castle that's been turned into a hotel. And so it was fun researching for this book the things I hadn't been able to experience there in person. Someday I would really like to go back and stay there. So I hope you enjoy this little taste of Ireland, because it's a fabulous country. The people were wonderful. Enjoy.
Luck of the Billionaire, Billionaires of REKD, Book 2, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Kayn Rafferty, Vice President of Programming for REKD Gaming, entered the office and stopped, staring in horror. Cass, the very pregnant assistant to one of his business partners, sat clutching her huge belly, her face contorted. He did a quick scan of the room but saw no one. His pulse raced even faster. "You're not having your baby now, are you?" he asked, moving to the phone on her desk. She winced, but shook her head. The mound under her hands contorted, making him feel a little queasy. Then it stopped, and she let out a breath. "The Braxton Hicks contractions are getting stronger. You won't have to deliver the baby today, Kayn." Cass shot him a mischievous grin, waiting for him to respond to one of the ways people slaughtered the pronunciation of his name. Obviously, she was fine if she was up to teasing him. He played along like he always did. "You know it's pronounced like Kayn, not like a hot pepper. Pretty soon you're going to have the staff really calling me Kayn." Kayn huffed out a breath, only partly disgusted. "If you knew how many of the new people here call me that, you wouldn't feed it. It's not my fault my mother liked unusual name spellings." "It's not even Korean." "Nope. It's just like my sister He cut off what he'd been about to say, and Cass shot him a considering look. It wasn't the first time he'd almost blown his sister's cover. Only a handful of people knew Ari's real identity. As much as he trusted Cass, she wasn't one of the people who were in the know, at the demand of their head of security, who was handling his sister's protection. Kayn shrugged. "There was a girl I went to school with whose name was spelled with so many vowels, no one knew how to pronounce it until she told you. I hoped that once I got out of elementary school, people would stop razzing me about mine. But it's the look on your face every time I call you Kayn that makes it worth it." Cass said as she stood, arching her back. Can I bribe you to pronounce it like Kayn, the correct way? Kayn arched his brows for emphasis. I have plenty of money. But Rafe is paying me to do it. She said that a little louder, so he must be in. I heard that, his partner called from his office. I am not paying you to do that. Keep me out of it. Cass shot Kayn a smug glance as she did a couple of ticks in the air to show that she'd gotten them both. You're so bad, he said. I have to keep you all on your feet. Do you need Rafe? She shot him an assessing glance and shook her head. No, you look like you're here for me. I am. Kayn pulled out her chair. I've been thinking about setting up a new charity. And do you need me to help you with it? Cass eased into the seat and pulled herself up to the desk. Yes, please. He already had several charities that he supported, but since someone had murdered his sister's estranged husband, Kayn hadn't been able to shake from his mind how tenuous life was. He wanted to do more, to make a difference, and he had the money to do it. When the 4 Beta Boys, as they'd originally called themselves, had sold their first game and become billionaires, Kayn hadn't anticipated the need to figure out what to do with his money. Having grown up a poor, mixed-race kid who'd had to work to help pay the family's bills, he found he had an aversion to throwing money around like the rich jerks who'd tormented him in school. Charities had been a way to give back, and that had been enough. Until now. What do you have in mind? Cass asked, her hands poised above the keyboard. Well, Kayn sat in the chair across from her desk. I've been wanting to do something for a while, but I didn't know what exactly until last night. What brought this on? Rafe asked from his doorway. Since she wasn't in the know, Kayn had to be careful. With his sister using a different last name and training as Cass's temporary replacement, he couldn't tell her his most powerful motivation of all. The murder of his brother-in-law, worthless fool that he'd been, had awakened a sense of mortality in Kayn that he hadn't been able to shake. He might have grown up in poor Phoenix neighborhoods, but they hadn't been ghetto poor. There'd been kids in school with that hopeless mentality, but Kayn had never known anyone personally who'd been murdered before. Have you heard about Danny's mom? He asked. I sent her flowers from all of you. She has cancer. Cass glanced at Rafe, who nodded. Had cancer. Danny called a little while ago to say she died this morning. All he could talk about was how much she'd always wanted to visit Buckhart Gardens. She'd talked about it since he was a little kid, but they'd never been able to afford it while she was raising her family, what with passports and all. He said they were planning to chip in to surprise her with a trip when she finished treatment. Kayn ran a hand through his short hair, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. I'm sorry to hear that. Cass wiped at her eyes. I'll find out where to send flowers for the funeral. She must have gone really fast, Rafe said. I'd barely heard his mother was sick. They were keeping it low-key. Kayn understood the surprise on his friend's face. Rafe spent a lot of time getting to know their employees. It wasn't often he didn't hear about a family tragedy before anyone else. It made it easier to reach out to help when appropriate. And this has gotten you thinking of another endowment? Rafe said. What kind did you have in mind? A bucket list fulfillment charity, Kayn said, the pressure in his chest easing as he verbalized the idea. The murder of his sister's husband, who'd been younger than Kayn, had struck him in unexpected ways. Ever since it had happened, he'd been fighting a sense that he needed to do more. When he'd talked with his sister about Danny's regret, Ari had commented that it was too bad they hadn't put his mother into a wish fulfillment organization. The more Kayn had thought about it, the more he liked the idea of that for his charity. Could you make a substantial donation to one of the organizations, like Make-A-Wish? Cass asked. I could. Kayn didn't know how to explain it. But I want to be part of this one. I think it's a great idea, Rafe said. Will you have time to get deeply involved? Kayn pulled a face. That had been his biggest concern. His responsibilities as department head and lead programmer for the Battle Arena game they'd created took most of his time. It wasn't the kind of game where they designed and published it and then moved on to some other shiny new game. They were always working to improve the gameplay and add new champions. The last 3 years, it had been his life. After what happened to Ari's husband, Kayn was starting to listen to her nagging that he needed to do more outside of work. I won't be running it myself, but I want to be more hands-on with this than I am with my foundation. I think it's a great idea, and you can decide for yourself how much you'll be involved. Once you get things settled, let me know if you need any help with it. Rafe returned to his office. So an existing organization won't work for you? Cass asked, pulling Kayn back to the task at hand. No. What are you doing, Cass? Ari stood in the doorway, her hands on her hips. With heavier makeup and her hair pulled back in a severe bun, Kayn's sister looked like a different woman than the one who'd fled from Arizona. Which was the point. You're supposed to be letting go of projects and not starting new ones. This can wait, he said, jumping to his feet. I didn't know you were on a break. No, this is a perfect opportunity to train Ari on charity work. Cass waved her hand while reading something on her screen. We haven't needed to do much with them yet, and it'd be just my luck that something would come up that needs to be taken care of immediately, all while I'm in labor. Well, do it with your feet up. What am I going to do with you, girl? His sister helped a surprisingly quiet Cass to shift to a cushy chair with an ottoman. All right, what's this charity thing you're doing? Ari said once she'd taken the seat at the desk. When Kayn mentioned the bucket list idea, his sister shot a quick glance at Rafe's door. His big brother interest perked up. He knew that his partner was interested in Ari and hoped to date her when she wasn't working for him anymore. Had they been talking about bucket lists, and that had caused her to mention it to Kayn? It made him wonder what his sister would have on her list. For that matter, what would he add to his list? Since graduating from college, he'd been so focused on work that he hadn't given it any thought. Except for that condo in Aspen, Colorado, that he'd bought and then sold. He'd thought it'd be fun to take up skiing. As an Arizona native, he found he didn't like the cold as much as he'd thought he would. Plus, the one time he'd gone, he'd been alone. He'd ended up sitting by himself with his computer, and he could do that at home. Hello? Ari waved her hands at him, and Cass chuckled. Rafe, you need to teach your staff better respect, Kayn called. They respect me. Kayn shot the two women a flat look. My apologies, Mr. Rafferty. His sister sat up and held her hands primly over the keyboard. I'll behave. He grunted and leaned forward. It was actually fun seeing her so often. They'd gotten close after their father had walked out. Having her nearby was a lot better than talking online every couple of days. I don't know exactly how I should go about it. It's been on my mind a lot since Kayn barely broke off the comment before he mentioned Ari's late husband. He'd have to be more careful, since Cass didn't know anything about it. He shrugged and said lamely, You know. She nodded, her expression turning sad, and she said softly, Danny's mom has me thinking about it too. I want to get moving on the charity, but I don't know if you need more information before you can hire someone to spearhead it for me. I thought you wanted to be more hands-on, Cass said. I do, but I don't have time to run the whole thing. I need someone who won't be intimidated by me being involved, if you get my meaning. He shifted so he could see both women. I want to get to know the people I help. I mean, I've been part of creating this game world. I control what happens. If I don't like the way a champion plays, I can write new code and fix it. I have control. Then someone dies, Cass said, her voice soft. And you have no control over it, Ari whispered, her eyes glistening. Exactly. The lump returned to Kayn's throat. I want to feel like I have some control. I want to make a difference. But you can't fix everything, Cass said. I know that. But if I'd known about Danny's mom and her dream to go to some stupid gardens in Canada, I might have been able to make sure she died knowing she'd seen it. You're a good man, Kayn Rafferty, Cass said. Embarrassed at the compliment as much as the moisture in his eyes, he glanced away. His phone vibrated and he gratefully pulled it from his pocket. It was from Sona, his sister's decoy in New York. He shot Ari a quick glance. I need to take this. If you could do some initial research for me, I'd appreciate it. Kayn strode from the office. Sona Rakan paced the large living room, unable to shake her unease. When she'd taken this gig, it seemed like a perfect answer to her final summer job before graduating. She'd always wanted to visit New York City. Staying in a billionaire's penthouse while pretending to be a sister had seemed simple enough. Yes, there would be some danger. The woman's husband had been murdered, after all, and they thought there was a chance she was their next target. It'd been kind of exciting at first, with 2 security guards living in the condo next door. They followed Sona when she went outside a couple of times a week. She'd been a little nervous the first time she'd made her public appearance. What if someone tried to jump her? Joe and Talon, the 2 bodyguards, had definitely been on edge. As it turned out, it'd been kind of anticlimactic. Sona was just another Asian American woman strolling Fifth Avenue. The only way they even knew someone was tracking the sisters' whereabouts were the attempts to hack the penthouse security system. But nothing physical had been attempted. Sona ran her thumb over her phone. Being by herself had given her ample time to focus on her last classes. She'd been able to get her degree in digital forensic science in August, instead of having to wait until December. The only thing she hadn't considered was how alone, how isolated she'd be. She might be surrounded by every luxury, but she wandered around the huge condo all by herself. The place practically echoed with loneliness. It'd be so different if her grandmother could have come to stay with her. But it seemed Ari Meisner's grandmother was dead, and Sona's grandmother was sick and alone in Michigan. There was no way Sona would have taken the job if she'd had any idea this could happen. Granny had always been well. Always. She'd never taken a single sick day from the Circle K where she worked. Guilt and worry were eating at Sona. She needed to be with her grandmother, but this wasn't a job Sona could simply walk away from. If she were really being watched, the murderer needed to believe she was Ari Meisner. If the bad guys realized a replacement had been slipped in, it was sure to alert them to start searching for her at her brother's place in North Carolina. Sona went out to the patio that overlooked the city. Sometimes she'd barbecue out there, but it was too cold today and seemed like such a big production for one person. When she did it, the food lasted for a week. She turned around and leaned against the railing, looking back into the condo. Granny's whole house would fit in the large living room. They should be able to let one little old lady stay here without putting Mrs. Meisner in danger, right? Worry stabbed at Sona. She'd never be able to live with herself if something she did were to cause the woman's death. Kayn had said he hoped the whole thing would be resolved before REKD's North American finals. But that was in October, and it was only May. She could get a call at any minute informing her the danger was over, and she was free to return to her real life. Or the job could go on for months. That was the part that was turning her into a nervous wreck. Sona's stomach knotted, and she glanced at her phone again. She could ask him. What was the worst thing he could say? No? She usually waited for him to call her to check in, which was usually every 2 or 3 days, and it'd be another week before he came for his bi-weekly visit. It'd be just her luck to pull him from a meeting so she could ask him for a favor. She probably should have sent a text to make sure he was free to talk first. Sona dialed his number. Hang on. Kayn's deep voice was brusque. Her heart sank. He had been busy. All right, I can talk now. I'm sorry if I pulled you from a meeting. We were just finishing up anyway, so don't worry about it. What's up? Now that she had him on the phone, she didn't know how to broach the subject. Is something wrong? No. Sona started pacing again. I just have a favor to ask. Please don't tell me you're quitting. His voice had turned panicking. Oh, no. I'd never leave you in the lurch. It's just that I need to invite someone to stay with me here. We can't risk them thinking you're not my sister. I get that. Then what are you asking? I've told you about my grandmother who raised me. Sona shifted the phone to her other hand. You want her to come for a visit? I want her to stay here for the rest of the job. I don't know. Look, she's quiet. She won't be a problem. Only if nobody connects her with you, and they realize that we've been fooling them all along. My sister's life isn't worth the risk. I've been thinking about this. What if she moves her stuff in with the guys, like she's their live-in housekeeper? Then all we have to do is sneak her in here. You sound worried. What else is going on? A week after I came here, she started talking about being tired all the time. She's always been healthy, so it's a big deal that she's not getting any better. Well, he said, his voice turning thoughtful. Family does come first. You know what's on the line here, so I like your suggestion about pretending she's a housekeeper. I can have Joe talk it around to the building's maintenance staff that he's decided to hire one. I'll need to work with Bill on a way to get your grandmother there. I trust him. Sona admired the REKD Gaming head of security's balance between firmness and kindness. She hoped she'd be lucky enough to work for someone like him when she graduated. My only question is how I can see her if she has to stay next door. I think I can put in an opening between the 2 condos. I used to help a neighbor with odd jobs doing construction. That's an interesting dichotomy. Sona couldn't help teasing. I haven't met too many computer nerds who could work with hammers, too. Hey, he grumbled, but there was humor in it. But seriously, wouldn't you need a building permit to do that? Normally, yes, but we don't want to do anything official in case someone's flagged my address. In this situation, I think it'd be easier to ask forgiveness than get permission. It'd be temporary, so I'll close it back when this is all over. Would you really do that? We're talking about my sister's life and your grandmother's health. So it's a little thing. But let me run it by Bill first. Thank you so much for being willing to do this. It was a good thing he wasn't there, or she'd have likely kissed him. That would have been too much of a temptation. I think it's wiser to bring your grandmother to you. If something came up, I wouldn't want you to have to leave suddenly to go to her. I'm really hoping the cops will catch these guys soon, or prove that Ari's not in any danger. If Bill gives the go-ahead, I'll come this weekend and open an access in the wall. Sona patted her chest against the thudding of her heart. He was coming a week early. Thank you again, she said. Thank you for saving my sister's life. He disconnected. Not only would she get to see Granny, but she might get to see Kayn 3 weekends in a row. Sona skipped back into the condo. She should be able to sleep if she knew Granny was close. Chapter 2. Kayn had to hold back a grimace as he stepped out of the limo that had picked him up from the airport. Riding in it drew attention and made him feel pretentious. But Bill, in the name of security, had insisted that Kayn's trips to New York to visit his sister had to be obvious. What better way than in a limo? Taking his time, Kayn checked out Central Park across the street and then glanced up and down Fifth Avenue like he was looking for someone, which he was. It always gave him the creeps to think that people might be watching him in hopes of finding a way to get to his sister. "This way, Mr. Rafferty," the bodyguard hired for the trip said, indicating that Kayn should enter the building. Every time he came for a visit, it drove home what it must be like for Ari, always looking over her shoulder to see who might be coming after her. The whole ruse was worth it if she had some peace of mind. He strode to the entrance, glad again that Rafe had talked them into locating REKD Gaming in Boone and not here, like Kayn had originally suggested. They had plenty of people willing to relocate to North Carolina because they could afford to live there. He doubted they'd have had the same response here. Kayn enjoyed visiting New York City and figured he'd hang on to his condo indefinitely, but he wouldn't want to live there. Still clinging to his Western mentality, he wanted to be able to drive wherever he liked. He could do that in Boone. Getting around New York City in a car could be a nightmare. "Good afternoon, Mr. Rafferty," the concierge said, opening the door. "It's good to see you again." "It's good to be back. Are there any new residents?" Ever since they'd set up Sona in the condo, Kayn had taken to inquiring about changes in the residents in the building. With the prestigious address on Fifth Avenue, there were several famous people living there, but there were also little-known but wealthy owners, like him. "There's a new couple, plus an addition on your floor." As soon as Bill had given his okay, they must have gotten right on moving the grandmother. "Oh?" Kayn paused, feigning concern. "I was hoping to get some good work done during my visit. Will I have to worry about nosy neighbors keeping me up at night?" "Oh, I doubt that, sir. She's Mr. Brooks' new live-in housekeeper." "Good to know." Kayn glanced around the lobby. Even though the building was nearly 100 years old, the entry had a modern look, with bright lights and what he'd always called a stainless steel look. He'd often wondered if the same person who decorated his condo had done the lobby too. They both had the same cold feel. "Are you looking for someone?" the concierge asked. "No, I was looking for a flower arrangement that should have been delivered." "Yes, sir. It's right over here." The concierge went behind the counter and picked up a white vase with a blooming orange orchid, meant to be a welcome gift for Sona's grandmother. "Thank you for holding it for me. I wanted to deliver it myself." Kayn slung the strap of his laptop over his shoulder and took the plant. The concierge hurried over to call the elevator. Another reason Bill had suggested setting up the decoy in the penthouse was because that floor had its own access, separate from the rest of the building. Though Joe Brooks, the head bodyguard, would be monitoring the elevator, Kayn sent a text anyway that he'd arrived. He then sent another one to Sona. The first time he'd visited the condo, he hadn't done that and had startled her. Badly. The experience had opened his eyes to the subtle stress she had to live with every day. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Rafferty," Talon Miller, the younger of the bodyguards, said when the elevator doors opened. "I heard something was delivered that you were waiting for." "Great." Kayn stepped into the hallway, wondering if the guard had meant the grandmother or the construction supplies. "Let me help with that." Miller took the plant. "Thanks." Kayn flashed his key fob in front of the door sensor. He'd also programmed a step that required a secondary password. It was probably overkill, but after Rafe had mentioned his worry that the Phoenix police could have been compromised, it made Kayn paranoid too. He had an obligation to keep Sona safe and told himself it was because he was grateful that she was willing to do it. But he couldn't deny that her safety was becoming important to him for personal reasons too. After pocketing the key fob, He took back the plant. As soon as he entered the condo, the smell of baking cookies hit him, and his stomach rumbled. He'd only snacked on the plane. "We're in the kitchen," Sona called. Kayn put down his laptop, scanning the room to take in the changes to his normally stylish and modern living room since his last visit. Sona had added an inviting warmth to the oversized living room. Now, the furniture had been moved closer together to form a tighter and more intimate arrangement around his mock fireplace. Cushions and a couple of throws had also been added to the couches. It looked even cozier. He liked how it transformed the room to someplace comfortable for living instead of the cold museum feel it usually had. Surprisingly, it didn't take away from the large windows or the view of the park and the skyline. He'd never liked the almost sterile decor, but he hadn't bothered to change anything since he hadn't spent much time there. Until recently. There were even some new little knickknacks that warmed up the room. They must belong to the grandmother. A twinge of guilt hit him that he hadn't suggested right off that the woman come too. Sona had mentioned how close they were, but he'd blown it off. That was his bad. Kayn stepped into the large kitchen. A woman in her late 60s or early 70s glanced up and gave him a big grin. "You're white," he exclaimed and wished back the words. The woman shot him a confused look, but Sona burst out laughing. "You knew I was only part Chinese." "Sorry, ma'am," he said, feeling like an idiot. "Kayn Rafferty," Sona said. "I'd like you to meet my grandmother, Leona McGuire." Sona shot her grandmother a quick glance, wondering what she'd think of Kayn. He was so different from what Sona had expected when she'd first been offered a chance to work for a billionaire. His laid-back manner wasn't snooty at all. She'd probably read too many billionaire romances that included spoiled rich boys. Kayn came across more like a hard-working, down-to-earth, blue-collar guy she could have gone to school with. She'd never seen him wear expensive clothes, and she was pretty sure the label on his jeans could have come from Walmart. "This is a welcome gift," Kayn said, holding out the plant. "It's beautiful." Granny took off her oven mitt and accepted the vase. "I love this color. It's lovely you've let me come to stay with my girl. I was fierce lonely without her. It seemed like donkey years since I'd seen her." "Wow," Kayn said with a grin. "I didn't understand some of what you said, but with that accent, you must be from Ireland." "Aye, that I am." A flash of pain crossed Granny's face. Kayn shot Sona a concerned glance, but all she could do was shrug. She hoped he understood now why she'd felt so strongly about having her grandmother come to stay. She'd lost weight in the weeks Sona had been gone. The job offer had come as a surprise. Sona's private investigator boss was friends with Kayn's head of security. When he'd asked about an Asian woman to act as a decoy at a funeral in Arizona and then spend some time in a New York City penthouse, it'd been too good an offer to turn down. Now she wondered if it'd been a mistake to leave her grandmother alone in the old house in Michigan. It wasn't like Sona could take a few days off for a visit. She couldn't do anything that might make people think she wasn't his sister. Now that Granny was here, Sona could only hope a few more good night's rests would diminish the shadows under her grandmother's eyes. "So, you're part Irish too?" her grandmother said to Kayn as she put the plant on a counter. "I am?" he asked, and then nodded. "Rafferty. Yes, I guess I am. Never thought about it." He pointed to the cookies cooling on the tray. "Do you mind?" "Help yourself to a biscuit. It's your kitchen, after all." Granny put on her oven mitt again and reached for the second tray in the oven. "Biscuit?" he mouthed to Sona. "Cookie," she mouthed back. Kayn picked up one. He held it to his nose and inhaled before closing his eyes and taking a bite. He gave a happy hum, a smudge of melted chocolate on his bottom lip. Sona found it unexpectedly attractive to watch, and her heart did a little flutter. Telling herself to stop being stupid, she turned to the sink. "These are the best chocolate chip cookies I've ever tasted in my life," Kayn said. "Ah, sure, look at it," Granny said, using one of the phrases of her youth. "We're about to have lunch. Have you eaten yet?" "Can't we just order in?" he asked. "No, we won't be ordering in." Her grandmother shot him a disapproving glance and turned back to the stove. Kayn came to lean against the counter near Sona. He caught her gaze and mouthed, "What did I do wrong?" But the corner of his mouth quirked up, so he wasn't really worried. He seemed so much less burdened than he had on his other visits. "Granny made Irish stew and soda bread," Sona whispered. "Sounds tasty." He pointed to the large pot on the stove. "If that's it, want me to set it on the table?" "Sure." Sona set the table while he brought the pot over, and Granny pulled out the last of the cookies from the oven. They sat at the table, and her grandmother began her interrogation. "Where are you from?" "Phoenix." Kayn served himself some of the stew. "Born and bred." "Sona's father is Chinese," Granny said, slicing the loaf of bread. "I'm American," Sona said. "Are you Chinese?" her grandmother continued. "Right, because all Asians look alike." Sona sighed and sent Kayn a sympathetic glance. When he gave his head a slight shake, the corners of his mouth turned up a bit. She relaxed. "Actually, I'm American too. My mother is Korean, though." He tasted the soup. "This is delicious." "It's Granny's special recipe. It's been in her family for generations." "What is your business about?" Her grandmother handed him the plate with the bread. "It's an online video game." "What a waste of time." Granny gave a soft, disapproving grunt. "There are a lot of studies that show it's not," Kayn said, more placidly than Sona would have expected. He must have heard this kind of thing before. "It's also a billion-dollar industry." "Where do you live now?" "Boone, North Carolina. One of my partners is from there." "Do you like it?" "Granny, let the man eat." Sona pinned her with a frown. "I'm only inviting the young man to talk about himself. They like to do that, you know." Kayn hurriedly took a large bite of the brown bread, as though he thought he'd get out of having to reply if his mouth was full. He chewed twice, and then his eyes widened. A rumble started in his chest like it had with the cookie, and Sona laughed. "What?" he asked around the food. "It's easy to tell when you like something." "How?" "You hum." "I don't. But this bread is so good, I've never tasted anything like it." Kayn took another bite. "It's your genes speaking. That's Irish soda bread, the food of the poor. We couldn't afford yeast, so we had to make do with soda." Granny nodded sagely. "And make do we did. How does a man with a name like Rafferty know nothing of his Irish heritage?" "Well, my father's parents weren't really in the picture. My mom's parents are in Korea, and we only ever visited there once when we were growing up." "'Tis a shame." Granny shook her head, her expression sad. "Losing touch with your family is such a loss. We are so much more than where we live in the moment. The people who came before us helped make us what we are." Kayn shot Sona a glance, a furrow between his eyes. He seemed to understand that there was a story behind Granny's words, but he didn't ask for an explanation, for which Sona was grateful. "Sona says you're from Michigan." "That's where we settled when my husband retired from the Navy. He wanted to move back to where he was raised, though his people are from Ireland originally, too. Sona came to live with me when she was 5. "Did you lose your parents?" Kayn asked, his voice soft. "My fool daughter got involved with drugs after her husband went back to China. She overdosed." Granny's voice broke. It surprised Sona that her grandmother had brought it up. She usually avoided it. Sona only had a few memories of her mother, and few of them were good. Granny had always filled that role, and it hurt her more than it did Sona. She covered her grandmother's other hand. You can't keep people from making stupid choices. That's really sad, how much it can hurt other people. At Granny's expression, Kayn changed the subject. I've never been to Michigan. When I think of it, Detroit is the city that comes to mind. There are a lot of rural areas there, and that's where we live, Granny said. Have you had enough to eat? This was perfect, thank you. He rose and picked up his bowl. I'd like to talk to the guys to see if they've identified a good location for the door. They were going to see what they could find out about the wiring and such. You were careful when you came to the penthouse, right? Joe and Talon both made sure no one could see us. They shut down the corridor lights, and she snuck in here. Sona said, You go ahead and get started on the door. I don't mind cleaning up. Oh, get on with you. Granny waved him away. We have to clean up after the biscuits. You'll want to unpack anyway. Nah, this is my house, remember? I have another set of clothes here. The rich man who can afford double of everything? Granny, Sona hissed when he frowned, like the suggestion bothered him. He left, but his expression stayed in her mind. Whenever she spent time with him, it drove home that he wasn't at all what she'd expected a billionaire to be like, which was probably a bad thing for her, because it made him seem approachable, and she was seriously crushing on him. Chapter 3. How long did you work construction? Joe asked Kayn as he wrapped up the sawzall. He'd used it to cut through the wall on the interior of a closet, which had conveniently opened into the hallway of Kayn's adjoining condo. They'd only had to worry about shifting one electrical wire. That'd been the biggest worry. It was one thing to mess with wires in a single-family home. Only one structure might burn if they messed up. It was a different thing with an apartment building full of people. He'd never forgive himself if they started a fire. Joe and Talon had been careful how they'd brought in the tools and supplies, so they didn't give anyone watching any idea what they were up to. I only did it until I could get a programming job. Kayn started stuffing the insulation from the wall into a plastic bag. Even wearing a coverall, the stuff made him itch. The closet would make a convenient place to store the sheetrock and insulation until they were ready to put the wall back together. How did you go from working construction to security? Kayn asked. The economy was slow at the time. My employer was going to have to lay me off, but the company that did the on-site security was hiring, so I started there. I'd done a stint in the Army as an MP and gotten a degree in criminal justice, so it was a good fit. I found I preferred doing private jobs like this. I spent most of my career traveling. That must be hard on family life. Kayn unzipped his coverall, glad it was disposable. Killed my marriage, if that's what you mean. From the closed expression on Joe's face, Kayn knew not to push for more information. He stepped back from the closet to view his work. They didn't need to finish anything off since the opening wasn't meant to be permanent anyway. He nodded, pleased with their work. This will be great, Kayn said. You guys up for some games tonight? You mean Parcheesi? Joe asked. That's what Granny likes to play, from what Sona said. Have you ever played REKD? Talon asked Joe, leaning the broom he'd been using against the interior of the closet, and then stepping through. That's the game I'm talking about, Kayn said. Have you seen my game room yet? No, the younger man's expression brightened. It was already a theater room, without outside windows to cause glare. It was probably the biggest selling point for me in buying this place. I didn't have to do much to make it work for gaming. The other selling point for the condo was the giant living room. When we hosted our parties last year for the North American finals, we needed that much room. Wouldn't it have been cheaper to rent a hall for your party than to buy a penthouse? Joe asked, scratching his jaw. I look at it as a real estate investment. Its location gives it great value, but it's not that far from Madison Square Garden. Kayn glanced around. Well, I think we're done here. Time to shower. By the time he entered the kitchen later, Joe and Talon were helping to set the table. They chatted easily with Sona, who seemed to glow with happiness. It drove home to Kayn how isolated she'd been there and how hungry she must have been for company. It also made him aware of how attractive her personality was. He'd thought she was cute before, but now he found his attention drawn to her a lot. It was a good thing she was technically his employee and, therefore, off limits. Not that he ever dated much. He didn't need the distraction. "Kayn's going to teach Joe how to play REKD," Talon said as he took a slice of corned beef. "What kind of a game is that?" Granny asked, her eyes narrowed. "It's a takeoff of our names." Kayn held up a finger for each. R is for Rafe, our CEO. The E is for Ezreal, who does the music. The K comes from me. "The programmer," Sona said. "Right. And the D comes from Darius. He's our head artist and leads that team. But it's also a takeoff of the gaming term REKD. He spelled it, which referred to one team getting severely beaten by another." "You young people," Granny shook her head. "I think it's dope." Talon gave Kayn an approving nod. "What does marijuana have to do with anything?" Granny frowned and pinched her lips. "The way he's using it, it means something is excellent," Sona said. Granny and Joe exchanged, "What are you going to do with them?" glances. He might be a good 10 or 15 years younger than she was, but he was closer to her age than anyone else's. "I'd like to teach you all how to play it," Kayn said. "Let's go." He indicated the direction they should go. Talon didn't need a second invitation and headed that way. Joe and Sona exchanged glances, shrugged, and then followed. Kayn gestured for Granny to go ahead of him. She did, mumbling under her breath. Kayn opened the door and stepped back so the others could enter. While it had comfortable chairs and a wall screen for when they wanted to watch movies, each of those chairs was also equipped to function as a computer station. There were enough for 2 teams of 5. With a simple flip of a switch, the front row would roll back and turn around to face the other. That wouldn't be necessary tonight with only 5 of them playing on the same team. "All of our employees are required to play REKD because understanding the game is important in all facets of the business," he said. "We have a class a couple of times a week for people who need help learning it, and I sometimes help teach." Talon was explaining the game to Joe, so Kayn knelt beside Sona. "You'll use your mouse and 4 keys on the keyboard, the Q, W, E, and R." Kayn paused for a second, aware for the first time how good she smelled. As he had gotten to know her over the last couple of months, he'd found he enjoyed her company more with each visit. Sona turned out to be a quick learner, and he was almost sorry she didn't need his help anymore. Since she'd been set up here as his sister's decoy, he'd spent 4 weekends in the penthouse with her. He wondered why he hadn't thought to teach her how to play before. "All right, show me how you do this," Granny said, waving Kayn over at the end of their second beginner-level game. Amused, he left his seat and went to help her set up an account. He'd seen older people get pulled into the game before, but watching Sona's grandmother get bitten with REKD sent a little thrill through him that he hadn't experienced in a long time. They played until midnight, when Granny said her arthritis needed to go to bed. Sona left with her. "Well, you have some new fans of your game," Joe said. "I didn't expect to be one of them." "It's also fun to watch." Kayn yawned. "That's what they do at Madison Square Garden?" "Yes. We have professional teams, and they play to sold-out crowds during the playoffs. It's pretty amazing." "I had no idea," Joe said. "I hear that a lot. Thanks for playing with us." Kayn went to bed that night feeling more relaxed than he had in a long time. "What are you grinning at?" Ari asked Kayn as he entered the office on Monday. "Just life." Kayn glanced around the room to make sure no one else was there and gave his sister a hug. It was inconvenient having to pretend they weren't related. They were fortunate that she'd only made a couple of trips to visit him in North Carolina, back when they'd first opened the headquarters there. They were counting on no one remembering who she was. So far, no one had. "What did you do this weekend?" "I went hiking with the kids and Rafe." Her gaze didn't quite meet Kayn's. His partner's mother had married again not long after he graduated from high school. She and her husband had since had 2 children. Rafe must be using time with his younger siblings, to include Ari. Whenever she mentioned him, her cheeks colored. It was a good thing her job working for him was temporary. "That sounds like fun," Kayn said. "It was." "How did the trip to New York go?" Ari clasped her hands, her tone now worried. "Is my decoy really safe there?" "Sona is fine, as long as she does what my security guys say. I've told you before that an upscale apartment complex has excellent security built into it because they have famous people living there. I have 2 bodyguards living next door 24/7, and I've worked with Bill Rice's staff to beef up the electronic security. I feel comfortable enough that I've let her bring her grandmother to stay with her." Kayn explained the details, including the recent remodeling. "It's good of you to do that," Ari said. "I've often wondered how lonely it must be there for her. If not for Sona, it could be me stuck in that condo." "Hey, wait a minute. Stuck? It's a penthouse." He scowled at her, but she didn't bat an eye at his mock attempt at intimidation. His sister never did. "And she's probably been rattling around in it. How big is it?" "I own the floor. The main condo is about 20,000 square feet. Don't look at me like that. I've already told you it's for business." Ari shot him a flat look. "I hope you're not going to turn into one of those spoiled rich guys flaunting your wealth." "Seriously?" Kayn was legitimately hurt at the suggestion. "Me? Turn into one of those jerks who used to make our lives miserable in high school?" "You're right," she sighed. "I still can't believe you're rich." "Tell me about it." "You have to show me your penthouse sometime, when this nightmare is over." "Sure thing. And don't worry about Sona. She told me this weekend that she's had so much time to focus on her online classes that she'll be able to graduate the end of the summer instead of December." "That does make me feel better." "Her grandmother is hilarious," he said. "She's Irish. Did you know we're Irish?" "Rafferty. Duh, Kayn." Ari shot him a disbelieving look. "Of course I know we've got Irish ancestors." "Well, I never made the connection. Why pay attention to the side of the family that ditched us? But Granny made sure I got educated this weekend. My head is still spinning with everything she told me. And man, can she cook." Kayn rubbed his stomach. "I've become a huge fan of Irish dishes, believe me. I may even have to hire a genealogist to figure out where our people came from there so we can go visit." "A bucket list wish?" Ari asked. "Huh?" He hadn't thought about it since he didn't really have a bucket list for himself. "Yeah, I guess so." "Then that's the perfect segue because I've been doing a little research for you. But there's a lot to think about, like who the recipients can be. Is it going to be limited to kids fighting cancer? Will they have to be dying to qualify? Do you want just kids, or could adults apply too? Can only sick people apply, or will you consider poor people who've never been able to afford to take a dream trip? See what I mean? You have to narrow down what you'd like to do with it." Kayn's thoughts scattered. It'd be great to do something for children, but then he thought about people like Danny's mother and her lifelong wish. Was it important that the recipients be facing death, so he knew it was their only chance to experience it? Or was it better to help people who would suffer a long time with their conditions, but were too poor to go because they had to spend all their money on medical things? It's more involved than I thought when I first came up with my brilliant idea. Kayn shrugged. I'll have to give that all some thought. I've been too busy learning about my Irish heritage and putting in an illegal door. You're lucky you didn't burn the building down or something. Oh, give me a break, he said. I'm not stupid, and neither were my helpers. If you say so. There's a reason they require building permits, you know. It's not just about getting money for the city. People do some really stupid stuff, and they put other people's lives in danger. Would you rather I got a building permit? He said, serious now. Those are a public record, you know. I understand. I shouldn't have harped at you. Ari rubbed her temples. I'm just so tired of having to hide out here. I want to be me again. And I know that you're a rule keeper, so breaking them makes you uncomfortable. He pinned her with his best all-knowing big brother look. But I hope not so uncomfortable you're willing to put your life in danger. What's this about putting her life in danger? Rafe asked, entering the office with a crease between his brows. At the arrival of Kayn's partner, Ari had stiffened a little, like she was hyper-aware when she hadn't been seconds earlier. He'd tried to ask her once how she felt about Rafe. Talk about changing the subject. Didn't she realize how that reaction had given Kayn all the answers he needed to know? She was as into Rafe as he was into her. We're just talking about some work I did on the penthouse this weekend, Kayn said. I'm glad to hear there haven't been any new developments. Good morning, by the way. Rafe's expression warmed as he glanced at Ari, but turned businesslike when he said to Kayn, Come into my office and tell me about it. I've also got some ideas I'd like to discuss for entertainment options in October for the North American finals. He strode to his office. Did you see the way he looked at you? Kayn whispered. Shut up, she hissed. Grinning, he followed Rafe into his office. Chapter 4. Sona hummed to herself as she set the table for breakfast. Even after a month, she couldn't get over what a difference it made having Granny there. She'd insisted that the guys eat with them, that it didn't make any sense to have the opening between the condos and not use it. The first weeks of isolation now seemed like a dim, unpleasant memory. She hadn't suggested it herself because she'd thought rich people kept their servants at a distance. Kayn wasn't like that at all. She wondered what it was like to work for him in his office. Was he just as low-key there? I'd like to take Granny to Central Park for lunch today, Sona said to Joe as he sat at the table. You know the rules. He helped himself to some boxty, the Irish potato pancakes her grandmother had made. Sona knew he'd say that. Talon, maybe because he was so much younger, was slightly more relaxed, but Joe was the head of the team. Help me figure out how to make it safe then, please. It took a lot of coordinating with my professors to do these classes so I could take this job, and I finished my final college assignment last night. That's a big deal to me, and I want to celebrate. Sona put on a pleading expression, but Joe's scowl didn't soften. I'd like that. Granny put 2 more pancakes on the platter. She's been here more than a month, Sona said, and everyone must know by now that she's my neighbor. I see her twice a week when we do our public showing of getting the mail. Isn't there a way to make it look accidental? I want to eat a hot dog with her and walk in the sunshine. Please? Oh, my favorites, Talon said, slipping into a chair and helping himself to a box tea. The weather forecast is warm, and there'll be plenty of tourists. Too many. Joe didn't flinch at the glare Sona shot him. I'm an old lady, Granny said with an exaggerated tremor in her voice. We aren't as spry as we used to be, and it takes us a fierce long time to get anywhere." Sona grinned, and her grandmother winked at her. "Right," Talon continued. "We could be following along behind. Maybe Granny drops something, and Sona stops to help her. They discover they're both heading for a little walk to the park and chat along the way. No biggie. When they're done, Granny could even take a longer way home. I am old, you know." Her grandmother sent him a sly glance. "Oh, right. Sona could take the longer way home. And who's going to keep an eye on Granny, who'd be walking all by herself in an unfamiliar city?" Joe shook his head. "It'd be a straight walk for her. This is an upscale part of town, and Sona could wait to leave until her grandmother's almost to the building." "It's not that far," Sona said. "You'd be close enough to get to her if anything happened." "I don't see what the big deal is." Talon tilted his head, one brow arched. "Sona goes out a couple of times a week anyway. The only change today would be the addition of Granny. The important thing is not to give them any reason to look too closely at Sona. We've established a routine and worked hard to make her life seem boring." "And succeeded." Sona pulled out her last argument. "I'll bet if Kayn were here, he'd say it was all right." "He'd check with me first. Consider this," Joe said, speaking a little louder. "What if the change made whoever's been watching get suspicious and grab Sona, only to discover that she's not Ari Meisner? There's more at risk here than a jaunt to the park." "Fine." Sona heaved out a breath, her shoulders slumped in resignation. "I guess we could go out separately." "You can always show me around the city when the job is done." Granny covered her hand. "You're right." Sona straightened. "Someday I'll get to do something fun again." "Wait, playing wrecked with us isn't fun?" Talon folded his arms as though insulted, but the corner of his mouth quirked up. "Well, it does help me forget how much my arthritis hurts," Granny said. That had been another bright spot. With the opening between the condos, the guys not only joined them for meals, but for games in the evening. And not just wrecked. After dinner each night, her grandmother was usually the first to suggest they play a game, and she was getting good with several of the champions. "I'll bring you back a hot dog," Sona said. "And I'll make some biscuits." Granny rose and patted Sona's cheek, an impish twinkle into her eyes. "The guys will love that." Sona sighed and started clearing the table. Later, she hugged her grandmother and waited for her to move out of sight before stepping out of the condo, where the guys waited for her by the elevator. Sona had the routine down. The only difference today was that they were going to the park and not just a walk up the street. She wondered what it would be like to make the walk with Kayn. The first time he'd stayed at the penthouse after she'd moved in, things had been a little awkward. She hadn't known what to expect from a billionaire, and he'd been focused on his work, having brought a laptop with him. His second visit had been completely different because he'd finished whatever project he'd been working on during the previous visit. He turned out to be friendly and easy to talk to. Too bad he was out of her reach. If he'd been a regular guy, she'd have liked to date him. Beside her, Joe cursed softly. Talon was at her side in a flash. The hair on Sona's neck stood on end. She felt cold in the warm June weather. Talon glanced over his shoulder and muttered, "That stubborn old woman." "Don't look back," Joe hissed. Sona continued to walk, trying not to smile as she took in slow breaths to calm her heart. Granny must have decided to go for a walk after all. They crossed the street and went to one of the hot dog street vendors. Sona gave her order and casually shifted so she could see behind them. "Decided to take your lunch in the sun, too?" Talon asked Granny as she approached the hot dog stand. "'Tis a grand day for a walk. You're working, so you don't need to worry about me." Sona accepted her hot dog and moved over to a bench that had just been vacated. Joe came to stand beside her. his eyes scanning their surroundings. "Let's hope this isn't a problem," he said, his voice soft. "She is your housekeeper," Sona said, trying not to move her lips as she unwrapped her food. "It's not like you two wouldn't know who she is." Talon wandered over and chatted with Granny as she ordered her own hot dog. He did a good job of pretending to watch the people without being creepy in his observations, even stopping a toddler who'd managed to get away from her parents. "Have you had enough?" Joe asked. "Yes." Sona went to greet Granny, just like she would anyone else from the building. Sona then took her trash to the bin. Standing there, she stretched, enjoying the feel of the sun's warmth on her face. Now that she'd finished her classwork, she'd have to start searching to see what jobs were out there. Not that she could apply yet. She had to finish this one first. The walk back to the apartment building went uneventfully. Talon had taken up his position by her side. Only the men's stiff postures gave away that they were trying to keep an eye on her. She looked forward to the day when bodyguards watching her wouldn't make her paranoid going out for a simple walk. As soon as Sona entered the penthouse again, the tightness in her shoulders eased. The relaxing lunch in the park had ended up being anything but. She sat on the couch to wait for Granny's return. It took a while before she showed up, and the pallid look to her skin stole the words Sona was going to say. Joe had risen like he'd meant to say something too, but he stopped. "Granny, you overdid it," she said. "You should rest." Sona hurried to help her to her room. Her grandmother stretched out on her bed, but she didn't close her eyes, instead reaching over to take one of Sona's hands. "I've told you about my family." She seemed subdued, more than her sad family history should cause. Her grandmother had spoken of that many times, but something else had been troubling her today. Was she finally going to tell Sona what it was? "Yes, Granny, many times. The hardest thing was when my mom decided we had to immigrate. Life was hard where we lived. Most everyone was poor. Even in the 60s, few people could afford automobiles and rode horses instead. Da was against moving and told her she had to choose between him and America." Granny glanced at Sona. "America won. She wanted a better life." "Do you think she found it?" Sona asked softly. "Aye, in some ways, but she missed her baby something fierce." "Wait," Sona straightened. "What do you mean? She brought you with her. Was there another child?" "Me and Tommy, yes. 'Twas all she could handle on her own. Da kept the youngest." Sona felt sick. She only had a few memories of her mother and none of her father. All Sona's life she'd just wanted a regular family, one with 2 parents and brothers and sisters. Her poor grandmother, to have had that and then lost it. "She split up your family?" "She did." Granny's face had taken on a pallor that alarmed Sona, but before she could say anything about it, her grandmother said, "Bring me my purse." "Shouldn't you rest first?" "Please, dear." Whatever was going on was important to her, so Sona retrieved her purse. Granny rifled through it and pulled out a yellowed envelope. When she held it out to Sona, she took it. "It's the only letter I have from my aunt." Carefully, Sona pulled out the paper and spread it open. It was dated 1970. Colleen. "Wasn't Colleen your mother?" she asked. Granny nodded, so Sona continued to read. "I hope you're happy with yourself. Ma died from the cancer last spring. It broke Da's heart, and he soon followed her, and you not here to bid either of them farewell. After you left and took Leona and Tommy, Brian drank himself to death from a broken heart. I've done my best by Imogen, but she's been a sickly thing, missing her ma and now her Da, all brought on by your hard heart." Sona turned the page over, but there wasn't any more. It wasn't signed. "That's terrible," Sona said. "There was probably more to Ma's leaving, but She'd never talk about it. A tear ran down Granny's cheek, but she didn't wipe it away. I've always wondered if Imogen survived. Is she your sister? Aye. She was 3 years younger than me. Granny let out a deep sigh. I've always wanted to go home, but we never had the money. Let's do it when this job is over. It's too late, dear. The fatalistic tone in her grandmother's voice made Sona's breath catch. What are you talking about? You know I haven't been feeling myself. After you came to this job, I went to the doctor, and he did some blood tests. Seems my count was off. So he did some other tests. I was hoping it might be me being anemic or something simple like that. Sona curled her shoulders forward, a sense of dread filling her. It's not? It's breast cancer. Ma died of it at 60. And you know lung cancer took my brother 9 years ago. He was younger than me. Granny, no. The last word caught in Sona's throat. We'll get you treatment. No, my love. We all die. I'm 70, and I've been a widow for 13 years. That's long enough. I miss Billy, and I'm ready to go to him. Her grandmother's voice was firm. She'd made her decision. Holding her hand, Sona sat, tears burning in her eyes. She'd known when Granny had taken her that she expected it to be for a short time. Sona had worried for months that her mother would return, but she'd also had nightmares that her grandmother would decide not to keep her, not wanting Granny to ever be sorry she'd kept her. Sona had put all her energy into her schooling. If she made good grades and could get a good job, then she could take care of Granny instead of the other way around. When Sona had taken the decoy gig, she'd told her only 2 friends that she was taking a job out of state and didn't know when she'd be back. One had taken an internship in California. The other had gotten married. They'd hardly communicated since Sona had moved into the penthouse. Alone. She would be truly alone in the world. Chapter 5. Kayn adjusted the curved blade hanging at his side. He wished he was tall like Darius. Height wasn't something he'd inherited from his father. But with Kayn's dark hair and eyes to complement the sleeveless armor, baggy pants, and boots, he definitely looked like his favorite champion. He snapped a quick selfie and sent it to Sona. She'd helped him put it together the last time he'd visited the penthouse. She responded right away. Nice. We're all jealous. Looks like we'll do this again next year. You should come. Like I could afford to fly to North Carolina. Kayn almost texted that he could send the plane for her, but that seemed like something the rich kids in school would have said. Still, Kayn wished he could have invited the 4 in New York to the event. Since he'd gotten them into playing REKD, he was sure they'd have enjoyed being able to recognize people dressed as the various champions. It was funny how the 4 had gone from being his employees to his friends. He texted back, Well, someday. Yeah, my life is full of some days. A sadness seemed to come through the words, and he heard them in his mind as though she'd spoken them. He remembered too well what it was like to be poor and have to scrape for every little thing he had. In those days, he'd wanted to help friends in tough spots, but hadn't had the money. Now he had to be careful that he didn't throw money around, something Ari accused him of trying to do all the time. Since Sona had seemed happier since her grandmother joined her, something must be bothering her. Is everything okay? It took almost a full minute before she responded. It's Granny. I know you're busy today, but do you think we could talk tonight after your banquet? Of course. I'd call you now, except I have to leave for the event opening. No problem. I appreciate it. Kayn put his phone in his pocket. What was going on with Granny? Sona was usually pretty straightforward, so what was bad enough that she was being vague? He'd be relieved when the Midsummer's Eve cosplay event was over, and he could get back to New York to see for himself. Lately, it seemed like there was one big push at work followed by another, with only short breaks in between. He needed some time off. Still, a bright spot in the whole thing had been his friendship with Sona. Over the last couple of months, their communications had gone from him seeing her on alternating weekends, sprinkled with a handful of check-in calls in between, to texting each other every day. It was hard to believe that she'd been holed up in his condo for 3 months, and they weren't any closer to finding the murderers. The weight of it was taking its toll on all of them. He still hadn't shaken his sense of dissatisfaction with his life. Ari had recently accused him of being married to his job. She was right. He was. He couldn't imagine a time when he wouldn't be. It was his passion, and a fulfilling one at that. Kayn glanced around his apartment. The complex had been designed like a wheel without an outer rim. The hub held the core offices, and each spoke a department with meeting rooms. At the end of each spoke was the personal apartment of one of the owners. His still had the impersonal feel of a hotel suite. Ezreal had done the most with his, but even Rafe had only recently used his kitchen for the first time. Kayn hadn't done that much. Maybe he ought to consider it. It was kind of depressing otherwise. Someone tapped on his apartment door, and he hoped it wasn't a member of his programming team. No one was scheduled to work inside today because they'd all been encouraged to participate in the cosplay event. He hoped it wasn't a stalwart employee trying to impress the boss. Looking out the peephole, he found his partner, Darius Demetrio, making a face at him. Kayn opened the door. Darius had gone with his champion's default gear of armor and cape. "Don't hurt anyone with that." Kayn pointed to the giant axe. "Not likely. It's really light. I think it's made of balsa wood. It'd shatter if I actually hit anyone with it." Darius held it out. "Wow." Kayn hefted it, pretending like it was heavy. "You'll look strong." "Shut up." Darius worked out religiously, probably more than any of them did, and none of the 4 of them were slackers. "Ari will tell you not to poke someone's eye out." "She already has," Darius chuckled. "Nice job on your costume. What's your sword made of?" "Foam." "No way." "Yes, way. It's the kind of foam they make yoga blocks from." Kayn tapped the sturdy but light weapon. "I'm seriously impressed. You'll have to let me know who did this for you. I might use them next year." Darius handed it back and glanced at his phone. "We have to get going." They exited the condo, and Kayn made sure the door was locked. "Have you seen Ez's costume yet?" Darius asked. "He's not doing his own, is he?" "He promised me he was going to have it made by Mrs. Fortune. She's that piano teacher he's helping." "She can sew?" Kayn pushed the elevator button. "Yeah, she's bringing her kids and made them costumes too." The doors opened, and the 2 of them entered. Darius pushed the button for the conference room where they were all supposed to gather. "I helped her out with a mural in the music room she's remodeling and saw the kids' costumes. She's got a nice eye for design, so I'm hopeful about the one she's making for Ez." "Are you into fashion now?" Kayn asked with a grin. "Design, not fashion, you programmer geek." Darius's words came out sharp, and he winced. "Sorry, that came out wrong. I'm on edge because I'm worried I won't find a good assistant. Even when I do, the learning curve can take forever. Sometimes it's overwhelming." Kayn felt for his friend. The company had grown quickly, and they were feeling those growing pains. One challenge was training a good executive assistant. Kayn didn't know what he'd do without his. They sometimes joked that they shared a brain. "Hang out for someone good. It'll be worth it in the long run. If you don't find someone you like, open the position again until you do. And set everything back another 3 or 4 weeks, which means the position will have been empty for half that." Darius massaged his neck muscles. "It's a pain, I know. You don't have reservations for your vacation yet, do you? I haven't dared. I'll get to that once I know my office is covered. What about you? Have you decided what to do with your time off? I've been thinking about spending it in New York. Kayn didn't look at his friend. I'd have thought you going there for the weekends twice and sometimes 3 times a month all spring would be enough. Have you decided you like the penthouse after all? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Thinking about his last visit and the fun the 5 of them had had made Kayn grin. Darius shot him an assessing look. It's the logical place for me to go if my sister's in hiding. I'd be worried and concerned about her. That made Kayn recall Sona's cryptic comment about Granny. Right. I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with the cute decoy of your sister. That's kind of creepy, man. Darius arched a brow. Kayn could tell he was teasing. The only things they have in common are height and hair color, he said. Oh, and they're both Asian. They look very different up close. Fortunately, they'd reached the large conference room, and Kayn didn't have to explain his desire to go to New York. Ezreal was the only one there already, wearing a flashy swashbuckler jacket and pirate-like pants, his champion's powerful gauntlet held in his right hand. Nicely done, Darius said, striding over to examine the other man's costume. Rafe entered the room and headed toward the balcony. Seriously? Kayn asked. A tux is your cosplay costume? I chose the skin from the Debonair line. I'm still armed. Rafe held up an oversized hexed technology rifle. The mock-up of the magical gun looked heavy, not at all like Kayn and Darius's swords. You play him a lot, so it fits, Ezreal said. It works, Darius added. Yeah, but he already had the tux, so he didn't have to do anything. Kayn shook his head in disgust. Except for his gun, he looks like he's going to prom. In here, Ari said, entering the room dressed in the full armor of one of their support champs. Behind her, a crowd of young men and one woman entered the room, all dressed as REKD champs. Our pro teams have arrived. Welcome. Rafe went to greet them, but had barely had time to say much before Ari said it was time to begin. Rafe explained to the pros what he would do. Grinning, he pointed to the balcony. We're on. Once they were assembled before the crowd, Rafe started in on his speech. Kayn studied the audience. He knew the event had sold out, but he couldn't believe how many people had paid to come to it, some even flying in. The hotels in the area had sold out. The closest vacancy was Charlotte, a 2-hour drive away. Staring at the crowd, Kayn was glad it was Rafe who spoke for the company. He was good at it, so it made sense to make the one with the Harvard MBA do it. Darius did okay, but Kayn wasn't very good at public speaking. Ezreal definitely couldn't. Kayn had never met anyone as shy as that man, especially around women he didn't know. He still hadn't spoken to Ari, even though they played REKD together almost every Friday night, and once a week at lunch. Kayn still felt like he might wake up any moment and find out it had all been a dream. It'd only been 3 years since they'd sold that first game. He wondered if he'd ever get used to it. Sometimes he didn't want to. He never wanted to take this for granted. It had floored him when he was getting ready to graduate from high school to find out that his best friend, who'd lived in a nice but simple 3-bedroom house, was the son of a millionaire. They'd gone to public school and drove a moderately priced car. Nothing about the way they lived would have hinted that they had money. That's how Kayn wanted to be. Yes, he owned an expensive penthouse in New York, but it was for business. It wasn't a home, just like his cold apartment in Boone. Sona, and now her grandmother, had done more to make it feel like that than he'd had any desire to do in the 2 years he'd owned it. Rafe finished his announcement, and they all left the balcony. It was time to mix and mingle with the crowd. Chapter 6. Kayn's feet hurt. It'd been a long day, and he'd managed to get a sunburn on his nose. He glanced at his phone. His sister had been so busy with the event that she'd stayed with him the last few days rather than going to Rafe's mom's B&B, where Ari had been staying. She might already be getting ready for the banquet. Kayn would have to hurry and change if he wanted to call Sona first. His phone pinged with a text from his sister. "Intruder in your apartment." He blinked, his pulse hammering. How could someone get into his apartment? Ari would have gotten out to wait for security, right? Glancing around for Bill, Kayn broke into a jog. He found the head of security near some guards who were escorting the last stragglers off the grounds. "Did you—" Bill raised a hand, still speaking in his headset. "Yes, we're going in now." As he ended the call and pulled out his revolver, he pinned Kayn with a stern look. "The police are en route. We're going in, but you're staying here." The older man didn't wait for a response, but signaled his team to split up, some following him, while the others headed to the front of the building. Kayn felt cold, and a sick sense of dread settled in his stomach. He hadn't seen Ari yet. Was she still inside? Please let her be all right. Scanning the area, he didn't see her. No way was he going to hang around out here if she was in danger inside. He followed Bill's group. Kayn held back to keep from being seen. He waited until they'd entered through his back door before edging forward. When he opened it to follow them, noises from the office corridor outside his apartment covered the squeak. Then there was silence. Kayn paused. What had happened? He peeked around the hallway and saw Bill's men inching closer to his front door, where a man stood. How did they stay so calm-looking? "Drop the gun," the stranger said. Who was he talking to? From the hallway, Ari sobbed. Kayn's adrenaline spiked, but before he could move, Bill said, "I think you'd better drop yours instead." The stranger must not have responded, because Bill's tone turned arctic. "Don't make me shoot you." The man heaved out a breath and let the revolver drop. He lifted his hands and put them on top of his head, his pulse pounding. Kayn darted forward as one of Bill's men was patting the guy down, and another was retrieving the pistol. In the distance came the sound of sirens. About time. Kayn entered the hallway and paused to take in the scene. His sister stood near Rafe, who was handing his weapon to a third security guard. He then put his arm around her. Kayn had taken a step toward them when he noticed red staining the fabric on her sleeve. "Ari, you're bleeding," he cried, his breaths heaving as he ran to her. "Where?" Rafe pushed her back from him, searching her body. "Her arm." Kayn carefully lifted the wet fabric from the skin on her left arm. "You are." Rafe sounded sick as he helped tear away the material. Bill pushed through them and examined the wound. "Ow!" Ari moaned, trying to pull away. "Stop poking at it." "It looks like it's just a graze," Bill said, making her stand still. "You're lucky." "We need to get you two to the hospital." Kayn's knees felt weak as he stared at her bruised face. They'd nearly gotten her. "I'm fine," Rafe said. "I can't let those people at the banquet down. We can send Ari." "No way! I have a date with the CEO." They argued back and forth, and Kayn couldn't believe it when Bill agreed to let them go. "The police will need a report," Bill said, accepting a first aid kit from one of his men. "I don't think either of you are hurt too badly." When Darius and Ez showed up, Kayn thought they'd agree with him. But they didn't. Instead, Ezreal hurried over to help bandage Ari and talked to her. When they were done, she whispered in Bill's ear. He then strode toward the building entrance. What was that all about? "We have to get dressed," Rafe said. "No way. You have to go to the doctor," Kayn insisted. even though he could tell by the set of his sister's jaw that she'd already made up her mind. "I'll be all right," Ari said. "I'm guessing we'll have a really interesting Sunday dinner discussion tomorrow," Kayn said, resigned. "Let's go change." "What did you tell Bill?" Kayn asked once he and Ari were dressed. "That I think Zed hid something in Mom's Korean doll. I'm guessing a flash drive." "Oh, wow." Kayn stared at her. She hadn't been able to find a box to pack it in when she'd fled Arizona, so she'd carried it with her on the plane. All this time, while none of them could figure out what the murders might have been looking for, it'd been in her bedroom all along. "If you'd have shipped it with the rest of your stuff, they'd have gotten it." "Yeah. I called Rafe's mom to tell her to watch for the police." Ari blinked back tears. "It scares me to death that they could have come after me at Francie's house." "It's okay. They didn't." Kayn kissed her forehead. "Remember, it's over." The doorbell chimed and he let Rafe into the apartment. Kayn went ahead. When he entered the banquet room, Darius was explaining to the guests about the break-in, but that police were handling it. Once Rafe arrived, he took over, and Darius sat beside Kayn. As he suffered through the meal, he wished he could call Sona, but it'd be tacky to have a text conversation at the banquet. He tried not to glance at Ari too often, but he didn't like how she looked. It wasn't even the bruise on her cheek, but that she seemed to be getting paler. Every time Kayn thought about what had happened, he had to fight back a desire to go to the police station and beat up the guy who'd hit her. Mixed with the anger was satisfaction that his sister had fought back. He was proud of her, and they'd finally caught the guys. It hit Kayn then. He didn't need Sona to be the decoy anymore. She'd head back to Michigan with Granny, while Joe and Talon would take on their next jobs. When Kayn took the vacation time he'd been looking forward to, there wouldn't be anyone at his penthouse. He felt like a special treat he'd been anticipating had been ripped from his hands. The banquet finally ended. At the head table, they all waited for the bulk of the guests to leave. Rafe stiffly moved over to Ari's chair and placed his hands on her shoulders. "I think we'll go to the hospital now," he said. "What about the hospital?" Kayn was at her chair in an instant. "I don't know if I can get up," she whispered, her voice tight with pain. "I've already called for an ambulance, but we need to be discreet," Bill said. "Don't try to pull her up. Let her hold on to you." It took all of Kayn's willpower not to scoop her up right away, but he waited until the room was almost empty. When the EMTs arrived, he had to step aside so they could place her on a stretcher. Worry blurred everything. Kayn rode in the ambulance with Ari, but the hospital personnel took her away immediately. The clerk asked if Ari had any medical problems, allergies or such. Kayn told them she'd had trouble with anesthesia once, but he didn't know what they'd given her. He took a seat in the waiting room. Darius and Ezreal sat beside him but didn't say anything. Eventually, Rafe's parents showed up. Francie started pacing the waiting room floor, wringing her hands. Kayn didn't know what to say to make her feel any better. "Mr. Rafferty?" a woman in scrubs called. "That's me." Kayn jumped to his feet and hurried to her. "Your sister has some broken ribs and a partially dislocated shoulder. We gave her a nerve block for the pain, but unfortunately, it collapsed her lung." "What?" Kayn's fear shot up again. "She'll be fine, but we'll need to keep her overnight until the block wears off and her lung goes back to normal." The doctor looked at where the others waited. "Who is Mrs. Diederich?" "Me?" Francie's voice squeaked, and she hurried over, followed by her husband, Alex. "What did she say?" Ezreal asked when Kayn sat beside him again. Kayn repeated it. "A collapsed lung? Ouch." Darius shook his head. Too bad your mother's in Korea. Ari could use her support right now. No, not our mom. No, Kayn said. She's like a snowflake and melts at the least bit of heat. Ari would end up comforting her. Then I think Francie should be with her, Ezreal said as he watched the Diederichs still talking with the doctor. She's been mothering Ari since she got there. They're really close. When Francie and Alex returned to the couch, Kayn rose and went to them. What did they say about Rafe? Francie's lips trembled. Alex put his arm around her, saying, He's bleeding from one ear. It could be a simple cut, but the doctor wants to rule out a skull fracture, so they're going to take him to be x-rayed. How's Ari? Francie asked. Kayn told her and explained what Ezreal had suggested. That poor girl. Of course I'll go to her room, Francie said. Since you'll be with Ari, Kayn said, I'll see if they'll let me talk to Rafe. He's going to want to know anyway. Thank you. Francie gave him a quick hug. Sure thing, Mrs. D. Thanks for keeping an eye on my sister. The doctor had finished talking with the nurse, so Kayn hurried over to get permission to see Rafe. How's Ari? Rafe asked when Kayn entered his room. He explained again. You'll want to play it cool with your mom. This has really shaken her. She's not the only one. I promise you I didn't know Ari was hurt so bad. Rafe now wore a tortured expression. Like you could have made her come here without you? Kayn gave a dark chuckle and said, trying to make light of her injuries, She'd be able to go home tonight if not for the lung thing. If you say so. When they were done, Kayn wheeled Rafe to Ari's room. The nurse only allowed them to stay a few minutes before shooing everyone out. Ari looked at Kayn. It's really still Saturday, right? Just barely, Kayn said, a knot forming in his throat. So, you and Rafe, huh? Yeah. She looked happier than he could remember seeing her since they'd been children and part of an intact family. Good. Kayn coughed to cover the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. He rubbed his hands together and gave her a conspiratorial grin. We'll keep all this money in the family. Someday you'll have a family of your own. An image of Sona came to mind, and he pushed it away, making a disgusted sound to cover his embarrassment. Not me. I'm not the marrying kind. A woman needs a man who'll be there and not caught up in a video game, if you catch my drift. That was why, back when he'd taken time to go out, he'd limited his dates to 2 per girl. He'd spread them out and have a date with another girl in between. It'd been the best way to have a social life without setting up expectations. The safest approach had been to hang out in groups and not be seen as dating someone at all. I'm sure there's some computer nerd out there who's as in love with programming as you are. Ari yawned. Thanks for staying tonight. She reached out a hand to him, and he squeezed it. Anytime, sis. Kayn sat in the room's recliner. It didn't take long before she drifted off to sleep. He put up the footrest and laid back. The whole nightmare was over. After months, they'd finally caught the guys. Now that Ari and Rafe were involved, Kayn doubted she'd move back to Phoenix, which made him happy. He pulled out his phone and debated calling Sona. It was late, and he would normally have waited until the morning. But whatever had troubled her had sounded important. He sent her a text. Crazy stuff happening here, and I'm only just now free. You up for a call? Kayn's phone vibrated right away. Well, that answered that. Chapter 7. Your banquet went really late, Sona said when he answered the call, trying to keep her voice calm. I thought you'd forgotten me. The banquet ended hours ago, but this is the first I've been free to call. You're not going to believe this, Someone broke into my apartment and attacked Ari. I'm at the hospital with her right now. As she remembered Granny's little jaunt to the park 2 days ago, a chill washed over Sona, and she felt a little queasy. Was it a coincidence that the men who'd been looking for Kayn's sister for months had just now decided to search for her in North Carolina? Is she all right? She will be. Kayn filled her in on what had happened and the status of the attackers. Ari's hurting, but the only reason she has to stay here overnight is because of a medical mess-up. Once she heals, the doc said she'll make a full recovery. His voice went rough. I've never been so scared in my life. Sona understood his emotion. I'm so sorry, she whispered, her throat tightening. It was a battle she couldn't win, and a sob escaped. What's wrong? Kayn's voice was all business now. Her voice broke. It's Granny. She told me tonight that she's got cancer. No. What kind? His alarm warmed Sona's heart a little. Breast cancer. They can treat that, can't they? Kayn sounded relieved. We'll get her the best doctors. She said she won't fight it. That's why she didn't tell me until now. What do you mean she won't fight it? Of course she has to fight it. His voice turned a little panicky, and Sona loved him for caring about her grandmother, too. Granny said she's been a widow for 13 years, and she's tired of living without Granddad. She told me she's known too many people who went through the horrible chemotherapy and died anyway. I can't believe she's willing to leave you without a fight. Kayn's words were the same ones she'd thought while she'd waited for his call. But hearing him verbalize them made her hackles rise in defense of her grandmother's decision. It's her choice to make, and I have to respect it. I need you to do it too. I'm an adult. Sona had to lower her voice to keep from yelling out her frustration. She doesn't have to stay for me. Kayn was silent for a few seconds before asking, How long have you been with her? Since I was 5. Sona reached for another tissue. Do you have any other family members? Not here. I wouldn't even know how to contact my father in China, even if I wanted to, which I don't. Kayn didn't argue, and they sat in silence for a couple of minutes, both lost in their thoughts. Family. Granny did have some family left, or might have. I wish I could give her one thing before she dies. Sona said softly. What's that? Let me tell you a little about her history first, so it'll make sense. Sona shifted in the oversized chair and pulled the throw over her legs. She explained what Granny had told her, and then read him the letter. I've known she's wanted to visit Ireland again and see her old home. But until tonight, I never understood how important it's been to her. And it's my fault that she hasn't been able to go. Now, wait just a minute, Kayn said, his voice stern. How is it your fault? Don't you see? If she hadn't had the expense of raising me, she could have afforded to go. When I graduated from high school, I didn't have to go to college. She's been supporting me all this time. But wait, you told me you got some grants and you've worked the whole time. She didn't pay your tuition. Well, no, but I've lived with her without paying rent. Sona sighed. If I'd been paying my share all this time, she'd have enough to make a trip to Ireland. A trip to Ireland? Kayn asked, his voice now thoughtful. That would be kind of a bucket list wish, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I'm in the process of creating a new charity for bucket list fulfillment. Sona's stomach nodded. She didn't want him to see her as a pity case, but as a woman he might come to care for. We don't need your charity, Kayn. Hey, don't forget that I used to be a poor kid, too. His tone was angry now, so don't preach to me about charity. Sorry. No wonder he so often seemed like a regular guy. Most of his life, he had been. One of the problems with the new charity is that I don't know what kind of criteria to put on it. Should it be for sick kids, terminal adults? Should I open it to people who help others but are poor and could never afford their dream on their own? And what should a trip include? How much would it cost? Should I limit it? Yeah, I've got a bunch of money, but not enough to pay for everyone's dreams. That's really nice of you. How long had he been thinking of doing this? He'd made a casual comment once about a charity, but she hadn't realized it was his own. Was Sona ever not going to be impressed with this man? What's the point in having all this stupid money if I can't do some good with it? Do you know what kind of education the price of a Lamborghini could pay for? Do you own one? No, but my partner Rafe bought one and then felt stupid with such a fancy car and sold it. He donated the money to the local food bank. I don't see what that has to do with Granny. Don't you see? She could be my test case. With her help, I can figure out what direction and how far I'd like to go with the fulfillment. Does that make sense? So we'd be helping you? Sona's heart had started to thud hard. Was there a chance that Granny could find her sister? A little voice in the back of Sona's mind noted that it would extend her time with Kayn, too. Exactly. You'd be helping me. All you have to do is tell me the pertinent information, like where Granny was from and names and stuff. I'll arrange everything else. He sounded excited now and paused to take a breath. But I want to come along. I need to see this firsthand so I can get my head around it. That'd be okay, wouldn't it? Duh. Since you'd be paying for everything, I guess you'd be welcome, Sona said, teasing, her hands shaking with excitement. Just 2 days ago, she'd been feeling trapped in his penthouse, but now she might get to go to Ireland with Granny and Kayn. I've grown to care for your grandmother, he said softly, and it means a lot to me to make this happen for her. His voice turned businesslike. I'll get my staff working on it. We need to do it quick while Granny's well enough to enjoy it. I want to hire a nurse, too, in case anything comes up. Thank you, Sona said, her heart filling with gratitude. She glanced around the oversized room. She was going to miss this place. I'll send you our address in Michigan. No, Kayn broke in quickly. If it's okay, I'd rather you stayed where you're at. We're going to have to get passports and clothes and whatever. I think my condo is a better staging area for that. And you're already there. We'll stay then. Sona would take Kayn Rafferty as a friend over saying goodbye to him any day. She'd love it to be more. Now that she wasn't technically working for him, she'd have a chance. Chapter 8. It's like a real jet, Sona said in surprise as they approached Kayn's private plane. It's not like a real jet, Kayn teased, Granny holding his arm as they walked. It is a real jet. We considered going smaller, but we're an international company. Planes last a long time, and Rafe thought it would be worth the investment. Are you really surprised after that penthouse? Joe asked from behind Sona. She glanced back, and he winked at her. His addition to the trip had been a pleasant surprise. It seemed that Kayn's security guy, Bill, had insisted on taking at least one bodyguard. She'd never considered that Kayn might be in danger of someone trying to kidnap him for ransom. They'd had a farewell party for Talon the night before and played Wrecked for hours. The last week had been a whirlwind of preparation, culminating in a processing center to get their expedited passports. Kayn's staff had contacted the office of a congressman to help get an appointment. With a copy of Granny's diagnosis, the staff had been able to get them in. Sona rubbed her cold hands together. She'd never flown across the Atlantic Ocean before, and sleep the night before had been elusive. She hoped she could get some rest on the plane. Traveling on a private jet had never entered her mind when she'd first accepted Kayn's offer. She'd expected they'd take a commercial flight. He'd said that using the jet was one option for the new charity, so he preferred to test it out that way. And Bill had agreed, of course. Maybe because everyone was paranoid after the attack at the REKD company headquarters. It'd put them all in the news. One thing we'll need to consider is how to account for bucket list winners who aren't ambulatory, Kayn said as they approached the stairs. You okay with steps, Granny? I'll take her. Joe swept her into his arms and started up the stairs, looking over his broad shoulder. Granny winked at them. Sona choked back a laugh. I guess she's enjoying herself already. Kayn's phone pinged, and he checked it. She's here now. Who? Sona asked, scanning the tarmac. Our nurse was caught in traffic. That must be her. He sounded relieved as he pointed to an attractive woman who'd burst out the door, her dark skin glistening with perspiration, a purse over one shoulder, her long mini braids bouncing as she ran toward them. I'm sorry I'm late, she said breathlessly. You must be Evelyn Stewart, Kayn said. Eve, please, but yes. She extended her hand. You must be Mr. Rafferty. Kayn, please. He shook it and indicated that she should board the plane. You made it just in time. Joe moved forward to take her suitcase and handed it to a crew member. Eve skipped up the stairs. Sona stepped ahead with Kayn following. At the door, she paused to take in the plane's interior. Knowing what she did now of Kayn and his partners, Sona wasn't surprised at the businesslike decor. There were no signs of conspicuous consumption. The recliners and couches looked high quality, but functional. There were even a couple of tables where people could work. Granny sat in one of the chairs, already with Eve close by. Sona had been gone picking up her passport when the nurse had come by the penthouse to examine her grandmother. Granny had talked about how much she'd liked the nurse. For some reason, Sona had expected an older woman. It'd be fun to have another young woman in the group, but Sona couldn't help a twinge of jealousy. That was just what she needed, competition for Kayn's attention. We only have one bedroom, Kayn said from behind Sona. Whoever takes the jet usually sleeps there. That's for Granny. He stood close enough that she could smell his aftershave. After his second visit to the penthouse, it had become her favorite fragrance. Lately, every time he was near enough for her to smell it, butterflies would come to life in her stomach. Will we sleep in the recliners? You can, but we prepared for larger groups and have built-in bunks, similar to the ones the airlines provide for crew members on long flights. You can sleep with Granny or take a bunk. I think I'll take a bunk. Granny snores, Sona said, moving forward. Did I tell you how happy she was to be able to help with a charity? No, you didn't. She loves to help people and used to volunteer at the senior center. But they got a new group in who were cliquish. It started a war of sorts. One day, Granny went there for lunch, and an argument turned into a food fight. That's when she quit. Kayn burst out laughing. Seriously? A senior citizen food fight? I guess we never really grow up, Sona grinned. It sounds funny, but it was sad to see her turn away from the people there. He indicated 2 recliners in an area divided from the main section by a half wall. Sona was already nervous enough about the long flight. The thought of sitting next to Kayn made those silly butterflies start doing the boogie-woogie. She needed to get control of it. Wow, this is really comfortable, Sona said as she took a seat. Darius, he's one of my partners, said we needed to get work done while in flight, so it was important to have a comfortable environment. Kayn reclined his chair and put his arms behind his head. So far, I've only used it to fly across the U.S., This flight will be a lot longer than that, so I'm glad he insisted on it. It helps that the four of us split the cost. It'd have been too much for only one of us to buy alone." He turned his head and met Sona's gaze. Something seemed to spark from him, almost like an electrical connection. He blinked and looked away, a furrow between his brows. She'd felt them before, but he'd always seemed clueless. That one had been stronger, though, enough that she knew he'd felt it too. Her heart thudded harder. "Finish what you were saying about Granny," he said. "Well," Sona said, trying to keep her voice steady, "she's worked at a local drugstore for as long as I can remember, so she knows and talks to everyone." Kayn glanced her way but didn't look directly at her. Was he trying to pretend the little zing or whatever hadn't happened? Of course he was. He was too important to be interested in someone like her like that. "Is she still working?" "I finally convinced her to give notice," Sona said. "Believe it or not, she was only planning to take an extended break when she came to stay with me in your condo." Now that's a work ethic. Kayn looked to where the three sat talking while the crew prepared the plane to take off. "She's really amazing." "She is." Sona toyed with the arm of her chair. "I want to be like her when I grow up." Kayn grinned and glanced at her that time. Once again, as their gazes met, a little jolt of electricity seemed to pass between them. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't look away. "I wish I could be giving like she is," Sona said to avoid an awkward pause. "You aren't?" "She gives to lots of people. Since I started school, all I've wanted to do was get a good job so I could take care of her instead of her always taking care of me. I want to take the burden off of her." "That's nothing to be ashamed of." Kayn glanced out the window and said absently, "I wish she was my grandmother." "Why?" "Because I've never really had one." He looked at her. "My mom's mom lives in Korea, and I met her once when I was 10, a couple of years before my father dumped us. His parents had never been close to us. At first I didn't know what it was, but then I overheard a comment my grandfather made when he didn't know I was listening." Kayn closed his eyes. "We didn't look like the rest of his grandkids. His white grandkids." "What would I have done if Granny had been like that?" Sona whispered. The captain announced that they would be taking off soon and asked that everyone buckle their seatbelts. Sona did while Kayn straightened his seat and reached for his belt. The steward came around and made sure everyone was buckled properly. As Joe and Eve chatted by Granny, Sona caught her grandmother giving them a considering look, her gaze going between Kayn and Sona. She shook her head to discourage her grandmother. As much as Sona wanted to imagine Kayn liking her, she was getting some definite vibes that he didn't look at her that way. If anything, the hint of attraction seemed to bother him. The engines revved, she clutched the armrests and let out her breath. "You all right?" Kayn asked. "I've never flown over water before, and it's kind of freaking me out." "You'll be fine." "Sona, you did remember to pack my puzzle, didn't you?" Granny called. "Yes, I did." "I've done more puzzles on this job than I think I've done the rest of my entire life combined," Joe said with a chuckle. "And loved every minute of it," her grandmother said, patting his hand. "Yep, you converted me, Granny." "See what I mean?" Sona said softly to Kayn. "She has a gift for making everyone feel welcome. I can do it, but she makes it look so easy." They were quiet as the plane took off. Once they were in the air, Sona relaxed a little. "Joe," Sona called, "what are you going to do when the trip is over?" "I don't know yet. Usually I take a break, but this is the first job I've had that's as much vacation as it is work. I may go right to my next job. I have a couple of things lined up." "What about your family?" Sona asked. "I have an ex-wife, if that's what you mean. I also have a couple of kids in college, but I don't get to see them very often since my jobs can take me all over." "'Tis a terrible thing to be separated from your family," Granny said. The older man shrugged, his expression now pinched. Sona glanced at Kayn to see if he'd noticed. He was watching Joe, too. "What do you think of North Carolina?" Kayn asked. Joe looked at him then. "Never been there." "You've talked to Bill, my head security guy," Kayn said. "He's looking for some good people. After the notoriety of the break-in, he's making some changes. One is to increase our security staff. I've talked with him about you. If you're interested, I think you should apply." Joe gave a soft grunt, his expression contemplative. "A steady job and a steady home," Granny patted his hand. "Wouldn't that be nice?" Eve said, speaking for the first time. "You ought to do it if it means your kids can come and stay with you." "Maybe I will," Joe said. "Good." Kayn pulled out his laptop. The 5-hour time difference between New York and Ireland, added to the previous night's lack of sleep, meant Sona was drowsy when they arrived at the Ireland West airport. Her grandmother, in contrast, was energized. As they went through the entry process, she kept pointing to signs that had both English and Gaelic on them. "Isn't the sound of the Irish voice a beautiful thing? Oh, look!" Granny pointed to where a man stood near the entrance to the arrival hall, holding a sign that said, "Leona McGuire." She said, sounding surprised, "That's my name." "It's our ride," Kayn said. Joe moved ahead to check the driver's credentials and then glanced back with a nod. "I'll sit in the front," Granny said when they reached the SUV that would have been small by U.S. standards. Joe helped her grandmother in, and Eve slid in beside her. "We'll take the back," Kayn said, his hand on the small of Sona's back. Once they were all inside, he asked the driver, "How long does it take to get to Tasherton Castle?" "Near an hour." Sona tried to stay awake, but as soon as they were on the main highway, her eyelids grew heavy. For a while she tried discreetly slapping her cheeks, but it didn't work. Her head would flop, and she'd jerk awake. "Here." Kayn shifted and gently moved her head against his shoulder. Sona would have pulled away if she hadn't been so sleepy. She felt like she'd taken a nighttime cough medicine, and her brain was in a fog. "We're almost there," Kayn whispered softly. Sona snuggled closer and tilted back her head so she could take in that yummy, manly smell she'd come to love so much over the last few months. A soft rumble against her ear brought her awake. When she raised her face from his neck, Kayn lifted his arm from around her shoulders. Her face went hot. She'd just slept in his arms and missed the whole thing, too. It was so unfair. "Sorry," she said. "I hope I didn't drool on you." He chuckled again, but didn't say anything. Sona rubbed at her temples against the lack of sleep headache that was growing there. Then she focused on the large castle ahead and gasped. "It's something else, isn't it?" Kayn asked. "It's like 800 years old." "That's seriously old," Sona breathed as they drove over the bridge to the entrance. The middle parts of the structure resembled an English manor house, like she'd seen on film adaptations of Jane Austen books. But the castle spread out even farther on both sides, making the center only about a quarter of the building. She'd peered more closely. The portion to the left, with its crenellated towers, looked older, while the section to the right had been constructed using different colored stones and had a boxish look to it, reminding her of barracks. She wondered how long it would take to walk from one end to the other. Long enough, she thought, to easily get in her daily steps. Over the years, the owners have put a lot of money into remodeling it for a hotel, Joe said. "'Tis showing off you're doing there, Joe," Granny said, teasing. "No, I looked it up when I found out this was where we'd be staying." Sona leaned forward. "I didn't know there was a lake here." "There are all kinds of boating opportunities," Kayn said. "How far away is Kong?" she asked. "'Tis just up the road, miss," the driver said. She loved that his accent was the same as Granny's, and she wondered if people from different parts of the country would sound different like they did in England. Sona's headache ratcheted up, and she rubbed her temples again. "You all right?" Kayn asked. "Just tired. It's given me a headache." "We're almost there." He reached over like he meant to touch her, but she pulled back in surprise. Dang it. Why had she done that? It was just the kind of closeness she was hoping for. Sona was of two minds about the trip. She understood that Kayn might not have started out rich, but he was an important man. He lived in a world where people could afford to stay in fancy castles like Tashiton. But it was also a dream vacation, almost like a fairy tale. Why not imagine a man like him could care for someone like her? The driver pulled up to the entrance. With a sigh, she picked up her purse and waited for her turn to get out of the car. Chapter 9. "You stay with Granny and Eve," Kayn told Joe, glancing at the nurse and Sona, helping the older woman to sit on a couch near the entrance. "I'll come with you," Joe answered. Kayn heaved out a breath and headed to the front desk. "I'm beginning to wonder if I should have brought Talon after all." He got into the line of people waiting to check in. "But then you'd have needed a second car. You saw how narrow some of those roads are." Joe glanced around the lobby. "This place is even more impressive in person." "It is," Kayn agreed. "Would you have considered coming to a place like this on your own, if money weren't an issue?" "Probably not." "What about you?" "Never. Though I'll admit I'm kind of excited to be here. Until Granny brought it up, I'd never even thought about my last name being Irish." Kayn glanced back to check on the women to find Sona walking toward them. She still looked tired. The memory of how sweet it felt to hold her while she slept flashed through his mind, but he pushed it aside. He wasn't looking for a girlfriend, as tempting as the thought of Sona in that role might be. Kayn faced the registration desk again. "It's darker than I thought it'd be," Sona said when she joined them. "There's so much dark wood and wallpaper. I guess I got used to your white and airy condo." "In some ways, I may like this better," Kayn said, "though maybe not quite so dark. I really liked the rich colors you and Granny added to it." "May I help you, sir?" the pretty desk clerk asked when the person she was helping moved on. "Reservation under Kayn Rafferty?" "Ah, yes. It's lovely to have an important guest with us." She signaled for a bellhop who came over. "Luggage for Mr. Kayn Rafferty." She stressed the first name and shot the worker a meaningful look. "You're Kayn Rafferty of REKD Gaming?" the young man breathed. "One and the same," Sona said, unable to keep the pride from her voice. She hadn't been like her friends, dreaming of hanging with famous people. But there was so much to admire about Kayn and what he'd accomplished. And it didn't hurt that he was hot besides. "Oh, sir, 'tis grand your game is. We have a small group that plays it together. I'm Finn." "You go talk to your fan," Sona said, stepping up to the desk. "I can fill out the paperwork." Kayn handed her his credit card and turned to answer the young man's questions. Kayn always found it a little ironic that most of the time people either had no clue of who he was or did too well. Some rabid fans could be hard to shake. It was also creepy that some of them knew private information about him. He preferred not to be recognized. The clerk gave a loud cough and pinned Finn with a look. "Begging your pardon, sir," he said. "And which is your luggage?" "Over there by those ladies. They're in our party," Joe said, pointing to the couch. "Just put everything in the main suite." "Aye, sir." "I need the license plate number for the car," Sona said. "I have it." Joe stepped up and wrote the information on the form. "If you'll sign here, Mr. Rafferty," the clerk said. Kayn did and accepted the receipt, noticing a wheelchair behind the desk. "I requested one of those." "Aye, it's yours." She brought it to the other side of the counter, and Joe took it. "It's lunchtime here," Kayn said. "Would you prefer to order into our suite or give the restaurant a try?" "I'd suggest ordering in," Joe said. "Granny's looking really tired." "She did say she'd like to rest," Sona added. "If she gets too tired, she won't eat." Finn was waiting for them and led the way to their rooms. Granny didn't look pleased to be in a wheelchair, but Kayn thought she'd be glad for it when she realized what a large place the castle was. As they made their way through the labyrinth of corridors, Kayn checked the map to get oriented. It'd be easy to get lost in the castle, and he didn't want to have to rely on the staff to get around. His assistant had reserved a presidential suite that connected adjacent rooms to make an extra-large suite. Granny's had an adjoining room with twin beds, so Eve could be close, while Sona had a room to herself. At first, he'd planned to have Granny stay in his bigger room, but it required climbing a few stairs to access, something else he'd have to consider for the charity. "It's beautiful," Eve said. "The living room's narrower than I'd have expected, but long, so I guess it'll work when we're all in here together." "It's not the size I'm paying for," Kayn said. "It's the atmosphere and the history. Remember, U.S. presidents have stayed in here." "True. Here, let me help you with that," Eve said to Finn and hurried over to him. "I'll get these." Sona grabbed Granny's suitcase and her own. With his in hand, Kayn went up the 3 steps to the master bedroom. His was actually a little larger than the living room, but that room would serve their needs. The hotel had many social gathering places, and they had lots to see on the trip. Kayn took his time unpacking his clothes and setting up his laptop on the desk. When he finished, he went to the window that overlooked the grounds. The castle had been built on the edge of a large lake, and it had boats with fishermen and a few people in kayaks. He doubted that Granny would want to do either of those, but she might like a boat tour. He'd always wanted to try kayaking and wondered if Sona would like to go. His thoughts drifted back to the ride from the airport. More and more he found himself drawn to her. He'd been so focused on building his business that he hadn't taken much time for anything other than the gaming nights with his partners and Sunday dinners at Rafe's mom's house. Unless he counted his recent visits to New York, the more he felt the pull to Sona, the more he wondered if he'd really been heading to his penthouse to see her, and not all his new friends there. Thinking about it, it seemed pretty pathetic if his social life had gotten so bad that he had to hire friends. But he did have friends, great friends who were also business partners. He had a fulfilling job. His life was busy but uncomplicated, and that was enough, wasn't it? His gaze shifted to a solitary figure who was walking toward the lake. Sona. Why wasn't she taking a nap? He picked up his room key and headed out. "I'm going to take a walk," Kayn said to Joe. "I'll come too." The man grabbed his jacket. Kayn didn't quite groan. So much for having Sona to himself. He hoped the bodyguard knew how to be there without intruding. "I thought you were going to take a nap." Sona turned at the sound of Kayn's voice and found him and Joe striding toward her. They'd been walking together, but the bodyguard slowed his pace and let Kayn move ahead. "I tried, but couldn't sleep. I guess I got enough of a nap in the car." Remembering how she'd cuddled up to him, her cheeks warmed. She hoped he couldn't see a flush. "Can we join you?" he asked. "Sure." The 3 of them faced the lake again. The breeze blowing off of it was a little chilly in spite of the late June weather, and Sona was glad she'd put on a sweater. "The grounds are so beautiful and peaceful," she said. "I think Central Park is pretty too, but there's a frenzy there that's totally lacking here. Like time is moving slower in this place. I love it. It makes me wonder what life must have been like for my ancestors who lived in this area." "Boone's more like this than New York," Kayn said softly, coming to stand beside her, his gaze on some kayakers on the lake. He was standing so close to Sona that she could feel the warmth of his hand where it hung at his side. It'd be so easy to curl her fingers around his. Her heart galloped at the thought. What if she did? And he pulled away. Not willing to risk rejection, she took a slow breath and clenched her fist to keep from doing anything stupid. "From the things you've told me about it," she said, "I'd like to visit North Carolina someday." "You can come any time," Kayn said. "Just say the word." She gave a disparaging snort. "When I'm rich and famous, right." They needed to talk about something else. "I wonder what they had to do to bring this place up to modern expectations." "I wondered that too when I watched a video on the restoration," Joe said. "Think about how hard it is to update the wiring in a house built in the 50s to meet our modern electronic needs. Imagine doing that to an 800-year-old stone castle." "Right," Kayn said. He turned back toward the building, his hand brushing Sona's, which set the butterflies dancing in her stomach, but seemed to leave him unfazed. Life was so unfair sometimes. "Every room has Wi-Fi," he said. "I'd like to know how they decided to handle that, if they had to put a router in every room, or if they have a better way to deliver the service." "Thinking about that gives me an even worse headache." Sona stepped a little closer to Joe. "Castles were built as defenses, right? I've been thinking about how peaceful it is here now, but it must have been really different a couple of 100 years ago when people were fighting each other all the time for territory." A sharp bird cry to the side made her jump, and she turned to find a group of people who were walking down a path in the distance, each with a large bird sitting on their hands. To the side was a large sign that read, "Falconry School." "Falconry?" "Yeah," Kayn said. "It's one of the things we can do here. They call what those people are doing a hawk walk." "That's dope," she cried, clapping her hands once. "Where do people come up with words like that?" Joe shook his head. "Maybe the same place people in your generation came up with groovy," Kayn said with a grin. "Snap!" Sona forgot to keep her distance and held up her knuckles for him to bump. He did, and she felt that tingle again. She dropped her hand, unsure. This was going to be a tough vacation if her feelings about Kayn kept tripping her up. "Let's watch the birds," Joe suggested with a flat expression. For a few minutes, they took up position some distance back from where about a half-dozen people walked with the hawks. "I should have spent some time studying the history here." She scanned the long expanse of lawn with the castle on one side and the lake on the other. Calls of people in kayaks echoed across the water. "With Granny's love of the place," Kayn said, "I'm surprised you didn't." "To be honest, I focused mostly on U.S. history when I had a choice." "Nothing about China?" Kayn was watching her now. Irritation flashed through her as it always did whenever someone mentioned her father, because she knew that's what Kayn was really asking about. And why would I want to study up on a country of a father who left before I was born? Sona kicked at the grass and started walking toward the water. "I used to feel that way until I met Granny." Kayn walked up with her and matched her stride, his hands shoved in his pockets. "You might be judging your father unfairly," Joe said, taking up position on her other side, "considering where he's from. China's not exactly noted for allowing easy travel to the U.S." And yet he managed to get here in the first place. Sona stopped, her arms crossed and her jaw clenched, feeling that she was being attacked. She knew she was tired, and that tended to make her unreasonable. But why couldn't they let it go? "Have you never had any contact with your father?" Kayn asked. "I said he left before I was born." "Did he know about you?" Joe asked, his voice kind. I don't want to talk about him." The two men exchanged glances but said nothing. When they started walking again, she slowly followed them. Sona couldn't shake off her irritation. Instead, she fumed. Did they think she'd never wondered the same thing? If she might have been hating a man for not wanting her, who in reality hadn't known she existed? Did it matter? It didn't change the fact that he'd married her mother and then left her without a glance back. And how dare these two men give her a hard time about it? If they could talk about her loser dad, they could talk about Kayn's. "What about your father?" Sona asked. "What about him?" Kayn glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. "He ditched us. Didn't give my mother any warning. Just had a friend serve her with the divorce papers. He made little effort to see us after that, and once he remarried, never did. That's one of the reasons why I'll never get married." Joe looked about to say something, his expression concerned. But Sona raised a finger to stop him. "You won't get married because your father deserted you?" she asked Kayn. "I'm not seeing the connection." "Because I'm already married." At her shocked expression, he rolled his eyes. "I'm married to my job. It comes first. Because of that, I know I'll make a lousy husband and father, so I won't be one." "Isn't that all a matter of prioritizing things?" "What could a wife and kids give me?" Kayn's voice had taken on an edge. "I'm 27 years old and a billionaire. I'm living the life already." For a second, Sona thought about her grandparents. Granny and Billy had been happy together. 13 years after his death, all her grandmother wanted was to be with him again. "Are you living, though?" Sona asked, keeping her voice soft. "You can lie to yourself, but it looks to me like you're a lonely young man. Do you want to be a lonely old man, too?" "Where do you come off telling me I'm lonely?" Kayn scowled at her. "You don't know anything about me." "Don't I?" Sona crossed her arms. "I know you come to New York to get away from your beloved job. What will you do after this trip? Will you keep visiting an empty condo? You helped to create a game that's best if you play it with other people. But you can't live in that world. It's not real. While you were building your business, it might have been necessary to make it your life. But it's built now. Why haven't you moved on, just like I'll do now that I've finished college? Writing code isn't living." Kayn looked about to argue with her, but she pinned him with a stare. "I'm tired and I'm cross. I probably shouldn't have said that." She turned to the castle, but looked over her shoulder at him. "It's still true." "She does have a point," Joe said as she stalked away. "Not you too." Sona increased her pace. What was wrong with her? She'd been crushing on him and wishing there could be more between them. So, of course, she jumped down his throat to make sure he'd see her as a harpy. She needed to try sleeping again. Chapter 10. When Kayn woke the next morning, he thought he heard someone moving about in the suite's living room. He cracked open his door and found that Sona had turned one of the chairs to face the window that overlooked the lake. Unlike yesterday's deep blue cast, the cloudy sky gave the water a gray cast. A few early morning kayakers were out, but if it rained, that would change. Someday he might return here just to try it out. He hadn't talked to her the rest of the evening. They'd ordered in, and she'd taken her food to her room, where she'd spent the rest of the evening, he hoped, sleeping. Her comments had bothered Kayn and given him a restless night. He still couldn't decide if it was because of what she'd said or that he didn't like having her mad at him. It must be the latter. Sona must have ordered room service again because there was a tray on the table filled with sweet and savory pastries. They smelled good and made his stomach growl. "This looks tasty." Kayn walked up to the tray and checked out its contents. "Good morning," Sona said, not quite looking at him. "Sorry I jumped down your throat yesterday. I'm just touchy about my absent father." "No problem. I'm the same way." Kayn gave a mental sigh of relief as he picked up something with cheese on it. For some reason, it was important to him to be on good terms with Sona. He took a bite. "It's delicious," he said around the food. "It practically melts in my mouth." "That one's a ham and cheese jambon." There are also a couple of kinds of breakfast scones. The triangular one has dried cranberries, and the round ones that look like American biscuits are soda bread scones. They have currants. "What are currants?" Kayn wiped his hands on a napkin and pulled a chair next to hers. "I had to look it up too," Sona said with a soft chuckle. He was finding that he loved the sound of her laugh and wished he could make her do it more. She pointed to the tray. "It's a lot like raisin, but a different fruit. There's also Irish butter there, whipped cream, and preserves to put on them. They're to die for." "Butter and whipped cream?" He took a small plate this time, along with a knife and a fork, and chose one of everything. "I'll have to exercise more while I'm here if I'm going to be eating like this." Sona watched him over the top of her cup. As he prepared his scone, Kayn wondered what she was thinking. "There's a small pool here that you might be able to do laps in," she finally said. "There's also a fitness room. Since the news says it's likely to rain all day, I'm thinking of hitting it today while Granny naps." "I'll go with you then." He bit into the loaded scone and hummed with pleasure. "It looks like you're enjoying the food," her grandmother said, ambling over from her bedroom door, Eve following. "Morning." Sona put down her cup and jumped up. "Would you like to sit here?" "No, just drag that chair over so I can have a view of the lake, too." Kayn hurriedly wiped his hands again and retrieved it. Sona tried to help her grandmother to sit, but the old woman pushed away her hands. "I can walk just fine." Granny dropped into the chair. "Hand me a plate." Eve did, and Sona said, "There's coffee, and there's hot water for tea or hot chocolate." "Tea," Granny said. "The breakfast tea in the green box." "I think I'll call room service and have them bring up more of this." Kayn handed Eve a plate. "Help yourself." He went to the room's phone and dialed the number. Glancing over the group, he was struck with how cozy it was, with Sona pouring the tea while Granny told the nurse about the different food options. "Yes, and can you send up some fresh fruit as well?" he asked after the worker reviewed his order. Kayn went to Granny and kissed her cheek. "Did you get enough rest?" "What's enough? This old body wakes up when it wants to. I'll eventually get used to the time difference." She gave a soft, dark chuckle. "But probably not until we're ready to fly back home. Kayn, have you found anything yet about my sister?" "Just basic stuff. Their records back then weren't very good." Kayn retrieved his laptop and opened the email. "This is just preliminary because they're still searching. It seems that the aunt who wrote your mother that letter moved away from here that year. They've been checking Dublin, thinking she might have gone there for work. Imogen was in the records here until then, and then she wasn't anymore. They assume she went with your aunt." "Or she died," Granny said. "That's true," Sona said. "But you've lived a good long life, and she's younger than you. Maybe she's lived a long life, too." "The letter said she'd been sickly." Her grandmother's mouth had turned down, her tone morose. "Are you hoping we won't find her?" Sona asked. Of course not. But it makes me laugh, and not in a funny way. Granny paused to glare at all of them. That you young people think 70 is a long life. Now that I'm here, it doesn't always feel like it's been long. Sona met Kayn's gaze, her eyes wide, and he could tell she was wondering the same thing he was. Was Granny reconsidering her decision not to seek treatment? If she changed her mind, was it too late? He shrugged. Would she talk to him about it, or think he was butting in where it wasn't any of his business? Someone knocked on the door, and Kayn opened it for room service. "You shouldn't be the one answering that," Joe said from his now open bedroom door. "I placed the order and knew what it was." Kayn stepped aside for the cart. "Even so, please let someone else do it." "I'll get the door from now on," Sona said, moving herself between it and Kayn. "Don't want you to get in trouble with your bodyguard." Her eyes danced, and he couldn't help but grin back. "It's crazy that I need one." He stepped back and let her handle the door for the delivery worker, who was now taking away the empty first cart. Joe gave a nod of approval before joining the others around the food. "Did that sound to you like it sounded to me?" Sona asked, her voice low. "Granny? Yes," Kayn said softly, conscious of how her nearness heightened the growing hum of attraction. What if she changes her mind and decides to fight it, but she's waited too long? Sona's voice broke as she rested her head against his arm. "Hey." Kayn turned and pulled her against him. "I promise you, if she decides on treatment, I'll cover everything. I want her to live, too." "Thank you." Sona gave a sniff and stepped back. As she moved away, Kayn felt cold, and not only from where their bodies didn't touch anymore. He'd never felt a pull like this to a girl before. It was like there was a connection to her, or something that tied them together. Every time he entered a room, he'd find himself looking for her. He'd thought a lot about what she'd said yesterday. With Sona, it'd be easy to want more. But he'd seen what happened when his mother had risked everything for his father. Kayn had made up his mind a long time ago that he'd never set himself up for that. Sona had the power to derail him, and he couldn't risk that happening. Granny said she'd come with them to check out the swimming pool, which surprised Sona. She hadn't thought her grandmother would actually use the bathing suit they'd purchased for her. "You know, bathing suits used to be works of art and support," Granny grumbled as she tried to pull the stretchy fabric over her shoulder. "They were meant to tuck and lift in all the right places." "But they didn't stretch nearly as well." Sona sent Eve a quick glance and found the nurse trying to bite back a grin. Granny made a face at her reflection and then frowned. She leaned forward to peer at the mirror more closely. "That's not my bosom, is it?" She poked herself in the stomach. "Oh, good, it's not. Don't you laugh at me, you impudent girl. Someday you'll bulge in the wrong places, too." "I love you." Sona threw her arms around her grandmother, laughing outright now. "I love you, too." Granny's voice had softened. "Now, let me see how yours fits." "I'll change there, since I'm going to exercise first." Sona held up her suit so the colors showed against her face. "It's not fair. Even when I was young, I didn't look that good. It's because of my Irish complexion. That's one thing your father gave you that works. That lovely tan to your skin." Her grandmother's gaze moved to Eve. "Let's see you, then. There are 2 handsome men in that other room that you can show off for." "I don't think so, since one is my employer and the other is old enough to be my father." Eve pulled her braids into a ponytail. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Granny asked. "No, and I'm not looking for one. So you don't need to play the matchmaker for me." The nurse managed to sound both firm and amused. "Those colors in your swimsuit look great on you, Eve," Sona said to change the subject. "Thanks. Yours, too." Granny heaved out an irritated breath, but let it go. She let Sona help put on a pool robe before saying, Let's be getting this over with. They got lost twice before they found the pool. Her grandmother was grumbling by then and headed to the nearest lounge chair. Sona got a guest towel from the side and spread it over Granny's feet. "Thank you, pet." Her grandmother leaned her head back and smiled. "It's quite warm in here, even with all the rain outside." "I'm going to go work out, but I won't be far away," Sona said. "Get on with you." Her grandmother waved her away. "Isn't one nursemaid enough?" "I'll be here." Eve took off her robe and sat in the chair beside the granny. Since Joe was following Kayn into the exercise room, Sona hurried after them. He was already running on the treadmill, and the bodyguard was looking at the weight machines, so Sona went to the elliptical next to Kayn. "I've never done one of these before," she said. "They're different, but they're not hard to get used to," he said. "Do you have one?" "In Boone, yeah. I like to shake up my workout every month. It's more interesting that way, but my body also doesn't get used to doing the same thing over and over." Sona figured out a rhythm, but from Kayn's sidelong glances, she must be doing something wrong. She was about to give up on it when he shut down the treadmill and stepped over to her. "Do you mind if I offer some suggestions?" He wiped his face with a towel. "I hired a trainer and learned a lot." "Okay." "Keep moving while I explain." He indicated that she should begin. He said that a lot of people don't incorporate their feet in the workout. When you do, you can see the difference in your muscles along here. Kayn ran a finger from the top of her hip to the top of her thigh, and then back toward her bum. It surprised Sona so much that she stopped. "No, keep going," he said, seemingly clueless of what his touch was doing to her heart rate. "Try it again, but be sure to lift your heels, just like you would when you walk normally." Forcing her breath steady, she looked at him and started up again. "No." Kayn moved closer, put both hands on her hips. "You need to face forward." Her breath caught, and she stopped again. They stared at each other. The air around her seemed to crackle, and the hair on her arms stood on end. Kayn's gaze dropped to her mouth. He swallowed and looked back up. His face flushed. Coughing, he stepped back. Yeah, just face forward and use your feet right." He grabbed his swim trunks and headed toward the dressing room. Sona let out her breath and glanced over to where Joe had been working out. He was watching her, his brows raised. Her face flamed. How embarrassing for him to have seen that. Was he going to start pitying her now? "For a second there, I thought you were going to get that kiss you've been wanting," he said. She groaned mentally. Was she that obvious? "Of course he wasn't going to kiss me." Her voice came out weak. "Yeah, tell it to the guy who just witnessed all that," Joe said with a smirk. "Please don't tease me," Sona said, stepping off the machine. She was too rattled to try the elliptical again. She might hurt herself. The treadmill would be safer. At least she knew how to walk. "I'm not teasing." It couldn't work. Sona turned on the machine for a brisk walk. "Why not?" Joe started lifting again. "He says he's married to his job." "Yeah, he said that yesterday. But give him time." Sona heaved out a breath and increased her speed to a jog. Time with Kayn. That was one thing she didn't have a lot of. Kayn's hands were shaking as he retreated from the equipment room, and he had to admit to himself that retreating was exactly what he was doing. What had he been thinking getting that close to Sona again? Every day the pull to her was getting worse. After changing to his swim trunks, he entered the pool room and paused to see where everyone was. Eve was in the water talking to another guest. Granny sat in a chair, watching. The old woman was smiling and appeared happy. One good thing about the trip so far was how much better she looked. There were still dark circles under her eyes, and she'd wince at times, from what he guessed was pain, but her expression had lightened. Kayn strode across the room and took the lounge chair beside her. "Has this introduction to your Irish heritage made you interested to learn more?" Granny asked. Kayn shrugged. He'd been so fixated on Sona that he hadn't thought about it. "You young people are so sure you have all the time in the world. That day Ma snuck us out of the house, I never dreamed it'd be the last time I'd see my da." She stared at her feet. "All these years, I've told myself that I'd make it back here and find them, but other things were always more important." "Like raising Sona?" "Aye, but I'm not sorry. She needed someone, and I was happy to be there for her." "Does she have friends she's close to back in Michigan?" he asked. Worry flashed across Granny's face, and a crease appeared between her brows. "How many of your friends from college do you still talk to?" she asked, sounding defensive. "3. I see them almost every day." "You mean your business partners?" Granny sniffed. "They're also my best friends. I have no doubt that if we hadn't decided to invest our revenues into starting REKD Gaming, we'd still be best friends." Granny heaved out a breath and rested her head against the chair. "I'll be honest that I'm fierce worried for Sona. She made up her mind in high school that I'd done enough and she was going to take care of me for a change. She's been driven to do well in school and insisted that she work, too. All she's done is work and study." Granny gave a huff of disgust. "I have no idea why she got it in her head to do that cyber criminal stuff for her major." "Digital forensic science?" Kayn had thought she'd been studying criminology. "Aye, that's what she called it. The last 2 years, until she took the cushy job in your penthouse, she was working for a private investigator. She'd been exposed to a lot of the ugly in life, and I don't like it." Granny folded her arms, her scowl growing. "She had to decide that kind of thing for herself, though. When you leave her—" "You mean die?" "I know you didn't ask to get cancer, but you have chosen not to fight it. So, in a sense, you've chosen to leave her." Granny shifted her scowl to him. "I'm just saying." Kayn refused to look away, but he softened his tone, making it reflective instead. "It seems to me that everyone in her life has chosen to leave her." The old woman's eyes glistened, and Kayn felt bad for bringing it up. "I'm sorry." He reached over and covered her hand with his. "I can't imagine what it'd be like in your position. Do you know that you're almost the only one she talks about? I can only think of a handful of people she's mentioned." "I'm tired, Kayn." Granny's voice had turned pleading. "I've had to fight for everything in my life. I'm just done." Was that what Sona would face when she was alone, having to fight for everything she had? Is that what happened with her mother? She was just done? A myriad of emotions crossed Granny's face, from worry and doubt to maybe even a little guilt. Kayn let out a breath. He'd hoped to get her to commit to fighting, but all he'd managed to do was add to the poor woman's burdens. "Never mind," he said. "The weather forecast for tomorrow is good. What would you like to do?" "I want to go into Kong." Granny smiled then. "I want to take Sona to the places I loved when I was a girl." "We can do that." "They have a theater here that plays the movie The Quiet Man. I'd like to see it before we go." "Tonight would work," he said. "Good." Granny laid back her head and closed her eyes. Now dressed in her swimsuit, Sona went into the pool room. She slipped into the water where Eve pulled her into a mindless game of catch that let Sona keep an eye on Kayn and Granny. What were they talking about? At one point, her grandmother had looked upset, and Sona had almost gotten out of the water. Then Granny's face had brightened, and everything had seemed okay again. She'd always been a little mercurial, But it'd gotten worse the last few months, and she was more prone to snap at people. Kayn rose and moved toward the pool, but then diverted to the shower in the corner. Sona let out a slow breath. He was hot, so much hotter than she'd imagined. And all this time she thought she'd only been falling for his personality. He'd mentioned working out and said he'd hired a trainer. But still, she'd never dreamed that a computer programmer lifted weights. Kayn stepped into the shower and rinsed off. He shook his head, water splashing off his short dark hair, and then moved to the diving board at the end of the pool. "Look out!" Eve cried. Startled, Sona ducked to keep from getting hit in the face with the ball. "Are you going to ogle him or play?" Eve asked softly. "I wasn't, cannonball!" Kayn cried, running along the board. Hitting the end, he sprang into the air and pulled his legs to his chest. Anyone nearby, in the pool and out, scattered to get out of the way of the splash. Sona checked on her grandmother, who was well away from the water. Granny was watching, her eyes crinkled. One of the hotel staff asked him not to do it again. Kayn shrugged and swam to where Sona and Eve had been playing catch. "Come on in, Joe," Kayn called, grabbing the ball from Eve. "Guys against girls." He threw it to Joe, who caught it and jumped into the pool. "You're in for it now." Eve dove after him. They played for a few minutes until a family with young children came into the room. Sona climbed from the pool to find one of the staff leading Granny to a door. Sona went cold and ran after them. "Where are you going?" "To the Jacks," her grandmother called over her shoulder, and Sona stopped. "The what?" Kayn asked from behind. "It's what the Irish call the restrooms." Sona gave a shaky laugh, still a little rattled that Granny was sick. "Oh, I've never heard that term before." Kayn pulled a face, his ears going pink. He was adorable. Sona turned toward the shower, and he followed. "She hasn't used it in a while," she said. "I think hearing all these Irish accents is making her revert." "I talked with her." "What did she say?" Sona spun to face him, a sour taste in her mouth. "She said she's tired and just done." Those were her exact words. Kayn put a hand on Sona's shoulder. "But she's worried about leaving you alone, so I don't think it's hopeless. Your point about her changing her mind, but waiting too long, is the biggest issue." She closed her eyes, not sure if the flutter in her belly came from the chance that her grandmother might choose to fight, or from Kayn's touch. Sona let out her breath and opened her eyes. "I'll talk with Eve, see how much she knows. I hate the idea of pressuring Granny if she really doesn't want to fight this. But I'd love it if she would." Sona wiped her eyes. "You can hope for the best, but you need to be prepared for the worst. She's 70. She could die any minute from something besides the cancer. You can't make her want to fight." "I know." "She wants to go to the Castle Theater tonight." "To see The Quiet Man." Sona shook her head, amused. I was wondering how long she could go without watching it. Chapter 11. "Did you live in the village?" Sona asked Granny as they drove toward Kong the next morning. "Oh, no," her grandmother said, her eyes bright as she scanned the countryside, like she was trying to capture it all in her memory. "We lived on a farm out there." She waved in the direction of the town, so Sona guessed she meant the other side. Granny said, "We children came into the village for school and church." "Do you remember any of the filming of the movie?" Sona asked. "No, I was a toddler then, but my mother told me it changed the village. Not many had heard of Kong before then, and it was one of the poorest areas. Mostly all we had were cottage industries, and the trees, for timber and firewood. Oh, and the fishing. Ma said it was a hard life, and that's why she was so determined to get to America." So the movie made it a tourist attraction? Kayn asked. That and the jobs that John Ford provided. Ma said he hired a couple hundred people at an incredible wage, for that time anyway, of 30 shillings a day. Who's John Ford? Kayn asked. He was a famous movie director and helped make John Wayne a star, Sona said. Of course, those big stars couldn't accept the candles and oil lanterns we used, Granny said with a soft chuckle. We didn't have much electricity yet, and had been waiting years to come up on a priority list with no hope in sight. Ford pushed it to get done. Suddenly, we had a light bulb. It was like magic to flip a switch and have light. Bright light, too. I was little, but that's one of my first memories. Kayn shifted, putting his arm across the back of the seat. Sona glanced up to find him wearing a soft smile as he watched Granny. She's amazing, you know, he whispered. Yes, she is. Sona's heart swelled that this man had come to care for her grandmother so affectionately and didn't find her memories boring. What else, Granny? He asked. Telephones. She turned from the window and looked at him. Ford needed them, so he had wires fitted to increase the number of lines. Ma said you could hear them dynamiting around the countryside, sometimes even during the filming. And you got to keep all that when they left? Sona said. Aye, and then, after the film came out in 1952, the tourists started coming. All these years later, and they're still coming, Granny smiled. I'm happy to see that my old home is still benefiting from that time. How so? Kayn asked. That was a long time ago. Didn't you see the sign for the road to the Quiet Man Bridge? Granny asked. I guess I missed that. He glanced at Sona again, the corner of his mouth quirking up. Oh, there are the Cong Abbey ruins, Granny said. I did some research, Joe began. Of course you did, Kayn said. Sona hit him with a soft elbow to the ribs. When he gave an oof and pulled back his arm, she wished he hadn't. She'd liked it there. Now if it could just mean something. Go on, Joe. I learned a lot more. He glanced over his shoulder with narrowed eyes. But I'll just say that Cong Abbey has some of the best masonry work and early Gothic architecture in Ireland. The building was constructed in the 12th century. We might check it out then if Granny's up to it, Kayn said. The driver turned left and found a parking spot. Her grandmother scanned the street, a crease between her brows. Was she disappointed? Granny? She smiled then. 'Tis strange to come back after so many years, especially with the memories of a child. Everything looks smaller than I remember. Some things are familiar, while other things are not at all. Which do you want to see first? Kayn offered his arm to Granny, and she took it. The Abbey or the town? Let's go around the block a bit, and then I'll decide. They started walking, and her grandmother continued to speak. We used to play around the Abbey when we'd come to town. It doesn't look like it's changed much. Look at how thick those walls are, Joe said. That's pretty. Sona pointed ahead, where a white gate blocked traffic from driving straight into a river. A stone wall on each side of the gate had beds full of bright flowers. I believe the nature trails are that way. Joe pointed to the left of the river. The street formed a right angle. As they came around the corner, a sign sat on the sidewalk, identifying the building as the Quiet Man Museum. The quaint, whitewashed building had a green door and a thatched roof that reminded Sona of Sean Thornton's house in the movie. Oh, lovely, Granny said. I'll spend my energy here. They entered the museum, and Kayn paid for the tour. Granny took her time examining the replicas of key furnishings and other props from the film. Sona held back, and Kayn joined her. "Why is she so fascinated with the movie?" he asked. "Because it was a way for her to see places from her childhood. I've always thought it was her way of keeping memories alive." Sona wasn't watching where she was going and tripped. "Careful." Kayn took her arm and slid it through his like he'd done to Granny. Smiling, Sona curled her fingers around his bicep, the strength reminding her of when he'd taken off his shirt the day before. "Granny said your degree is in digital forensics," he said. "Computer forensics. It's a branch of digital forensic science." Sona sighed. "Do you like it?" "It's interesting enough, though I don't think I want to work for law enforcement." "Your grandmother mentioned that you'd been exposed to some ugly stuff at your job." "She calls it the underbelly of society, and that's a perfect description." "Who else could you work for?" "Any business that uses computers. Obviously, it'd have to be large enough to need someone with my training full-time." "Like a gaming company?" Sona's heart leaped into her throat. Was he suggesting that she should come to work for him? No, she wouldn't want to be his employee again, not if she hoped for something more with him. "I imagine gaming companies have people doing computer forensics," she said. "I'd be surprised if you don't already have someone doing this for you, though. Companies have to worry about corporate fraud, where someone tries to steal your programming. There's also potential fraud when people try to steal the customer information you collect when they buy champions or skins." "I haven't had to deal with any of that. I'm sure we must have people on staff to handle it." "And hopefully you've hired good ones." They were quiet for a minute until he asked, "Do you think you'll stay in Michigan?" He glanced at her grandmother and lowered his voice. "I mean, after." His words drove home how much of the trip was part of Granny saying goodbye. A surge of grief hit Sona so hard it stole her breath away. "What?" Kayn turned her to face him. "I'm going to miss her so much." The last word came out as a sob. As he'd done before, Kayn pulled her to his chest and embraced her. She responded by wrapping her arms around his waist, grateful for the comfort he offered. "You don't want to worry your grandmother," Joe whispered from the side. Sona pulled herself together and reluctantly let go of Kayn. She wiped at his shirt, grateful that any mascara was lost in the logo. "Sorry." She fumbled in her purse and pulled out a tissue. After turning her back on where her grandmother was examining the displays, Sona wiped around her eyes. She finally asked Kayn, "Is it okay?" He brushed something from her cheek and then paused, his expression tender. "I wish there was something more I could do to help." His eyes dropped to her mouth again, and he let his hand fall. Sona took a shaky breath. "Here's something to consider," Joe said quietly from beside her. "You can enjoy your last days with your grandmother, grateful that you have them. Or you can spend that time feeling sorry about how you're going to lose it." His words rang true, and a sense of peace fell over Sona. Granny could easily have a heart attack or die of a stroke or some other random thing, like falling in the bathtub or getting in a car crash. Even if her grandmother did change her mind and decide to fight the cancer, Sona needed to savor every moment they had. "You're right." She stood on her tiptoes and kissed the tall man's cheek. "Thank you." "I'm finished," Granny announced and turned to face them. "I'm hungry." Kayn stepped ahead and offered her his arm again. She accepted it and looked over her shoulder at Sona, wearing a satisfied smirk. Was her grandmother trying to make Sona jealous? A laugh threatened to escape, but she managed to hold it back. "I love that woman," she said softly. "She is something," Joe said, keeping his voice low. "Don't begrudge your grandmother her decision. If she were to fight it, she'd be the one who'd be facing surgery and chemo. Remember, It's a drug that does a lot of damage to the patient while trying to kill the cancer. It's terrible. Sona glanced at him in surprise. You sound like you speak from personal experience. I do. My mother, she fought it and still died. So I understand why your grandmother doesn't want to go through all that. Has Granny told you what stage her cancer is? He held open the exit door. Sona blinked against the sudden brightness. I haven't asked. I guess I didn't want to think about it. Now she wished she had. Maybe if she were armed with knowledge, she could convince Granny that it was worth it to fight. Or was Joe right, and encouraging her grandmother to do that would make her last days miserable? While they can usually cure breast cancer in the early stages, later on it's less likely, especially if it metastasizes and spreads to other parts of the body. I'm finding some peace, but it's killing me to think of living without her. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose. You should ask yourself then if this is about what you want or what she wants. Joe moved ahead to catch up with Kayn, who was disappearing around the corner. Kayn didn't look back, but he was aware of Sona walking behind him. That girl was seriously messing with his head. He didn't want a girlfriend or the complications that came from a relationship. Even as he thought it, his mind took him back to that moment in the museum. If they'd been alone, he had no doubt he'd have kissed her, just as he had no doubt she'd have kissed him back. What was he going to do? A quiet voice in the back of his mind asked him why he needed to do anything. It was tempting to listen to it, more tempting than anything in recent memory. Granny stopped before a quaint cafe across from the Abbey ruins. The menu was posted outside the door, and he leaned forward to read the offerings. Looks like just the thing, Kayn said. They serve sandwiches, soups, and salad. And they have cakes and scones if you're still hungry after that. They have a really high rating online, Joe said, scrolling on his phone. Do you want to eat here, Granny? Sona asked. Yes. Fortunately, it was early. Kayn had a feeling the little place was probably busy at lunch peak. He picked up a few copies of the menu and took one to Granny, who'd already claimed a table. As the others talked about the food options, Kayn's mind kept going back to Sona. Could he have the proverbial cake and eat it too? Was there a woman out there, Sona, who wouldn't mind that his business came first? He had been honest and told her his feelings on marriage. Would she be willing to settle for something less? She sat quietly beside him, her hands on the table, seeming to listen to the others. When she moved her hand closer to his, Kayn felt a rush of excitement. It almost made him laugh. It felt so junior high, but also thrilling, like he was doing something he shouldn't. It was invigorating. He extended his little finger and touched hers. Without turning her head, she moved her little finger on top of his. He glanced up then to find Joe watching him with wide eyes and a raised brow. When their gazes met, the older man mouthed, "How old are you?" Beside Kayn, Sona's shoulders were shaking. She was laughing. He had to cough to keep from doing the same. "What are you laughing at?" Granny asked, ending the other conversations at the table. "Oh, look," Kayn said, pointing toward the server. "Here comes our food." That took everyone's attention away from him, so he moved his hand from the table and put it lightly on Sona's leg. She covered it with her own, and the earlier thrill came back tenfold. They stayed that way until it was necessary to use both hands to eat. "I hope this trip will make you want to find out more about your Irish heritage, Kayn," Granny said a while later. "Until I met you, I didn't know anything about it and cared even less since it came from my father." "Well, there could be a fierce difference between your father and his ancestors," Granny said. You might have a lot in common with them. You'll never know until you find out. Yeah, I'm sure I look just like them, the Korean Irishman. Why not? Sona asked. I'm the Chinese Irishwoman. Kayn looked at her, suddenly serious. Are you saying you'll find out about your father? No. She didn't look at him. Then how is it fair to lecture me about mine? I'm not saying you find out about him, but about your ancestors. That's different. Sona looked at her grandmother and asked, Where's the Quiet Man Bridge? The bridge isn't in Kong, Granny said, watching them both, her gaze considering. It's about a 45-minute drive away. Kayn was grateful for the change in topic. He'd much rather talk about some old bridge than his father. This trip was turning out to be harder than he'd imagined. He glanced at Sona. She was staring out the window, her expression troubled. Then she surprised him by leaning closer. I will if you will, she whispered. Will what? Search out my Chinese ancestry. Deal. Kayn held out his hand, and she shook it. He felt he was cheating since he'd already thought about hiring a genealogist to research his line. Though maybe she was the cheater, since he didn't know how much information she'd be able to find in a communist country. Either way, it felt like the right thing to do, and he'd be a support for her through anything she learned about her father. Chapter 12. Does anybody want to go on the hawk walk? Sona asked the next day at breakfast. She'd found she liked the luxury of ordering room service. They'd eaten in the castle's fancy restaurant the night before, but Joe had been tense the whole time. Everyone was more relaxed in the suite, the conversations livelier. It reminded her of the fun times they'd spent together in the penthouse. Eve had turned out to be a fun addition to the group. She managed to watch over Granny without hovering. It took a special knack to do that, because Sona's grandmother was ultra-sensitive about it. I walked enough yesterday, Granny said, helping herself to a scone. I think I'd like to sit in that lovely lounge that overlooks the grounds and the lake. I started a book on the plane, and I think I'll finish it. Sona met Eve's gaze, and the nurse gave a slight nod, indicating there was nothing to worry about. Thinking back on it, Sona realized that while her grandmother hadn't been bothered by walking around the large penthouse, the trip to Central Park a couple of weeks ago had worn her out, and she'd taken it easy the next day. You won't mind if I go on the hawk walk without you then? Sona asked her grandmother. Go away out of that. Of course you should go. I've dreamed of the day you could see the home of my youth. I want you to experience it all. We can take tea this afternoon, and you can tell me all about it. Granny glanced out the window and said softly, Now, if I could just find my sister. Sona glanced at Kayn, who was choosing another one of the ham and cheese pastries. He met her gaze and shook his head, mouthing, Nothing yet. I'll go on the walk, he said. I've always thought it would be cool to learn about hunting with hawks. And I'm going wherever he's going. Joe also helped himself to a ham and cheese pastry. Great! I had them put us on the list. I'll let them know our numbers. She hoped Granny was enjoying the trip, even though they hadn't found out anything about her sister. Sona left to make the call and get ready for the day. As she showered and dressed, she wondered if Kayn would really accept her challenge. Deep father issues were something they had in common. It hadn't made sense to her why he'd been so resistant to learning about where his father's people had come from, until he'd challenged her to do the same. Maybe it didn't matter, though. She didn't have money to either go to China or hire someone to research it for her. The best she could do was to reach out. Where? Her father had been a graduate program exchange student. They might have information. The question was if they'd release it to her. She pulled her hair into a ponytail. Did Granny remember his name? Well, if not, then Sona would find it on the birth certificate. She'd purposefully never looked at it. It struck her then just how much she and Kayn shared a desire to ignore anything and everything about their fathers. It was probably unfair of her to push him to learn about his Irish ancestors just because Sona loved her grandmother and was interested in that branch of her family tree. Still, she wasn't going to take back her challenge. It'd be an excuse to continue talking to him after the trip. She rolled her hair into a bun and pushed a stick in to secure it. The previous day's conversations kept coming back to her. So much about the trip had her feeling like she was the bob on an emotional pendulum. She accepted the truth of Joe's comments about treasuring this time with Granny. But Sona was finding it a battle to keep the dread of impending loss at a distance. And then there was Kayn himself. They'd held hands yesterday. Did that mean that he was changing his mind? Sona glanced at her reflection in the mirror. A girl could dream, couldn't she? She grabbed her jacket and returned to the living room to find that everyone had scattered and room service had collected the food. She sat on the couch that faced the window overlooking the lake. It was a dreamlike vacation setting. Granny was content in a way she hadn't been in a long time. Now if they could just find her sister, or at least what had become of her. The sound of Kayn's door opening caused Sona to glance that way. He'd changed into a wrecked t-shirt, jeans, and a leather jacket. She wanted to get up and close the distance between them. Sona didn't have to, because he strode to the couch. Her heart fluttered in anticipation, but when he sat, he left space between them. "Is it just me?" he asked. "Or does Granny look healthier?" Her fingers ached to touch him, but she wasn't brave enough to initiate the contact. She swallowed. "She's happier anyway, and she's eating well." Sona shifted to see him better, and her knee brushed his. She froze, but he didn't move away. For a second, she lost her train of thought. "I can't thank you enough for doing this. Even if I'd been able to find a way to pay for the airfare and the cost of a cheap hotel, it wouldn't have been the same. I'm hoping her last memories will be happy ones." "What are you going to do if she doesn't change her mind?" "I've been telling myself that dying is part of living. People do it all the time. This morning, I remembered a friend whose father started having headaches at Christmas one year. He went to his doctor right after the holiday, and they found a brain tumor. By New Year, he was dead." Kayn blinked. "That was one fast-growing tumor." He was only in his 40s, too, so they were stunned. They never saw it coming. I need to be grateful that I've had some time to prepare. It's forcing me to look at things differently. "How so?" "It's teaching me not to be hesitant, to go after what I want." If only Sona could say out loud what she wanted. A chance with Kayn. But before the words reached her lips, the pendulum had swung and taken her courage with it. She knew she was falling hard for him, might even be in love with him, but she was scared. Sona didn't know if she was brave enough to face his rejection, because what could someone like him possibly see in someone like her? Then again, regrets had killed her mother and tainted Granny's memories of her youth. "What do you want?" he asked softly. She met his gaze, aware of the warmth of his knee against hers, the smell of his aftershave and the leather jacket he wore. That wonderful, warm something passed between them again, stronger than ever. "You." Sona wanted to say the word, tried to force her mouth to form it, but coward that she was, she still couldn't bring herself to say it yet. Kayn lifted his hand as though he meant to touch her face, but at the sound of Joe's door opening, dropped it. "Looks like a great day." Joe broke off. "Am I interrupting anything?" "No." Kayn rose. "Yes." Sona sighed and said, "We're ready if you are." They managed to get out of the castle without getting lost, which was a first. A few other people were heading toward the falconry school, some of them speaking other languages, so the three of them followed the group. Once everyone had checked in, an instructor went over a briefing about the hawks and what to expect. "Three?" a trainer asked, scanning Kayn's group. "I'm just here for the walk," Joe said, scanning the area like he always did. "You can do it too," Kayn said. "No, thanks. I'm not into birds." "Two, then," Kayn said to the helper. They each received a heavy glove that they would put on the hand that would hold the hawk. "This is Joyce, and she's 6 years old." Sona held her breath as the trainer put the dark brown hawk on her hand. She'd wondered if the hawks would smell like spoiled meat, but hers had a sweetish, musky scent that wasn't unpleasant. The bird flapped her wings and squawked before settling down, highlighting the pretty mahogany color in her wing feathers. Sona wasn't expecting it and gave a little squeal. Kayn chuckled. "You be nice." Sona frowned at him, but he only grinned, accepting his own bird with barely a flinch. She was glad for hers, because Joyce was calm, while Kayn's kept making a loud hawk sound, like it was chewing him out. The others in the group headed down a wide path, and they followed. The morning was still a little chilly, but the sun warmed Sona's face. She'd been expecting Joyce to be edgy and nervous, but she was calm and rarely fluttered her wings. Sona was grateful for the wide, level path that made walking easy. They'd been strolling a few minutes, and the weight of the hawk seemed to increase. "I hadn't thought about how heavy it would be carrying her," Sona finally said. "What, are you a wussy girl?" Kayn grinned, lifting his larger hawk like it was a dumbbell and he was working out. He didn't seem to have a problem with it. Of course, with his biceps, why would he? Maybe she should take up weightlifting. "Show off." She couldn't help feeling a little smug when his bird squawked at the movement. The group stopped again, and the teacher explained how to use the hawk treats. Sona extended her arm as instructed, grateful for the change in position, and swung it. Joyce flew into the surrounding trees and then returned. As instructed, Sona opened her hand with the treat, and the bird gobbled it down. "Oh, you sweet thing," Sona cried. "Spread your fingers," the instructor called. Sona did at the same time as Kayn, and their hawks launched into the air together. His eyes were bright, and she knew he was enjoying it too. Helpers stepped up and placed treats in each of their hands, ready for the hawk's return. Everyone repeated it several times before they began the walk back to the falconry school. "That was so fun!" Sona practically danced as they made their way back toward the castle. "You going to get one now?" Joe asked Kayn. "Not with my busy schedule, but I might check to see if they have anything like this in North Carolina." Kayn put his hand on Sona's shoulder, casually, like it was no big deal. "Thanks for suggesting this. I don't think I'd have done it on my own. It's actually given me an idea for one of the champs we've been working on." "I'm so glad I could help." Sona tried not to grin, and when he didn't remove his hand, she decided to take Joe's advice and enjoy the moment. Kayn glanced up when Sona entered the room wearing a sweater dress. It clung to her form in all the right places. Then he realized she was looking him over, too. He hoped his choice of slacks and a blue button-down shirt met with her approval. "Well, look at you," Granny said. "Happy out a-leaping about the place." "Aren't you excited?" Sona asked. "I've had afternoon tea before, girl." Granny sniffed disdainfully, but there was an extra shine in her eyes. It was times like this, and yesterday in Kong, that reinforced Kayn's desire to create the charity. He offered Granny his arm, wishing there was room in the corridors that he could have Sona on his other one. "Have you ever had tea here, Granny?" Sona asked. "Pfft! If any of my relatives were around, a lot of grand people in royalty who were taking tea here, It was because they were part of the serving staff, her grandmother said. I've been wondering if Korea has royalty. Kind of, but it didn't last long, Kayn said. A lot of the wars between China and Japan got fought in the Korean peninsula. When China lost against Japan in the late 1800s, the Japanese freed Korea and declared it an empire. The history's pretty turbulent, even after the Korean War. But South Korea finally ended up as a democratic republic, like the U.S. It's one of the most wired countries in the world. That would be important to you, Sona teased. And you. I couldn't work without it, and there'd be no point in your profession either. Kayn scanned the room. I'm sure that's more than any of you wanted to know, but it does make me wonder what a mess it was to upgrade the wiring in this place. Like Joe mentioned the other day, they must have had to repaint every wall. The color scheme is almost the opposite of your condo, Joe said. The colors here are so dark. But warm, Eve said. You like it? The bodyguard glanced at her in surprise. I haven't seen Kayn's condo, but rich colors and dark wood give a warmer feel, Eve said. I don't know how else to explain it. It reminds me of my grandmother's house. Maybe that's why I like it. Interesting. Thoughtful, Joe moved ahead to the check-in for the tea. I like colors better than the white gloss of the condo, Kayn said. Oh, but think of that great room of yours with those huge windows, Sona said, stepping beside him. You wouldn't paint those walls with dark colors, would you? Not that room, for the same reason you mentioned. I wouldn't mind making some of the other rooms cozier, though, like what you and Granny did with your little corner of the big room. You have good taste after all, boy, Granny smirked at him. I agree, Sona said softly. After being seated at their table, Kayn examined his fluted water glass with an etching of the hotel's logo. Sona picked up hers and ran a finger around the rim. It sang. Whoa, Kayn said. It's crystal. This is how you can tell. She did it again. Everyone at their table duplicated the sound with their glasses. Soon they had a chorus making them laugh. People at the nearby tables shot them some odd glances. Look what you started. Kayn nodded toward one young couple who were now making their glasses sing. Then a family with 3 children did it too, and then 2 other tables did. Sona and Kayn had to choke back their laughter and didn't settle down until the server came. After they placed their orders, Granny regaled them with some of her childhood antics. Kayn put his hand on Sona's leg again. The motion had been so natural that he hadn't thought about it. Not until Sona had then covered his hand with hers. He glanced at her and met her tentative gaze. He'd tried to stay aloof, but the more time he spent in her company, the more drawn to her he found himself. Kayn wanted to be near her, to talk with her, to touch her. There was a sense of rightness about the two of them sitting together like they belonged with each other. An image of her standing by his side and greeting guests at his penthouse flashed through his mind. Kayn blinked at the sudden mental leap, his heart racing unpleasantly, making it hard to catch his breath. He'd barely allowed himself to consider any kind of relationship. Why was he imagining a permanent one? The thought was making him physically ill. He took a deep breath. There was no need to have a panic attack. He wasn't thinking about anything long-term. All he wanted was to figure out how to date her casually. Their server arrived with the tea and the now familiar scones, and everyone was busy for a few minutes. Sona had been glancing around the large room as she buttered a scone. "Do you think it used to be a ballroom?" she asked. "Probably, from a room this size," Joe said. "I think they've done a good job utilizing the space." The conversation continued with observations about the decor. Kayn glanced at Sona and found her watching him, wearing an almost dreamy expression. "You're thinking of something," he said. Her cheeks flushed the darkest he'd ever seen them. She opened her mouth like she was going to speak, but then took a bite of her scone, looking around the room, everywhere but at him. What had she been thinking that could embarrass her so much? "What about you, Kayn?" Eve asked. He'd been so focused on Sona that he had no idea what they'd been talking about. "What?" he asked. "Did you grow up with money?" "Far from it. My dad left us when I was 12 and was never good at paying child support. I got a job in a small computer store when I was 16 to help support us. The owner was a professor at the university and had the business as a side project for his kids. That's when I got into programming. He had some connections and helped me qualify for grants and a partial scholarship to Harvard." "Impressive," Joe said. "I was lucky, I guess. In some ways, it's nice having money now, but I'm finding there are disadvantages, too." "I don't understand," Sona said. "Fools come begging for handouts," Granny said. Exactly. Kayn had wanted to prove himself to his father by getting into the prestigious college. The man hadn't bothered to reply when Kayn had sent him an invitation to his graduation. But his father had suddenly gotten interested when the word of that first game sale had made Kayn a billionaire. He'd given the same response his father had. Silence. "This makes for a fun vacation. But to live a gold-plated lifestyle?" Kayn glanced around the large room. "No thanks. It's too much. Imagine a family trying to get close, rattling around in a place this size." "Kind of like your penthouse?" Joe asked, his brows raised. "Touché. I've told you before that it's an investment meant for business. I've never had any intention of living there. A home that size would be intended for a large family with lots of kids." Kayn used his free hand to roll his knife on the table. "Since that won't be in my future, it'll always be for business." Beside him, Sona had stilled at his comment and pulled back her hand. Before he could look at her, Granny covered his hand. The knife rolling stopped. "Why would a good man like you not want to marry and have a family? The world needs more good fathers." "His job is his life," Sona said softly. "Kayn does have a point," Joe said, taking another scone. "I married a woman who expected me to work a typical office schedule, but that wasn't the kind of work I was trained for or wanted to do. I tried to please her. I hated it, and after a while it became like a pebble in my shoe, constantly rubbing and irritating. When I got offered a job that took me away for a few weeks, I grabbed it." So much for Joe's advice about giving him time. Sona wondered whose side he was on. "But Kayn's not even 30 yet," Eve said, pouring herself another cup of tea. "I'm guessing you're driven now, right? It's not wise to make such a final decision so young." "Like you're so old?" Kayn asked, unable to keep the irritation from his voice. "I'm 30, the nurse said with a shrug. "Instead of saying never, maybe you should say not until." "Not until what?" "Not until you meet someone who has similar interests and the same expectations for your relationship. What you need is to find someone who's as dedicated to her job as you are to yours. People with a like mind and similar plans can make a life together. My parents are like that. My father's a high-powered attorney, and my mother's director of a nursing school. It's an intensive program that takes a lot of time. They're both very organized and made it work. Marriages aren't made of cookie cutters. Not everyone's alike. Both of my parents are the intellectual types. They made a good life together, one that worked for us. I had a happy childhood. So don't close your mind." A server rolled a tiered tray full of fancy desserts and sandwiches to their table. Kayn was full from the scones, but he took one of the egg salad sandwich strips. Eve's advice made a lot of sense, though what she'd described had sounded clinical. But she'd said her parents were happy. Kayn had to force himself not to glance at Sona. Did they have like minds? He could test out the waters, so to speak, and see if he could date her without things getting serious. For the first time since he'd made the decision to never get involved with a woman, he was tempted to find out if he could make it work. Chapter 13. "Granny's got a cold," Eve said the next morning as she came into the suite's living room where breakfast was set up. Alarmed, Sona jumped to her feet. "Is she all right?" "She's just a little feverish and achy, so I've told her she should rest today, and she was perfectly agreeable. She's already gone back to sleep." Eve picked up a plate and examined the morning's breakfast selection. "I don't know if I should be out having fun if Granny's not feeling well," Sona said. "I think she'd love to receive a report of whatever you do today," Eve said. "Have an adventure so she can live it vicariously." Sona glanced at Kayn. They'd scheduled an archery lesson for the afternoon, thinking they'd take a drive to see the Quiet Men Bridge this morning. They couldn't do that without her grandmother. "Joe was talking about a nature walk that runs by the river in Kong," Kayn said. "This might be the perfect time to check it out. Would you like to go?" "After all those weeks stuck in the penthouse with only an occasional excursion outside? Of course," Sona said. "But only if it's okay for Eve to stay here." "It's my job," the nurse said, reaching for some Irish butter. "I do a lot of this kind of thing with in-home nursing. Here, I've got an amazing view and plenty of Irish television to watch. Believe me, that alone is entertaining. If Granny feels up to working on the puzzle a little bit when she wakes, we can do that." "All right," Sona said. Parking near where they had when they'd visited the museum, they headed toward the river. "Those are old," Joe said, pointing to some hulking, moss-covered trees. "Some of them are hundreds of years old. Imagine what they've lived through." The rain the other day, heavy as it had been, must be an indication of how much moisture the area got, based on the amount of lichen growing up the bark of the trees, wide and gnarled with age. "I wonder," Sona said, "if they looked much different generations ago." "Let's check them out," Kayn said, taking her hand. A thrill ran up her arm. It was the most overt thing he'd done. But what did it mean? Sona wished she understood him better. What drove him to think that a job could ever be a substitute for a life? Sure, people spent enough of their life working that they should love what they did, but not to the exclusion of everything else. But how could she convince him of that? To begin with, she had to understand what he loved so much. "Tell me what a day in your life back home is like," she said. "That'd be boring. My apartment is attached to the office building where I work, so I have a short commute." "That's convenient. Sometimes getting to class or work during the winter is a nightmare." "That's especially when it comes in handy." Kayn brushed a low branch aside. "And when we have a big project with a deadline, like this spring. We did a major update to our map, and we're pushing our presence in the world of esports." "You really think there's a future in esports?" Sona hid behind a twisted tree and poked her head around it. "I mean, I can't imagine huge throngs of people excited about watching a farming game." "Some games do tend to lend themselves better to an excellent spectator sport experience. I agree. Hang on." Kayn snapped her picture with his phone. "There are some sports enthusiasts who disparage calling video games a sport, but ESPN is now reporting on esports games. Sports Illustrated dedicated one of their issues to it a few years ago. Some big sports colleges are even granting scholarships for gamers who play spectator games." "Liked REKD?" When he nodded, she said, "I wish I'd known about it. I wonder if my school has an esports team." "See what you've missed?" Kayn gave her hand a soft squeeze. "People usually consider college a cerebral activity, but think about how many schools sponsor traditional sports teams and spend big bucks to draw in fans. Our pro teams are really good. And their games are exciting to watch. And that's why you have the penthouse? Yeah. We hosted all kinds of local dignitaries and others from all over the country. Some of the NBA teams are sponsoring esports teams. It's an exciting time, and its popularity is growing like crazy. Go lean on that tree, she said, pulling out her phone. I'll take it for you. Go join him. Joe held out his hand. Sona gave it to him and posed. As Joe had them shift to some other trees, she considered what Kayn had said. His excitement was contagious. She'd seen him play the game with passion, but she had no idea what was involved in the programming aspect of it. There you go, Joe said, handing Sona back the phone. Let's get a selfie with you in it. Here, you hold it since your arms are so long. Silly face, she cried. He snapped a couple of pictures and handed it back to her. As soon as she'd put away her phone, Kayn took her hand again. What do you do when you're not working? She asked. You know, I have 3 partners. I think I've mentioned some of them before. Rafe is from Boone originally. His mother is the most amazing cook and runs a bed and breakfast. We go there for Sunday dinner most weeks. We guys go hiking or ziplining. Every Friday when we're all in Boone, we have a game night. Don't tell me, she said, feigning shocked. Wrecked? Of course, Kayn shrugged. But mostly, I work. Do you think work will always be the most important thing in your life? Sona asked softly. I can't imagine a time when it's not. That wasn't a healthy attitude. She understood being passionate about creating something, but this seemed almost obsessive. Was there something else going on? It had to be an excuse. Sona blinked. Did Kayn Rafferty, a brilliant and kind-hearted man, refuse to commit himself to someone because he was afraid of being hurt? Had a girl done that to him? Or did it go back further to his father? She knew that Kayn had serious issues with the man, something she completely understood, but she wasn't going to refuse to live because her father had walked away and never looked back. She was at a loss on how to help Kayn. But maybe that was insulting. He might not think he needed to be helped. Was she playing into the stereotypical role of a woman who only saw in a man what she meant to change? They'd reached a little bridge that led to a stone arch with the same architecture as the abbey. Off to the side was the ruins of a building with a sign identifying it as the Monk's Fishing House. It was old, just like the trees. Sona glanced back at Kong Abbey. Something wrong? Kayn asked. No, just trying to imagine my ancestors in this very forest looking at those same trees. That's crazy to think about, he said. I know, right? They crossed the bridge and went through the arch, finally stopping at a large sign that said Kong Woods and included maps of routes for a couple of trails. If you want to get back in time to have lunch with Granny, Joe said, I'd advise taking the shorter trail. Works for me, Kayn said. I'd prefer to take the one that runs by the river anyway. Joe moved ahead up the path. Is that all right with you? Kayn brought Sona's hand to his lips. Sure, she managed to get out, her heart all aflutter. He brushed a strand of hair from her face. The touch of his finger sent a charge of electricity through her. She felt like metal drawn to his magnet. Kayn cupped her cheek, making her heart jump clear into her throat. Was he going to kiss her? She tilted her chin so he'd know she was willing. The corner of his mouth quirked up, and he leaned closer. I've wanted to do this for a while now, he whispered, a breath away from her mouth. Sona closed her eyes, her lips ready. She'd been dreaming of this for a lot longer than a while. A squeal jarred through her nerves, and they startled apart. A child ran through the arch and stopped, staring at them. We should move on, Kayn muttered, but his tone was laced with humor. Laughing, they hurried to where Joe stood on the trail, facing the river, his arms crossed. His position was both cautious, being close enough to keep watch, but also discreet. "Yes," Kayn said softly. "I definitely want Joe working for me." The bodyguard waited for them to pass him before taking up position behind them. "Oh, look over there." Sona dropped Kayn's hand and stepped to the side of the trail. "Do you see it?" He stepped close and wrapped his arms around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. She leaned back into him a little, a feeling of weightlessness making her think she might float away. With Granny's imminent death lurking in the near future, Kayn had become the one bright spot in Sona's life. The thought that it could only be temporary niggled at the back of her mind, but she refused to consider it. She wanted the hope he was offering her. No, she needed it. "What is it?" he asked. Sona wanted to turn around, wrap her arms around his neck, and take that kiss. With Joe behind them, trying to be discreet again, and those children and their parents still somewhere on the path, she restrained herself. "That's holly, and that's ivy." She pointed to the two sets of leaves intertwined with each other, a little like she and Kayn were at the moment. "I've always loved that Christmas song, but I've never seen them growing together before." "What Christmas song?" Kayn asked, pressing his lips to her temple. Sona closed her eyes for a second, the pulse in her ears blocking out all other sound. This was what she'd been wanting, for him to change his mind, to be willing to open his life to her. "What song?" he asked again. A little breathy, she began to sing. "The holly and the ivy, when they are both full grown, of all the trees that are in the wood, the holly bears the crown." "You have a pretty voice," Kayn said. "Joe's trying hard not to look at us again. I guess I'd better behave." He dropped his arms, but took her hand before walking again. Sona enjoyed the leisurely stroll along the trail with Kayn, with a slight rise with trees and shrubs on one side, and the river shore to the right. It had an almost fairy tale-like feel to it. Behind them, the family with the children ran, laughing back and forth along the trail, stopping to squeal at the swans and ducks in the water, the parents calling them away from the shoreline. It was a lovely experience. Sona smiled to herself. "What are you grinning at?" Kayn asked. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to use the word lovely again without thinking of Ireland." "I'm surprised Granny doesn't use it more." "I think she must have when she was younger. Now it's only when she's around people from Ireland that it sneaks in." Eventually, she recognized the archway again. They'd come full circle. Joe went through it, but Kayn pulled Sona aside before she could follow him, using the stone as a barrier. He pressed a quick kiss against Sona's lips and was about to pull away. But she'd waited long enough, too long. She reached around his neck and pulled him to her. That sense of connection that she'd felt with him intensified, growing and expanding until it made her heart feel like it was about to burst. His arms encircled her, pulling her closer, and he deepened the kiss. Oh, how she loved this man. Sona paused. For weeks she'd been wondering if she were falling in love with him. Now, here, with his arms around her and a sweet sense of completeness, she accepted it for truth. Yes, she was in love with him. Kayn pulled back. "Is something wrong?" he asked, his breathing rough. "Nothing at all." She gave him a quick kiss and took his hand. "Let's not have Joe come looking for us." Kayn pressed his lips to hers again, but kept it short. Hand in hand, they walked through the archway and joined the bodyguard. Sona's heart was soaring. She was in love, and she wanted to dance and sing with happiness. Chapter 14. Kayn couldn't shake the feeling that he was floating. He couldn't remember any place as serene as that nature walk. With Sona at his side, the tension in his shoulders had eased. Kayn had never met anyone whose presence could help him relax, yet set his pulse racing at the same time. He'd miss her, when the trip was over and they went back to their regular lives. They returned to the castle and had lunch with Granny in the suite. It took all his self-control not to pull Sona into his arms again. He couldn't remember a time when he'd felt such a powerful attraction to a girl. He'd had plenty of girlfriends in college, but none of them came close to this thing with Sona. When Granny had eaten, she wanted to hear all about the walk. Sona answered her grandmother's questions. Fortunately, the issue of kisses never came up. "I'm tired," Granny finally said. "Time for your nap," Eve stood. "Maybe you'll feel well enough to have dinner in the dining room tonight." Sona kissed her grandmother's cheek. Granny patted Sona's face fondly before leaving with the nurse. It had been a long time since Kayn had stepped away from work, long enough to enjoy life, enjoy the company of a woman. He'd missed it. Not just the physical attraction, which was incredible, but the sense of connection. He'd forgotten how much he liked it. Was this why this thing with Sona seemed so much stronger than anything he could remember? He was infatuated with her, and he knew it. There was no other way to describe the way he thought about her all the time. But it wasn't something he could risk bringing back to Boone. His mother's devastation following the collapse of her marriage kept pushing to the forefront of his mind. He couldn't afford a distraction like that while he was working. In the meantime, they'd just enjoy each other during this break from real life. It was only a vacation romance and would end when the vacation did. Kayn was beginning to remember why it was dangerous to get too deeply involved. Just the thought of saying goodbye to Sona was twisting his gut. But even more powerful was a vision of her, saying she was done with him. He couldn't let that happen. He'd have to initiate the conversation first. Soon. "Are you coming with us to the lesson, Joe?" she asked, tying her shoes. "Yes," Joe said, sliding his arms into his coat. "Then let's go," Kayn said, taking her hand. "I'm excited to learn how to shoot a bow," Sona said as they left the suite. "I wonder if it will help me understand how to play REKD's Archer Champions better." "We hired some professional archers to help us with the animation," Kayn said. "It was pretty epic to have a bunch of them line up and demonstrate for us. Afterward, a few of my staff decided to take archery classes at the university." The admiration in Sona's eyes warmed him through, while it also made him uneasy. He'd never had anyone look at him with that kind of intensity before. Maybe too intense. "I guess in your job you have to think of everything," she said. "Well, in programming, we have to try to consider how to give our players the best experience." "What did your archers shoot at?" Sona asked. "Targets or people shapes?" "Targets, even though in the game they shoot at other champions." Kayn glanced at her. "Why?" "Because I'd probably do better with a bale of hay." Joe chuckled behind them. "Don't sell yourself short, Sona. You've got an eye for detail, and you also have good hand-eye coordination. I think you'll do just fine." "Why, thank you." "I looked up your degree to see what kinds of jobs you can do with it," Kayn said. "What do you have in mind?" "Well, I've mentioned that I'm not thrilled about working for the government. I can look at several areas of analysis, like software vulnerability and cyber incidents." "So with some jobs, you're looking at prevention, while on others you'd be handling a hack." "Pretty much. There are also investigations where we'd search for evidence people have tried to hide." "Interesting." Kayn indicated they'd arrived. "You ready for this?" "Hopefully I won't make a fool of myself." "You'll do fine." Kayn checked them in. The staff helped them select their bows and then fit them with their safety gear. A briefing followed. Everyone lined up. a box to the side with their arrows. When Kayn requested that they set his target farther away, Sona shot him a flat look. "Are you showing off?" she asked. "I took an archery class at Harvard," he said. "That's totally unfair," Sona said. "It never occurred to me to take it as a PE class. That would have been fun." She pulled a face. "I've been so focused on getting done that I didn't take many fun classes." "Draw," the instructor called, and when they were in position, said, "And loose." Kayn came very near to striking the bullseye. He winced when he realized Sona had barely hit her target. The instructor had them repeat the process until everyone had spent their arrows. "So much for Joe's confidence in me," she grumbled as they retrieved their arrows. "Where's the instructor when I need him?" "Helping someone else," Kayn said. "Maybe I can help?" "Please." When they'd returned to the line, Kayn came to stand by her. Once she'd taken her stance, with her arms raised and the bow pulled back near her face, he moved closer and put his hand on her elbow. "Lower," he said. "Now anchor it with your mouth." "What?" She glanced back at him and blinked, dropping her arms. "No, try it again. This time, when you draw, touch your hand to your mouth." Kayn tried not to think about her mouth and what he wished he was doing with it. Sona took a deep breath and did as he said. Kayn brought his left hand up and covered hers on the bow, his right hand on her shoulder. Her hands and his trembled a little, and it gave him a ridiculous thrill that he had that effect on her. "Breathe in." When she did, he said, "Loose." The arrow flew true and hit the edge of the bullseye circle. Sona squealed and turned toward him. The end of the bow whacked Kayn in the head. "Ow!" "I'm so sorry." She stroked the spot on his scalp. "It's okay. I'm made of tougher stuff than that." He rubbed the spot on his temple. "Try it again." That time he only had to make a couple of corrections. The arrow hit even closer to the center. "You have it now." With reluctance, Kayn returned to his own spot. He found Joe watching him, his expression concerned. What was that about? "My arm's getting tired," Sona said after they'd finished several rounds. "This is quite the workout." "Shall we head back, or would you like to walk around the shore a bit?" Kayn asked. "We have time, so let's walk." She seemed thoughtful, but didn't say anything more. They turned in their equipment and strolled toward the beach. Kayn took her hand again. If they hadn't had an audience, he'd have kissed her. He'd been wanting to do it again all afternoon. He glanced at Joe and found the man scowling at him, his gaze going from Sona back to Kayn. What was the bodyguard's problem? Did they need to be more discreet? A hint of discomfort appeared on the edge of Kayn's pleasure in being with her. She understood there couldn't be more between them. They were just enjoying this short time together. Even as he thought it, the words didn't sit right, and the sense of unease grew. Images of shared glances filled his mind, like snapshots. Sona laughing when Talon told a joke. Sona exhilarated after a challenging game of REKD. Sona looking up from working a jigsaw puzzle in his condo. The tender glow in Sona's eyes the first time Kayn had kissed her. His chest tightened. She did expect more from this. He had to fix it, to make her understand. In the distance, the sky was darkening with storm clouds, and the kayakers were heading for shore. It was time for them to return to the hotel if they didn't want to be caught in the coming rain. He should say something, should set the record straight before there were a lot of people around. Kayn had been so preoccupied with what to say that he didn't notice the change in Sona's stride until she stopped. She turned to face him. He felt a little panicky, his breathing turning shallow, his heart racing. "You've said that you won't ever marry, that you'll never have serious relationships." She raised their joined hands. "Before this goes any further, I need to understand what this means. The open vulnerability in her eyes stopped the glib words he'd been practicing in his mind. Adrenaline shot through Kayn, and tingling ran through his hands. His toes went numb. No, he couldn't have a panic attack now. They didn't come often. Every time had always been when a girl was pressuring him for more in the relationship. He grasped for something to say. It's just a vacation romance. It was like he'd killed the light in her eyes. Sona repeated the words in a soft voice, pulling back her hand. I told you. I know what you said, Sona broke in, her eyes now bright with unshed tears. Yes, I remember it well. I need to check on Granny. She hurried away. I told her, he said when she was out of hearing range, shaking his hands to get feeling back into them. Are you really that clueless? Joe asked, stepping closer. She's in love with you. No, she's not. Kayn shoved aside the thought. No, she's known this can't go anywhere. I told her that. Yes, and it was a lame excuse. Look. Joe put his hands on Kayn's shoulders and pinned him with a hard gaze. I know you haven't had a father to guide you, so I'm going to blame him for some of this. But you're not a kid, and you're not stupid. You should know you can't actively pursue a woman like you've been doing and think she's not going to feel anything for you. But I told her, stop. Think about it. Joe dropped his hands. Ever since we got here, you've been making her feel special with all your attention. And just now, you basically told her she meant nothing more to you than a temporary distraction. No. Kayn's gut told him it was true, and he felt ill. What if all the time Rafe had spent with Ari, he'd told her it'd all just been in fun? His sister would have been crushed. What have I done? Chapter 15. Sona made her way back to the hotel. Her emotions were too close to the surface, so she didn't dare return to the room yet. If Granny were awake, she'd know something was wrong, and Sona couldn't bear the humiliation of not being wanted. Again. What had she been thinking to let herself believe anything between her and Kayn was possible? He hadn't even lied to her. But when he touched her hand that first time, she'd wanted to believe it could be real, that in spite of his declaration, she was special. Since he'd made his position clear, and she still responded, he must think she was into casual Netflix and chill hookups. Well, she wasn't. She felt like a naive fool to dream she could be important to him, important enough that he'd change his mind. And why would he? Kayn Rafferty was rich. He could probably have anyone he wanted. So of course it wouldn't be her. He'd been up front from the first. At the door to the hotel's movie theater, Sona paused. She refused to wallow in self-pity, but she needed solitude to collect herself. Trying the door, she found it unlocked. Only the safety light lit the empty room. She chose a seat in the corner. It was time that she made plans for herself and Granny, plans she'd been avoiding by playing in a fantasy. They were scheduled to fly home in a couple of days anyway. Their remaining luggage from the penthouse had already been sent back to Michigan, so they'd be flying directly there. What lay ahead was scheduling Granny's hospice. Her grandmother had already made it clear she wanted to die in her house and not some care facility. How long before she'd need hospice care? Sona should talk with her to find out what kind of funeral she wanted. A knot grew in Sona's throat, making it hard to swallow. If only she could talk her grandmother into accepting treatment. That was a battle they could take on together. Kayn had said he'd help if she did. She pushed the thought aside. Joe's words about respecting Granny's wishes came to mind. He was right. It was a matter of respect. She'd been there for Sona all these years. It was time for her to pay some of that back. Since she had no idea how long her grandmother might last, there was no need to job hunt. The private investigator she'd worked for before she took the decoy job had really liked Sona and said he'd take her back any time. That would keep her close to Granny until the end. The end. Her grandmother had such a powerful personality that she couldn't die. Sona sniffed, rubbing at the ache in her chest. That had been another fantasy she'd let herself buy into. She'd have to find out how much the house was worth. Hopefully, Medicare would cover the cost of hospice, so Sona could use the equity for the burial. She curled up in the theater recliner, buried her face in her arms, and surrendered to her pain. Sona didn't know how long she sat like that. Only the sound of someone opening the theater door pulled her from her grief. She looked up. Whoever it was wore a hotel uniform. "I'm sorry, miss, but you're not allowed in here," the young man said. "Sorry." Sona wiped her eyes and stood. She didn't want to go back to the suite looking like she'd been crying. That would upset Granny for sure. Instead, Sona made her way to the exercise room. A few of the hotel guests sat in the lounge chairs around the pool, and a mother played with her children in the water. Sona went into the exercise room, grateful she was still wearing exercise clothes. There she vented her frustrations on the dumbbells, lifting until she was shaky. When she glanced in the mirror, she was pleased with her red-faced and sweaty reflection. No one would think she'd been crying. She took one of the towels to wipe her face and headed back to the room. Sona paused by her grandmother's closed door, but didn't hear anything, so she decided to get cleaned up. She stepped into the suite's living room. Eve sat expectantly on the couch. "Is everything all right?" Sona hurried to the nurse. "It's probably nothing serious, but I think it would be good for Granny to be examined by a doctor. Her sleep's been really restless, and her fever is higher. She's had the pneumonia shots. Can she still get it?" For a second, Sona wished Kayn were there. She mentally turned from the thought. Yes, but if she did, it'd likely be a milder case, though the cancer increases the risk of getting it. Her lungs sound clear right now. Seeing a doctor would just be a precaution. "I'll call the front desk." Sona explained the situation to the clerk, who suggested the local clinic. It had started to rain while Sona was exercising, and was coming down pretty heavily now. "Do you know any doctors who might be willing to make a house call? I'd rather not take her out in this weather if I can help it. We'll pay whatever extra fees there are." The girl hesitated for a second. "I have a friend whose granddad is a doctor. He retired last year, but he might be willing to come." "Can you give me his number, or would you be willing to ask him?" I'll ring him." "I can't thank you enough." Sona hung up and explained to Eve. "That would work." Eve tilted her head, listening. "I think she's awake." Sona started to follow the nurse, but the room's phone rang. "Is this Miss Rakan?" the clerk asked. "Yes." "Dr. Kelly said he'd come straight away." "Thank you." The muscles in Sona's shoulders relaxed a little. She went to her grandmother's door, but the room was empty. Eve must have helped her to the bathroom. Sona went back to the living room and stared out the window at the heavy rain. What if Granny did get pneumonia and died here? "She's resting again," Eve said from the bedroom doorway. "Is someone coming?" "Yes, Dr. Kelly said he'd come right away." Sona went to stand by the nurse and looked in on her grandmother. What's she muttering? She keeps asking about someone named Imogen. Oh. Sona leaned against the door jamb, her heart sinking. That's the sister who was left behind when her mother moved to the U.S. Kayn... His name caught in her throat, but she pushed on. He has staff trying to find out what happened to her. Granny hasn't mentioned it since we first got here, so I was hoping she'd accepted that we might not find her sister. Sona explained how the family had been separated. It's ironic that I used to work for a private investigator. When I asked him if he could help, he said he didn't have any connections in Ireland. I'm sorry. Sona went back into the living room, filled with a restlessness she didn't understand. She'd love to just run away. Maybe that's what she'd do when this was over. Disappear. "Are you all right?" Eve asked. "I feel like I'm being forced to think about things I don't want to. Like funeral arrangements, for one. That wasn't a conversation I'd ever thought to have with her, and once she told me about the diagnosis, I didn't want to." Sona went to stare out the window. What if she dies here? Would she want to be buried here, where she was born? If she does, I'll honor her wishes, but I wouldn't be able to visit her grave. She was only here for 10 years. Eve came to stand beside her. Wouldn't she have more connection in the U.S.? The only close friend she had moved to Florida a couple of years ago, and then died of a heart attack not long after. There's a group of women Granny used to hang out with at the senior center back home. She's known a couple of them for as long as I can remember, but they've never been close. Mostly they have verbal competitions about who hurts more. Granny said it drives her nuts when they do that, because thinking about how much she aches makes it worse. "Do you think finding her sister would make a difference on where Granny would want to be buried?" Eve asked. "It might, but I couldn't say for sure," Sona said. "Wouldn't it be ironic if we were searching for Imogen here, and it turned out she immigrated to the U.S. too, later? It would be. And it would complicate things since there are so many more people in America. I'm getting hungry. Were we going to order in?" Eve glanced around. "Where are Kayn and Joe?" "I don't know." Sona tried to keep her expression neutral. "I wonder if he went to the exercise room. He wasn't there a little while ago when I was." "He's usually wherever you are," Eve said, one brow raised. Sona shrugged, wondering how to gracefully get out of this conversation. Then someone knocked on the door. Grateful for the distraction, Sona ran to open it. A silver-haired man, probably Granny's age, stood outside holding a bag. He grinned at her. "Would you be Miss Rakan?" he asked, extending a hand. "I am." She shook it. "I'm guessing you're Dr. Kelly?" "Aye, that I am." "You got here really fast." Sona moved back to let him step in. "Where's my patient?" "She's resting in the bedroom." Sona pointed at Eve. "This is Evelyn Stewart, her nurse." "Lovely to meet you," he said. "What can you tell me?" The two of them went into the bedroom. When Sona would have followed, Eve signaled that she shouldn't. So Sona stayed in the doorway. The nurse provided a brief summary of Granny's health history. "Who are you?" Granny asked, rousing from her restless sleep. "I'm Dr. Jake Kelly." He put his stethoscope to her chest. "Your nurse here wanted a second opinion." "Jake Kelly." Her grandmother mumbled the name again. "I used to play with a boy named Jake Kelly when I was a girl." "Did you now?" When he brought out his cuff, Eve said, "I've been taking her blood pressure every hour." "Good. I'll want to see the numbers." "Jake Kelly was from Hong Kong," Granny said, peering at him. The hair on the back of Sona's neck stood up, and she stepped into the room. "That's convenient, because I am too." He looked at her curiously. "What was your name at birth?" "Leona Joyce. My dad was Brian, and my ma was Colleen Duffy." An odd expression crossed the old doctor's face, and Sona moved to the other side of the bed. Did he know Granny's sister? "Your mother was Colleen Duffy?" he asked carefully. "Did you have a brother named Tommy?" "Aye." Her grandmother's voice got even softer. "And my little sister Imogen." Dr. Kelly sank into the chair beside the bed. "Your ma stole you and Tommy one night and ran off to America." Granny nodded. "Are you that Jake Kelly?" "Aye, I am." "I know from a letter that my dad died, but I'd love to know if little Imogen is still alive." The doctor looked old suddenly. "I'm sad to say she's not. Your Aunt Eileen took her and moved to Galway got married and changed their names. When I went to medical school there, I got reacquainted with Imogen. She worked there as an aide. Granny's entire expression had lightened. Did you know her well? I did know her very well. Dr. Kelly smiled, though it was still touched with sadness. I married her. Sona gasped, and her grandmother clutched his hand. Please tell me, Jack Kelly, that you made her happy. He leaned forward and covered Granny's hand in his. I can promise you that I did my best, and I believe I succeeded. With a soft smile, her grandmother leaned back in the bed. I'm glad. Did you have children? 2, 1 of each. We have 5 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. Sona won't be alone when I'm gone, Granny said. Dr. Kelly glanced at her then, a crease between his brows. Yeah, I know. I don't exactly look Irish. She rolled her eyes. My father was from China. Oh, my. You'll be considered quite exotic among your cousins. Grinning, he stood and held out his hand. I suppose I'm your great-uncle. Welcome to the family. Chapter 16. Kayn couldn't bring himself to follow Sona, not after seeing the hurt in her eyes. He was both irritated and ashamed. This was why he limited himself to 2 dates. Anytime he'd taken a chance on a 3rd date, the girl had always wanted more than he could give. Yet he hadn't dated Sona, not even once. Kayn hadn't technically broken his rule. A heaviness replaced the lightness that had filled him earlier. He'd been wrong. Sometimes lying to yourself didn't only hurt you. A large drop of rain hit his cheek, and he scowled up at the sky. He should go indoors, but he didn't feel like he could return to his room. One thing he'd learned from his bucket list test trip: don't get too close to the people. Any of them. Kayn's first mistake had been not arranging for his room to be in a different part of the hotel from Granny and Sona. Now, when he needed to be able to go to his room, he couldn't. And it was his own fault. He was the one who'd messed up. 2 more drops hit him in the face, and he growled. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Kayn strode toward the parking lot. Where are you going? Joe asked, catching up with him. Anywhere but here. It's starting to rain. Duh. Are you comfortable driving here? I probably wouldn't kill myself if I stuck to the country road. Not good enough. Joe pulled out his phone. It'll take a few minutes to get the driver here, since we didn't have anything scheduled off-site today. Kayn stepped under the hotel's awning just as the ominous clouds opened. He glanced around the busy lobby. I guess I can wait here until the car's ready. Conisatatu, Mr. Rafferty. Finn, the bellboy, paused, an empty luggage cart in front of him. What did you say? Kayn asked, glad for the distraction. Oh, it means, how are you, in Gaelic? The young man nodded toward the outside doors. It's bucketing down out there. I hope your plans haven't been ruined. Well, as a matter of fact, Kayn paused. Do you have any suggestions? Well, I'm about to get off work. Me and the lads were going to play some REKD. The boy, who couldn't have been much older than 18, shot Kayn a hopeful glance. You wouldn't be interested in joining us, would you? That might be just the thing to forget for a little while. Where do you play? Joe coughed, a sign of disapproval, but Kayn held up a hand. Noah and his mom live with his grandfather. They gave up a room for us to play in and helped us get a few computers. Old machines might make the game lag, but at least Kayn wouldn't be at the hotel. When do you get off? He asked. You'll come? Finn looked like he could dance a jig right there in the lobby. I'm free in 10 minutes, but I'll need to change from my uniform. Kayn glanced at Joe. He looked dubious, but shrugged. We'll come, Kayn said. We? the boy asked. I go everywhere Mr. Rafferty does, Joe said. A bodyguard. Finn breathed, his eyes wide. What's the address? Joe asked. The boy gave it to him and added, 'Tis not far. It's outside of town. I'll wait for you by the registration desk, Kayn said, hoping he hadn't made a mistake. Do you have a car? Aye. We'll follow you then. You'd better finish your shift. I don't want to get you in trouble. Oh, right, sir. Finn left, pushing his cart with more enthusiasm than when he'd first spoken to them. This might be fun. Kayn took a chair inside of the registration desk. If you say so. Joe came to stand nearby, but didn't sit. It won't be like playing a game in the penthouse. No, it wouldn't. There'd be no Sona or Granny. Kayn wondered how long before his memories of playing REKD in his condo wouldn't be colored with memories of Sona anymore. Even a little distance today between me and my idiocy will help. He massaged his tight neck muscles. Not enough distance? Joe scanned the room. That's one thing about facing something you've done. You can run, but you can't hide. Believe me, I speak from experience. When the older man had talked with regret about the lost time with his children, his pain had been almost palpable. That was all the more reason why Kayn shouldn't get involved, because his job was so important to him. It would only be a matter of time before any woman he was with would leave. Look at Joe. When things had gotten tough with his work schedule, his wife had left him and taken his kids. I have the car outside, Mr. Rafferty, his driver said, approaching them. We'll be following someone, Joe said. He should be here soon. Very good. The driver took up position near the bodyguard. A few minutes later, Finn hurried over. He was dressed in a raincoat and rain boots. He paused when he saw the driver. Don't worry, Joe said. He'll stay in the car. You don't know how to drive? The boy asked, his brows high in disbelief. I thought everyone in America had a car. I drive all the time, but you guys drive on the wrong side of the road. Ready to go? Kayn asked. Nice outfit, by the way. Finn looked down and then up and shrugged. We have to park by the road. We can give you a ride to it. That'd be grand. Finn looked around expectantly, but when they approached the very typical rental car, he seemed to deflate. He probably thought he was going to get to ride in something flashy. What do you drive in the States, Mr. Rafferty? The boy asked once they were in the car. Just an SUV. Nothing fancy. At Finn's disappointed expression, Kayn added, I live pretty simple. This trip isn't normal for me. I'm actually here helping out with a charity wish fulfillment. 'Tis grand of you to do that. Finn shot him another admiring glance before pointing to an older model Corolla. There's baby. When the driver pulled up next to it, the boy hopped out and hurried inside. The rain was heavy as they pulled onto the road to Kong. Finn took a different street through the village and then beyond it before pulling onto a short road that stopped at a home. It was larger than most of the ones in Kong, but not ostentatious. There were already a couple of beater cars parked outside. They'd barely pulled up when the front door was opened by a grinning, red-headed young man. Carrying an umbrella, he hurried over to Kayn's side of the car and would have opened the door if Joe hadn't gotten there first. The boy's eyes widened at the tall, dark man before him, but grinned. I'm Noah Kelly. He extended his hand to Kayn, water running in torrents from the umbrella. Let's get inside first, Joe said. Aye. Noah pushed the umbrella into Kayn's hand before dashing back to the doorway where the two other young men stood grinning. Once they were finally inside the warm home and divested of their shoes and coats, Finn coughed and turned formal. I would like to introduce my lads to you, Mr. Rafferty. The ginger here is Noah. This is his house. It's my granddad's house. Right. And this is Harry Walsh and his brother Liam. And I'm Joe. Oh, aye. He's the bodyguard, Finn whispered, not very quietly. They all shook hands. The front door opened and a woman about 40 blew in. "Noah, why is there a man sitting outside?" She'd looked up from her dripping rain gear and finally noticed them. "Who are you?" All 4 boys started talking at once until she called a halt to it. "Excuse their terrible manners. I'm Erin Kelly." She removed a scarf from her head, exposing hair almost the same color as her son's. She looked at Kayn and Joe, a crease between her brows. "I don't know if Granddad will be happy to have strangers. He got called to the castle to check on a patient." Noah interrupted. "Mr. Rafferty here is one of the creators of REKD. I swear to you, it's him." Finn held up his phone to show a picture of Kayn and his partners outside of their business in Boone. "I don't want to intrude," Kayn began. "No, don't leave," all 4 boys cried at once. "Ma, please," Noah pleaded. "Granddad said the lads could come over to play a few games." "These fellows are grown men, not lads." Mrs. Kelly still didn't look happy, but she sounded hesitant now. "Who is the man outside?" "My driver." "Oh, for heaven's sake, have the poor man wait for you inside where it's warm. He can sit in the kitchen with a cuppa." "I'll do it." Joe pulled out his phone. By the time everyone was satisfactorily taken care of, Kayn and Joe were able to follow the 4 youths to a large family room that had been set up with 5 PCs. They weren't new systems, but when Kayn checked what they had, he was impressed. "You're the programmer, right?" one of the Walsh brothers asked. "Yes." Kayn didn't look up from the computer he was checking. "Are you hungry?" Noah asked. "Would you like something to eat first?" "I think your mother would be offended if you filled up on snacks, when I'm pretty sure she's going to be cooking like a madwoman in there," Joe said. "You've met his mother, have you?" Finn asked with a chuckle. "I've met my mother, and that's exactly what she'd be doing." "'Tis nice to know American mothers aren't that different from Irish ones," Finn said. "We have good internet," Noah said, peering over Kayn's shoulder, "because Granddad needed it for his practice." "Nice. I haven't played much on the EU server." Kayn settled down at the computer assigned to him. Besides providing a distraction, it'd be fun to see how people played in their homes in this part of the world. Now, if his worry about Sona would just leave him alone. Chapter 17. "Oh, Granny," Sona said after the doctor had left. "I'm so happy for you." "And I'm happy for you." Her grandmother squeezed Sona's hand. "You won't be alone now." She wasn't so sure about that, but if it made Granny feel better, Sona was fine with it. Dr. Kelly, or Uncle Jake as he'd asked her to call him, had been incredibly kind to invite them to stay in his home once Granny was feeling better. He said he'd invite his daughter, who lived in Dublin, to bring her family for a visit so they could all get acquainted. "Even though your grandmother just had a bad cold, she still needs to take her medicine and get more rest," Eve said. "She's had a little too much excitement today." She motioned for Sona to leave her grandmother's bedroom, so she did. As she had so often during this trip, she went to look out the window and watched the rain. While bittersweet, finding out what had happened to Imogen had given them closure in one way and opened doors in another. Her family would have photos and stories they could share with Granny and hopefully put to rest some of her childhood demons. And Sona wouldn't have to worry about a long flight back on Kayn's plane. She and Granny would stay in Kong a little longer. With Uncle Jake there, Eve would move on to her next nursing job. Kayn would go back to his life, and Sona would never see him again. She rubbed at the lump in her throat. She'd had so many wonderful moments with Kayn over the last few months, and especially during this trip. She wished she'd known those high points would come crashing down on her. She was willing to go with Granny to meet the relatives, but then it would be time to go back home and watch her grandmother die. Sinking into a chair, Sona buried her face in her hands. It was too much. Everything she'd worked for the last few years was now meaningless. She'd put everything she had into her education so she could take care of Granny. Now Sona didn't even know if her grandmother would be able to make the official graduation next month to see her walk. And Kayn. Sona had lost him. She clutched her arms to her stomach. The reality was she'd never had him. It had only been an illusion, a stupid dream. It was proof that you couldn't force a man to return your feelings, no matter how much you cared for him. Was this how her mother had felt when her father had left? Well, Sona wasn't going to lose herself like that. She rose, disgusted. Now she was sounding like a whiny teenager. She should be grateful it'd be a clean break. Sighing, she went to her bedroom and washed her face before checking in on her grandmother. Granny opened her eyes when Sona stepped beside the bed. "What's bothering you?" her grandmother asked, her voice rough with her cold. "I've been wondering how long we should stay with Uncle Jake. I'll need to get a plane ticket for our return trip home, and we don't want to wear out our welcome with these new relatives." "What about you and Kayn?" "There is no me and Kayn. He's not a serious relationship kind of guy." Sona tried to keep things light. "So you won't have him to comfort you when I'm gone?" "No. I'm a poor college student who happened to work for him one spring. It could never be anything more than that." "Except that it was. I saw it in the two of you." Sona turned away, blinking her eyes. Her grandmother took her hand. "Where's Eve?" Sona asked to talk about something else. "There's a chemist shop in the hotel, and she went to get something Jake said I should take." "What would you like for dinner?" "Soup will do." "I'll order some." Sona kissed her grandmother's cheek and went into the living room. Eve returned while Sona was on the phone calling for room service. She covered the mouthpiece and asked the nurse what she wanted for dinner. "Soup's fine for me, too." Sona finished the order. If the guys wanted something more substantial, they'd have to order their own. Where was Kayn? A trickle of worry niggled at her. He'd been gone a long time. If she hadn't known that Joe was with him, it'd be more than a trickle. When the food arrived, Sona and Eve ate in Granny's bedroom. She had a decent appetite, but was ready to sleep again soon after. "Do you have any idea where Kayn's at?" Eve asked as they pushed the room service cart out the suite door. "It's not like him to be gone so long." "I have no idea." "Well, I'm going to shower and read before bed." The nurse picked up her tablet and headed for the bedroom. Sona flipped through the channels on the television, but she found it difficult to focus on anything. She wanted to be angry with Kayn, not worrying about him. It was 9 before she finally heard the key turning in the door's lock. Joe entered first. He gave her a quick nod of acknowledgement before going to his bedroom. Kayn closed the door and stood there hesitantly, looking like a little boy who'd been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to do. "A lot's changed today," Sona began. At the alarmed expression on his face, like he thought she was going to talk about them, she hurried on. "Granny was sick enough that Eve had me call a doctor." "Is she all right?" He took a step toward her grandmother's room. At least he cared about one of them. "She's fine." He made a house call and left some meds to make her feel better. "Oh, okay." Kayn shifted uncomfortably. "Look, about today." "The doctor knew Imogen," Sona broke in. She really didn't want to hear him say again she meant nothing to him. "What?" "The doctor was married to her." "Whoa, that's crazy." Kayn put his hands to the side of his head. "What are the odds?" "Well, Kong is a really small village." Sona explained about the aunt moving Imogen to Galway with her and changing her name. "He went to medical school there. Because it's a big city, that's where he practiced medicine all those years, and it's where he met and married Imogen. He also ran a little clinic here in Kong.
Is she here?
No. She died a couple of years ago of emphysema, but they had 2 children. One is an artist in Dublin, and their son is a doctor who practices in Galway.
So she has family close by.
Yes, and they've invited us for a visit. We won't be going back with you. Sona stood. I can't thank you enough for giving this trip to Granny. I hope in some small way we've been able to help you figure out your charity. Good night. She hurried to her door, wishing that he'd say something. But he didn't. So be it. Kayn stared at Sona's retreating back, his emotions jumbled. Part of him was cheering that Granny had found out about her sister. He'd been sincerely worried that they'd leave Ireland with no more information than they'd started with. It was nice that she'd found extended family, but it would have been better if her sister had still been alive. But part of him, a big part, felt like Sona's parting words had stabbed him in the chest. It was no more than he deserved. Knowing that he'd brought it on himself didn't make it hurt less. When she told him that a lot had changed, he'd assumed she meant their relationship. He'd wanted to say something that would make things right between them again, but he didn't have words that could fix the hurt behind her eyes. A memory he'd almost forgotten came to the surface. He'd been sitting in the living room the day that had changed his and Ari's lives forever. Until that moment, they'd been a regular family. Not rich, but they'd mostly had enough of what they needed. His mother had always been a quiet woman, timid even, the exact opposite of feisty Ari. Mom had been a loving and kind mother and wife. Looking back now, it seemed like his mother's entire life purpose had been to make his father happy. The jerk had thanked her for her devotion by having a friend serve her with divorce papers. Kayn had never seen anyone crumble before. She'd stared at the papers in her hands and gone pale, which was hard to do with her darker Korean complexion. Her response had reminded him of a slug melting after someone poured salt on it. His mother was never the same again. She'd invested everything she had in his father, and her reward had been to be cast aside. It was something Kayn had always worried would happen to him, but he'd blocked himself off and made sure it wouldn't. No one could get close enough to hurt him, like he'd just hurt Sona. He rubbed his chest, trying to ease the ache there. His first mistake had been showing his affection to her. Keeping her in the friend zone had been the wisest, safest way. But he'd never felt so comfortable like that with a woman before. He'd let down his guard, and she'd been hurt. He pressed against the pain in his chest again. He'd ruined everything and lost her friendship. He heaved out a breath and went to his bedroom. They'd be leaving in less than 48 hours. If Granny was sick, there wouldn't be any excursions, especially if she'd be going to stay with family after that. He should spend the rest of his time getting caught up on work. Kayn wasn't tired yet, so he sat on his bed and opened his laptop. His mind kept drifting back to Sona. He hoped her newly discovered family would support her through Granny's death. Family. He couldn't talk to his mother. She was too emotionally fragile. Since she'd always internalized her problems, he and his sister had learned not to tell her hard things. Ari. He glanced at the clock. Ireland was 5 hours ahead of Boone. He sent her a text. Got a minute to talk? Whoa, you're finally making time in your fun-filled schedule to remember me? I guess. His phone rang immediately. What's wrong? She asked. I've messed up so bad. Kayn told her everything. Are you in love with her? Ari asked softly when he'd finished. No. The single word came out too forcefully. Right. She let out a deep sigh.
And I thought I was messed up. Thank you so much. I don't need a psychoanalysis session. I need to know how to fix this. It's simple, Kayn. Tell her you love her and beg her to take you back. I can't do that. Then you can't fix it. Ari's voice had turned sad. That's not what I want to hear. Sorry, but I'll ask you again. Do you love her? Kayn closed his eyes, memories of the last few months flooding his mind. A quiet evening in the penthouse watching a movie, making breakfast together, taking Sona on walks and talking so much that he almost forgot that someone might be watching them, putting together a puzzle with Granny and the guys. The time he'd spent with Sona in his condo had been the closest he'd come to having a family since his father had left. Yes, he whispered, his heart giving an odd lurch at the admission. Then tell her. It won't go anywhere. I won't let it. So there's no point in doing that to myself or her. I mean, no offense, but look at you. Look what Zed did to you. Kayn wished back the mention of her late husband as soon as the words left his mouth. I'm sorry. Yes, do look at me. Ari interrupted, surprisingly not angry. Sure, I made a stupid choice the first time. And yes, sometimes people grow in different directions. But look at me now and see what's growing between me and Rafe. Kayn admired his sister's strength in risking her heart again. She'd seen their mothers collapse too. In fact, 10-year-old Ari had become the mother in many ways. He hadn't known how to cope with the emotional mess at home, so he'd hidden from it, seeking refuge in gaming and programming. His sister had been the one to pull their mother out of her depression enough to function. Otherwise, they might have been taken from her, and their father hadn't wanted them. You're still taking a risk, he said, his voice low. Rafe is one of your best friends. Do you really believe he's going to hurt me? I didn't think Dad would throw us away either. And there's the problem, dear brother. I don't know how I never saw it before. Ari sounded disgusted with herself now. Dad broke you when he left, just like he broke Mom. You just hid it better. That's why you've never had a girlfriend longer than a few weeks. I didn't make the connection before, but you'd always break up with them first, before they could break up with you. All this time you've assumed it wouldn't last, but now you've met someone who's making you second-guess yourself. Good for her. A confusing array of thoughts and emotions flew through Kayn's mind, and he struggled to put together a single coherent sentence. Kayn, you have to fix yourself first, his sister said softly. An image of Sona beside him, looking at him with so much love, tried to push its way to the surface. A powerful fear slashed at it, forcing it to retreat. I can't, he whispered. Then I feel sorry for you, because that means our pathetic excuse of a father came out on top. Ari paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was tight with emotion. Please don't let him win. Chapter 18. Kayn hardly saw Sona the next day. She kept to her grandmother's room or her own most of the time. When Granny felt well enough to spend their last evening in the suite's living room with the others, Sona said she needed to pack and disappeared into her room. It was just as well. He had no idea what he'd say to her, not with his sister's words echoing in his mind. There was no way he was broken like their mother. No way. Kayn hadn't fallen apart like that. To help pay their rent, he'd mowed lawns and done general yard work until Mr. Parsons, a rich guy who owned a computer repair business in Phoenix, had discovered that Kayn was a whiz with anything related to computers. Mr. Parsons had hired him under the table to help set up a complex network, and then hired Kayn on his 16th birthday to manage the repair division at one of Mr. Parsons' stores.
Kayn had worked hard to earn a partial scholarship to Harvard, and Mr. Parsons had helped make up the difference. And now Kayn was a billionaire and co-owner of one of the largest video game publishers in the U.S., rapidly catching up with some of the big players in the international arena. That wasn't being broken. What was Ari talking about? "I'm ready for bed," Granny said when they'd finished their last puzzle. Their last puzzle. When Kayn had been a kid, his family hadn't been into them. It seemed a waste of time to spend hours searching for little jigsaw pieces. Looking back on the hours he'd spent in the company of friends over the past few months, working puzzles, he no longer considered it a waste of time. It hadn't been about the game anyway, but about spending time with people he cared for. He was going to miss it. "Granny," he said, taking her hand and helping her to stand. "Thank you for letting me be part of this. I wished I'd met your brother-in-law." "You'll have your chance tomorrow when he comes for us." She patted Kayn's cheek and shot a quick glance at Sona's door. "I'm going to miss you, boy. I'd hoped to see more of you, not be saying goodbye." "I wish things could be different, too." "You can't force a man to love a woman just because she's in love with him. Good night." Granny turned and headed toward her room. Eve watched him for a second before following the older woman. Love. Was that what Sona felt for him? A sense of loss even greater than when their father had walked out came over him. He needed to go back home and put this behind him. The suite was a scene of controlled chaos the next morning as everyone gathered their luggage and searched to make sure they hadn't left anything behind. Whenever Kayn looked directly at Sona, her expression was cool, but he caught her watching him a couple of times. If anything, the hurt in her eyes grew worse. Seeing it there, knowing he'd caused it, twisted his gut. All the more reason to make sure it never happened again. "The charity will cover your plane tickets home," he told her when they were the last to leave the suite. "You don't have a charity yet, so don't bother." She didn't look at him. "You've done enough already." The double meaning of the last sentence fit the coolness in her tone and the clipped nature of her words. It was almost as though she couldn't wait to never see him again. That hurt almost as much as his self-recrimination. What did he expect? He brought it on himself. Why should she think highly of him? After Ari's comments, Kayn had decided he couldn't talk about it with his business partners. He had to get through it alone. One consequence of his stupidity was that he wasn't interested in doing the charity. He still wanted it to happen, but he no longer had a taste for it being his, not since he'd tainted it. Maybe he could get Darius to take it on. His family was well-to-do and lived in Boston. They would have connections and be able to do more with it than Kayn anyway. Sona had stepped ahead, and Kayn didn't argue with her. He would see that she got the tickets for them to return home. First class, too, so Granny would be comfortable. Unless there was a chance that she might decide she wanted to be buried in this place where she had been born and lived her early years. "It's been a pleasure to work with you," Eve said, giving the old woman a quick hug. "I'm glad you found out what happened to your sister." "You've been a dear," Granny said. Joe approached her with an extended hand, but she pulled him in for a hug. He gave her a squeeze and looked like he said something to her before stepping back with Eve. The car was waiting for them outside the hotel. Kayn had asked specifically for Finn to pick up their luggage, hoping for a chance to say goodbye to the boy. The youth had no idea how much spending that evening with him and his friends had helped Kayn. A nice older model car pulled up to the entrance, and he blinked in surprise. Noah, the red-headed boy from the game night, sat in the driver's seat. "Does Noah come to visit you very often, Finn?" Kayn asked. "I didn't know he was coming, and that's his granddad with him." A silver-haired man got out of the car. Sona stepped forward to greet him. "Uncle Jake,
It's good to see you again." As Kayn watched, the older man pulled her into an embrace and then did the same with Granny. He was her uncle? Kayn looked at Noah, who was watching him slack-jawed. "You know her?" the boy mouthed. Kayn nodded. Noah Kelly. Jake Kelly. Kayn had been so absorbed with his own problems that he hadn't made the connection. Once again, he wondered what the odds were. The amount of luck that had been involved with the entire venture went beyond belief. "Your friends are Noah's long-lost relatives?" Finn asked from beside Kayn. "I guess so," he said. Finn didn't say anything more but pushed ahead his cart that carried Granny and Sona's luggage. "Thank you again, Kayn. I'll remember this trip to my dying days." Granny gave a dark chuckle. "Oh, I'm already in my dying days." She hugged him. "Thank you for the privilege," he said, his voice gruff. It was memories of Granny's happiness at being back in this place that was keeping the trip from being a complete failure. She hugged her brother-in-law and turned back to Kayn. "This fine young man helped me get here," she said. "This is Kayn Rafferty." Noah jumped from the car. "Granddad, he's the man I was telling you about, the one who came to the house to play REKD with us." "Are you now?" Dr. Kelly extended his hand. "My grandson hasn't been able to talk of anything else since. How does it come about that a grown man like you plays video games?" "I don't just play, sir," Kayn said, shaking the older man's hand. "I wrote the program. Well, my team and I did. Video gaming is a billion-dollar industry now with professional teams. You should have Noah show you one of the games." "I told you, Granddad," Noah said. "Then he must show me by all means." "I play it too," Granny said proudly. "Do you now?" Noah looked to Kayn for confirmation, and he nodded. "She's a mean mid-laner," he said. "You need to be showing me for sure, then." The doctor looked interested for the first time. Sona had been watching the interchange from the side, a crease between her brows. She looked anxious to be gone. It would be better if Kayn just let her go and end the torture. He shifted with the intention of stepping away from her, but he couldn't. Instead, he went to her with an extended hand. "It has been the greatest pleasure to work with you, and I thank you for my sister's life." Coolly, Sona shook it. The same tingle of attraction ran up his arm, something he didn't need to distract him further. He dropped his hand. "Thank you again for bringing my dear wife's sister into our family." Dr. Kelly held open the door for Granny, and she got in the front passenger seat. Sona slipped into the back seat, followed by the doctor, and Noah took the driver's seat. Finn came to stand next to Kayn, and they watched as the car drove away. Granny waved, but Sona didn't look back. She was gone. "I guess it's time to get back to work, folks," Kayn said, rubbing the ache in his neck. He glanced at Finn. "You guys really helped me the other night, and I'd like to send you a little thank you. Can you write down Noah's address for me?" He handed his phone to Finn, and the young man punched in the information. Kayn then slipped Finn a healthy tip. Their car drove up, and he waved goodbye. "Eve, you did a wonderful job," Kayn said as he got in the back seat. "I'm thinking to get my partner to take over the charity. Would you mind if I listed you as a possible resource if we have fulfillments that require a nurse?" "I'd love that." She reached for her seatbelt. "Joe, I meant what I said earlier about adding you to our security staff." Kayn handed the big man one of his business cards. "I've added Bill's office number to that. I'll let him know to expect a call from you. I really hope you'll take me up on it." "I appreciate it." As the car drove away from the castle, Kayn looked back at the road to Kong, already wondering what Sona was doing.
Chapter 19. The next few weeks passed quickly as the Irish family members embraced and welcomed them. Mostly. They had so many stories to tell and photos to share. It turned out that the blame that her aunt had tried to put on Granny's mother had only been partially accurate. That was probably to be expected. After Colleen had taken the older children, disaster had befallen the family. Granny talked of her memories and compared them with some Imogen had shared with Jake. Their father had not been in a good place for a long time and had taken to drinking heavily. He hadn't been a violent man, but his drinking had interfered with his ability to earn a wage and support his family. It seemed Colleen had hoped a move to America might pull him out of his depression. "My mother always had a sadness about her," Granny said as she looked through one of Imogen's photo albums. "I always assumed it was because her heart was broken at the loss of a child, but I think it may have also been because she had hoped he would follow her. She never remarried, you know." "The women in your family love deeply." Jake touched a photo of his wife. "You miss Imogen," Granny said. "Every day. She was the joy in my life." He said the words so simply and sweetly, they brought tears to Sona's eyes. She couldn't help wondering what it would be like to have a man love her like that. Noah was ecstatic to finally get to teach his grandfather how to play REKD. It turned out that Jake had a competitive edge, and he couldn't bear that Granny was so good at the game. It made Sona smile to watch as the two argued back and forth during games, both trying to boss the other around. Every game they played was bittersweet, and she missed Kayn so much that she carried a dull ache in her stomach all the time. It took a few days, but she finally saw his username online. She wanted to message him and see how he was doing, but she resisted the temptation, proud of herself for doing so. The family members from Dublin created another dynamic. Jake's daughter, Cara, seemed leery of them at first. Sona didn't know if she was naturally suspicious or if she worried they were out to steal from her father. When Granny was able to confirm stories that Imogen had told them, Cara came around. Once she did, her husband and children followed. One night, as Sona helped her grandmother to bed a month after they'd left the castle, Granny seemed a little distracted. "Is something bothering you?" Sona asked. "Sit down." Granny pointed to the chair at her dressing table and picked up a hairbrush. Since Sona had been a little girl, one of her favorite things had been when her grandmother would brush her hair. Granny's tender hands had made Sona feel loved and cared for, wanted. Now it made her eyes sting, with her grandmother's energy flagging a little more each day and the increase in pain medication. Sona wondered how much longer they'd be together. "What's bothering you?" Granny finally asked. "I was wondering how long you're going to want to stay in Ireland." "What if I want to die here?" "I've wondered if you might, even before we found Jake and his family." Sona reached up and took her grandmother's hand. "I'm happy to go along with whatever you want." "Thank you." Granny kissed the top of Sona's head and started brushing again. "What about you? What will you do when I'm gone? Will you stay here with family?" "As wonderful as they are, and as much as I love this country, I'm American." "You'll go back alone?" "I would have been alone before we found them." Sona wiped at the corners of her eyes. "That hasn't changed." "Then what will you do? Will you go back to Michigan?" "I'm not sure. I've been thinking about looking for work out west. Maybe Nevada or California." "Not North Carolina?" "Why would I go there?" Sona struggled not to show her feelings, but the words came out tight. "Because you have an N. Remember Kayn mentioning that they needed more people with your training. If Joe takes the job he was offered, then you'd know someone else there. You should consider it." "I don't know."
Sona really didn't want to think about it because it was too tempting. She refused to foist herself on a man who wasn't interested in her. That was creepy stalker behavior, and she wouldn't do it.
I think I would like to play a game before I go to bed,
Granny said, putting down the brush. Let me check to see if the computer room is available. Noah's lads were here earlier. Finn and the Walsh boys were just leaving when she came out of Granny's room. Noah shot her a guilty look, almost like he'd been doing something he wasn't supposed to do. Is everything all right? Sona asked, eyeing the guys suspiciously.
Fine, Noah said. The lads were just leaving.
Granny wants to play a game before bed. Where's your grandfather? She asked.
The castle called again and asked if he could drop in, the boy said. He likes making the visits. Ma's glad he retired, but I think he misses it.
Are you up to another game or two? Or do you have to get up early for work in the morning?
No, I'll play. Our new friend might still be on. I'll check.
I'll get Granny then. Sona went back to fetch her grandmother and got her set up in the newly outfitted computer room. The week before, 5 new computers had shown up, including gaming keyboards and monitors. The boys had been thrilled. The equipment had been a gift from Kayn. All Noah would say was that it was a thank you for a service they'd rendered the billionaire. It made them feel good, and she certainly wasn't going to begrudge them something so nice. Their friend, someone with the username Mr. Lonely, was still on, though he or she said they only had time for one game that night. People often created the strangest usernames. At least his wasn't an adolescent one loaded with sexual innuendo. Some of the ridiculous ones could be immature adults. But she was pretty sure a lot of them were made up by adolescent teens going for the shock value. Mr. Lonely had chosen not to use his mic, which made coordinating gameplay a bit of a challenge. It happened sometimes. People either didn't have the equipment or weren't interested in talking to their team members who were frequently strangers. Sometimes the players didn't have very good social filters. As she thought that, Sona smiled to herself. A few months ago, she hadn't known much about the game scene. And here she was, thinking she knew so much about other players. At the end of their game, Mr. Lonely sent her a friend request, and she accepted it. Once she returned to the States and started using the North America server, she doubted she'd see him online again.
That was fun tonight,
Granny said as Sona helped her to bed. It was. Once her grandmother was in bed, Sona started massaging her feet. It was something Eve had done after Granny's first trip into Kong, and Sona had continued it.
I wish Jake had been here to play with us.
Granny's eyelids were drooping, the corners of her mouth curved up.
But I'm glad he gets calls now and then. It makes him feel useful still.
Yes, it does. Sona finished and straightened the blankets. Do you need anything?
I love you.
Granny opened her eyes, taking Sona's hand.
Never once since you came to live with me have I been sorry that I took you.
I love you too. Sona's eyes burned, and she raised her grandmother's hand and pressed a kiss to it. Her life would have been very different if Granny hadn't taken Sona, and she'd had to become part of the foster care system, the least of the nightmare. She would be forever grateful. I wish I could have done more to thank you.
Get on with you. 'Tis me that should be thanking you. You've kept me young, in spite of this old body. Good night, dear.
Granny rolled over, so Sona turned off the light. When she came out of the bedroom, Jake was just returning from his house call.
She's gone to bed already. I'm sorry I missed saying good night.
He hung up his coat.
I've been needing to have a word with you. Do you have time now?
Sure. Sona followed her uncle into his office and took the chair he indicated. At his serious expression, her stomach knotted.
I've spoken with Leona about her wishes for her last days,
Uncle Jake said.
You know, she doesn't want to be hospitalized.
Yes. Sona clenched the arms of her chair. Is she much worse?
Yes, but that is to be expected. Has she told you yet if she wishes to spend her last days with us or return to America?
She hasn't decided yet, but I think she's leaning towards staying here. I know that's presumptuous of us to ask you.
Nonsense.
Jake held up a hand, an irritated crease between his brows.
My Imogen would have wished us to do this for her beloved sister, but Leona has also endeared herself to us on her own. Did I tell you that during our first year of marriage, we tried to find out what happened to her family?
Sona shook her head. My aunt had their address.
Aye, but she broke all ties and wouldn't speak of Colleen or the children. It wasn't until Imogen had moved out to marry me that she felt she could search for her family. I was still in school, and we didn't have much money. I wished we'd taken the time to search later when money was no longer tight. We might have found you all in time for Imogen and Leona to meet again.
As Granny says, they'll meet in heaven.
That they will. And we will be happy to be with Leona during her last days. She mentioned hospice, and I want you to know that we do have that here in Ireland, if that is what she wishes. I know she worries about being a burden. She won't be. Neither of you will be. She's even told me she wants a wake and not a funeral.
I'm not surprised. Sona rubbed at her eyes. She always said funerals were depressing things.
I wonder what you will do when she passes.
He eyed her over the top of his glasses for a second.
Will you continue to stay with us? I want you to know that you're welcome to.
Sona's heart felt full. Never once when Kayn had made the offer to grant Granny's bucket list wish had Sona imagined that she might find family support. She'd enjoyed her visit to Ireland, loved meeting family members and learning more about her ancestry here. But she longed to go home. If she stayed, it wouldn't be forever. Have you and Granny been talking about me? Sona asked. She asked me the same question.
Aye. Leona and I have spoken about you a great deal. She worries about you. I don't mean to press you to make a decision, but it would give her peace to know you had settled on your future. If you needed to seek further education to be able to work in your computer forensics trade here, I'm sure we could arrange whatever you need.
Sona couldn't afford more schooling, and there was no way she would ask this good man to help her pay for it. She'd thought to go back home to walk with her graduating class in a couple of weeks, but she didn't dare if there was a chance Granny might pass while Sona was gone. As much as I would like to tell her for sure, she said, rubbing her temples, I'm conflicted. It's bad enough that we've been freeloading on you this last month, and you've been doctoring Granny, and
you are family, so don't be saying any more about it. We're happy to help you in your time of need. This is a decision I know you must make, and I'll not push you. I'm just wanting you to know you'll be giving your grandmother peace of mind by making a decision.
Thank you. Sona rose and gave her uncle a hug before going to bed. Her mind was so full of worry about making Granny's last days good ones that Sona didn't have the mental energy to think of her own future. But Uncle Jake and Granny had gotten close. If it was important enough for him to raise the issue with Sona, it must really be weighing on her grandmother. As it turned out, Sona didn't have time to make up her mind, because Granny passed in her sleep that night. Kayn logged into his account on the EU server. When he'd returned from Ireland, the jet lag had made it easier to play there. Now that he'd adjusted to Eastern time again, he really ought to shift back to the North American server. But he couldn't bring himself to make the change. It was like he was addicted to seeing Sona's username there, and it gave him a chance to chat with Noah. The young man had turned out to be a big help in keeping Kayn up to date on Granny's status and on what Sona was doing. The boy messaged Kayn as soon as he was online.
Sad news.
What happened?
Granny passed away in her sleep last night.
Kayn leaned back in his chair, the weight in his chest making it hard to catch his breath. Over the last few months, he'd come to love that old woman. It seemed that knowing she would die soon hadn't been enough preparation. How is Sona taking it?
About what you'd be expecting, I guess. She tries not to cry when others are around her, but my bedroom is next to hers, and I can hear.
Kayn wished he had the right to comfort her. If he hadn't messed up so abysmally, he would have gone to her as a friend now without hesitation. At least he knew she had the Kelly family to support her. That must have given Granny peace of mind at the end, to know that Sona wouldn't be left alone. Kayn wanted to let Sona know in some small way that he was there for her. When is the funeral?
Granny didn't want one, since she didn't really know anyone here anymore. We're to have a wake, and then the burial tomorrow.
Can I send flowers?
No one can stop you.
That wasn't exactly the kind of encouragement that Kayn had been hoping for, but what could he expect? It wasn't like he didn't have the address, because that was where the computers had been sent. Will Sona be coming back to the States now?
Granddad has invited her to stay here.
Ireland was so much further away than Michigan. Kayn hadn't been able to stop thinking about Sona. That was why he created the new account, so they could play REKD together without her knowing. If a day went by and he hadn't at least seen that she was online, he found it hard to focus on anything else. Do you think she'll stay?
Not sure. I know she'd stay as long as Granny was here, but I overheard Sona talking to Ma about needing to find a job, wherever she goes. Not many jobs around here, except maybe at the quarry. If she stays, could be she'll have to move to Galway.
Kayn's ever-present worry about Sona ratcheted up. Unrealistic as it was, he'd hoped she'd decide to come to REKD Gaming to apply for a job like he'd suggested. Joe had, and he'd been hired. He was finally going to set down roots and was house hunting. The comfort of the promise Kayn had made to himself all those years ago had disappeared. Now the weight of that decision sat on his shoulders like a burden, one that was rapidly becoming too heavy to bear. If he could just move on, let Sona go, his life could go back to the way it had been. His life had been fine then. His sister was happy, happier than he could remember seeing her. After all she'd been through, she deserved it, and he had every confidence that Rafe would keep her that way. He'd been just as committed to the company as Kayn was. If Joe and Rafe could make big changes like that, could Kayn? The old fear made his gut muscles tighten, and he ignored the thought. But this time, knowing that Sona was truly alone if she returned to the States, it didn't work. He needed to talk with someone besides Noah. I'll send some flowers. Let me know what Sona decides.
All right. Why don't you just ask her to come to you?
It was the first time the young man had asked outright, but he'd made some offhanded comments before about Kayn's interest in Sona being of a romantic nature. Because I'm not the marrying kind of guy, and she's a marrying kind of girl. The overused excuse had lost its power for Kayn.
Are you an idiot or something? She's a fine lass, even if I'm her cousin saying it. All the lads think it'd be an honour to earn the love of a girl like her.
It made Kayn smile a little to imagine Finn and the Walsh brothers all crushing on Sona. But Noah was right. She was a fine lass, and it seemed a shame that she'd fallen for Kayn, who wasn't good enough for her. Yes, I'm an idiot.
Then stop being one. For a smart man, you're a fool if you let her get away.
It's more complicated than that.
You need a new username. Mr. Idiot.
Kayn knew there was no way he was going to be able to convince the boy. I have to go.
Good day to you, Mr. Idiot.
With a growl, Kayn closed out of the game. He glanced around his apartment. It wasn't the refuge it used to be. Since he'd come back from Ireland, all the guys had complained about his bad attitude. Darius had suggested Kayn take another vacation to fix whatever he broke on the trip. What he needed was to talk to his sister. He grabbed his keys and headed out to his car. Chapter 20. The Diederichs were just finishing breakfast when Kayn drove up. Now that Ari had been able to take back her real identity and had been hired to be one of Darius's assistants, she was looking for somewhere to stay besides Francie's bed and breakfast. His sister glanced at him quizzically, since he usually didn't come by except for Sunday dinners.
"Would you like something to eat?" Francie asked. "We have plenty, and it'll just take a second to heat it up for you."
No, but thanks for the offer. I need to talk to Ari in private.
"We'll take care of cleaning up,"
Francie said, sending his sister a quizzical look. Ari indicated the back door, and the two of them walked out to the garden that she'd helped plant earlier in the year. "You've been different since you came back from Ireland," she said, when they were far enough away from the house for privacy. "I am different, and it's messing up my life." Kayn kicked at a clod of dirt on the ground. "I met the new hire, Joe Brooks," Ari said. "When he saw my name, he introduced himself. He said he was interested in meeting the mystery woman that he'd been pretending to guard all these months." "He's a good man." "He seems to know you well." Kayn scowled. "He better not have said anything." "Not about you. We only chatted for a few minutes. It's more what he wouldn't say on top of your phone call from Ireland that tells me why you're in a gray funk." "I'll get over this. Unless I'm an idiot." "What?" she asked with a laugh. "It's what a friend I made in Kong called me. He also happens to be Sona's cousin, so he's biased." "If you love the girl, I don't understand why you're scared." "I'm not scared," Kayn said too quickly, his voice harsh. "You're so scared you're shaking in your shoes. Don't you try to pretend with me. We've been through enough together that I know when something is bothering you." Ari put her hands on her hips, looking very much like she had as a girl, demanding that their mother get out of bed and go to work before she lost her job. "You already admitted that you're in love with Sona. So tell me, Kayn, have you been happy away from her?" "That's a stupid question." Kayn shot his sister a flat look. Ari took his face in her hands and forced him to meet her gaze. "I want to hear you say it." "I already did." "Kayn!" She dropped her hands, her gaze stern. "All right, I've been miserable. I haven't been able to think of anything else. How does that change anything?" "Loving someone changes everything. I don't get why that's so hard for you to understand. You recognize that you have to grow and change and adapt to the business. People aren't any different. You have to grow and change and adapt too. Dad was a jerk to get rid of us when he got tired of his marriage, but you don't have to be stupid because he was." Kayn closed his eyes. He wanted to believe her. For the last month, he dreamed of Sona in Boone. Not just in Boone, but with him, beside him. Being with her had felt so right, so real, that it had started a little flicker of belief that he could make it work. The tiny flame had been growing until it was keeping him awake nights. When he was able to sleep, he dreamed of Sona. "What if I make her unhappy?" he said softly. "Kayn, you're already doing that." He opened his eyes and frowned. She was right. He wasn't the only one who was miserable. Another thing he'd continued to dream about had been the look on her face when he'd said those stupid words about a vacation romance, words he desperately wanted to take back now. Wanted to take back. Kayn stilled. He did want to take them back, to give Sona a different answer. His heart started to pound, his hands sweating. But how can I make it right? The damage has already been done. How could I possibly convince her to trust me? You could go to her. And make a fool of myself in front of people who know her? I think you have allies there, Ari said. That cousin, right? Could you enlist his help to do something? Like what? Like a grand gesture, idiot. Accepting the insult, Kayn tried to think, but he was finding it hard to catch his breath, like he'd run a 5K. If he did this, there'd be no going back. He'd never been so afraid of anything in his life, yet so exhilarated, like the first time he'd flown on a zip line, taking a leap of faith that he wouldn't fall to his death. That's just what it would be, a leap of faith. He'd not only survived after his father left, but thrived. But the time spent with Sona and Granny had showed him that he was missing something vital in his life. There was a big risk. But he knew this was what he had to do, and he had to get this right. Not just the gesture, but the commitment. He looked at his sister. I'm going to do it. Ari squealed and threw her arms around his neck. Can I come too? I'm dying to meet her. Meet who? Rafe came out of his mother's kitchen door and strode toward them. Kayn's going to ask Sona to marry him. Wait, marry? Kayn choked a little on the word. You'd better be committed 100%, Ari said, pinning him with another of her glares. 100% means marriage. But I've only known her for a few months. Isn't that too fast? The fact that you're even considering it is a big step for you. Rafe put his arm around Ari and kissed her temple. So what are you planning? Ari continued to frown at Kayn. Gee, golly. I was a huge idiot, but now I've seen the light, and now there's potential for us, so why don't you leave your new family in Ireland and come back to Boone with me, and we'll be... She let the words die out. Be what, Kayn? Only you can decide. Are you in all the way or not? You've already told her that you're not the marrying kind, so what will you be offering her? Come be my forever girlfriend because I can't give you my life? Seems like you have to figure that out first, Rafe said. Ari started to turn with him back to the house, but glanced over her shoulder and said to Kayn, What does commitment mean to you? That should tell you if you should do this. The two walked away. Kayn stood in the warm July sunshine and tried to get his head around it. His sister was right. He loved Sona, and these weeks away from her had shown him how empty his life was without her. His thoughts went back to the whole lie thing. Sona had opened a door to a broader view of life, and Kayn accepted that he'd been making excuses to get involved. He didn't just want a relationship with Sona. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. His heart hammered even faster. He needed to get online and see if Noah was still up. Kayn had a proposal to prepare. Chapter 21. Preparing Granny for burial was Sona's first experience with laying out a body. She was grateful for Jake's daughter-in-law, Erin, and his daughter, Cara, from Dublin, who joined her for it. Sona cried softly as she and the other two women gently washed Granny's body. Tell me about your first memories of Leona, Erin said. Sona did. She spoke of the unsettled life she'd lived with a mother suffering both from depression and addiction. I would watch my friends interact with their mothers, and I could see something was terribly wrong with mine. I didn't want to be disloyal, so I never said anything. Then she started leaving me alone. First it would be late at night before she'd come home, but then it'd be the next day before she'd show up. Granny called one time to talk with Mama. When I told her she'd been gone for days, Granny came for me. And how old were you? Cara asked as she lifted a full-length white dress. I was 5. The three of them slid the gown over her grandmother's body. Sona ran her fingers over the fabric. Granny would have loved this material. It's so soft. Did your mother ever come looking for you? Aaron asked. After a week, yes. And I imagine Leona would have nothing of it, Kara said, her voice approving. She told my mother to get herself straightened out, or she'd never have me again. Granny said she had no intention of leaving me in the hands of a woman who would desert me for 10 days. My mother left, and my grandmother petitioned the court for custody. They gave it to her temporarily, but 6 months later my mother died of a drug overdose. Granny didn't have to keep me. She could have let the state take responsibility for me. Leona talked to me several times about raising you, Aaron said as she placed a rosary on Granny's chest and put the beads in her fingers. She said she was glad to have the raising of you because your mother wasn't fit. Granny was proud of you. And I couldn't have wished for a better mother. Sona's voice cracked, and she cried even harder. Ah, now, Jake said, stepping into the room and pulling her into his arms. 'Tis not yet time for the keening, but if you wish to begin, we'll not stop you. He guided her to the side while Kara and Aaron drew curtains around the bed where Granny lay. Someone must have signaled the neighbors that it was time to enter, and a few townspeople that Sona barely recognized brought food and offered encouraging comments. It reminded her of gatherings back home after funerals, where the mourners gathered together to share a meal and remember the deceased. The memory that she could keep dear to her heart would be the expression on her grandmother's face as she lay on the bed in her wake finery. She looked relaxed, and it made Sona wonder how much pain Granny had been in, but hadn't admitted to. It wasn't until the neighbors had left that Sona noticed the flowers. It was a lovely arrangement, elegant but not ostentatious, with an orange orchid in the middle. Oh, Granny would have loved these, Sona said, cupping one of the blooms. It's just like the one... She broke off, her eyes suddenly stinging again. Just like what, dear? Aaron asked. The orchid is like the one I gave Granny when she was staying in my condo. Kayn's voice said from behind Sona. She said she loved the color. Sona spun around to find him standing in the open front doorway. Her heart lurched into her throat, and she clutched her hands to her chest. The hurt and bitterness that she'd been clinging to began to drain away. He'd come. Not for her, but at least he'd come for Granny's sake. He looked so good, dressed in a black suit with a light blue shirt and dark blue tie. She'd gotten so used to his casual look, it'd been easy to forget he was a businessman. Would you like to see her? Sona asked when she could speak. Kayn's throat worked, but he nodded, so she went to him and took his arm. It felt good to be near him again, to touch him. She accepted then how much she'd missed Kayn. The family moved to the side to clear a path to the bedroom. Sona was gratified by the amount of emotion emanating from him. It warmed her heart that he'd loved her grandmother too. Kayn appreciated Sona's hand on his arm. She could have demanded that he leave. He'd tried to prepare himself mentally for her to do it. He'd have deserved it. Instead, the happy light in her eyes when she'd seen him had given him courage. Granny had a tranquil look in death, which gave him some comfort. He'd never seen a dead person before and hadn't known what to expect. But if her passing had been painful, would it have shown? If it had, he was glad it didn't. She died in her sleep, Sona said softly. Uncle Jake said he didn't think it was necessarily related to the cancer, that she might have passed like this without it. I'm glad it was peaceful. Kayn covered her hand with his. I've been worrying about her. Thank you for coming. It would have meant the world to her. He wanted it to mean the world to Sona. She was one of the most amazing people I've ever known. Granny talked to me about you, about us. But it scared me, Sona, and I pushed you away. Kayn, Sona's cheeks had flushed and her hand twitched in his. I'll be completely honest. I'm still scared. My childhood scars go deeper than I dreamed. But Sona, someone coughed, and they turned to find her family watching them. A little to the back stood Noah, wearing an expectant expression. He'd coached Kayn on the Gaelic words to say. His neck muscles had gotten so tight his head was starting to hurt. I think I should introduce myself. I'm Kayn Rafferty. Some of the family members looked confused, but others perked up, so they must have remembered him from the gifted computers. There was noise in the background as a few more people entered the house. Noah's friends came to stand beside him. All 4 of them gave him nods of encouragement. It was time. Kayn inhaled and lifted Sona's hand. I'm an idiot, as Noah and my sister are fond of telling me. The crowd chuckled, though one woman shot the boy a stern look. But that's a good thing, because they've helped me to realize I need to make a change in my life. A big change. Granny wanted me to do this, and I thought it fitting for her to be here when I did. He turned to face Sona. Kayn, what are you doing? She asked, trying to pull her hand away. Nilan laisan gra achposa. He relaxed a little when he finished without stumbling too much. What a terrible accent, one of the men said. Aye, but 'tis sweet anyway. Sona watched him, her breathing heavy. I don't speak Gaelic. It means there's no cure for love other than marriage, Dr. Kelly said, pinning Kayn with a hard glare. I hope you knew what you were saying. It does, Grandad, Noah said, pushing his way through the growing crush of people. I helped him with it. Kayn dropped to one knee. Sona gave a little gasp, and her hand shook in his. I'll say again that I meant no disrespect to Granny in doing this now. I think she would have wanted to be here. A rumble of approval came from the crowd, so Kayn plunged on. Sona, I told myself I could get over you, but it was a lie. You were everywhere I looked, in every thought, every dream. I know I come with emotional baggage, and for that I'm sorry. When Noah told me the meaning of that phrase, I saw the truth of it. I love you. Can you forgive me for being an idiot and say you'll marry me? She stared at him for a second, her eyes glistening. Is this really happening? Aye, girl, Kara said. You've been pining over him for weeks now. Are you going to give him an answer? Several emotions crossed her face. The most powerful one was fear. He'd hurt her and destroyed her trust in him. If she turned him down, he'd deserve it. Then her expression softened, and she took a deep breath. She looked very much like she was preparing herself to take a leap of faith. Yes, I'll marry you. With a woot, Kayn jumped to his feet, and the crowd cheered. He pulled Sona into his arms. I love you, he said. He kissed her soft lips, struck again by how perfectly she fit there, like he'd come home. That delicious connection that thrummed through them. When she slid her arms around his neck and deepened the kiss, some in the crowd catcalled. Laughing, Sona pulled back. Noah thrust a hand forward, and Kayn accepted the solitaire ring. If you don't like it, we can go shopping together to choose one you do. Her hand trembled as he slid it on her finger. Is it an emerald? It's a green diamond. Did she not like it? If you prefer an emerald, no. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him again. This is perfect. Well, let us see it, Aaron said, and pulled Sona away from him. You got it out, Noah cried and shook his hand. I'm surprised anyone understood it, though, Finn said with a laugh, clapping Kayn on the back. I can't believe she said yes. Kayn held up his hands, which were still shaking. I can't believe it either, Dr. Kelly said. It'll be Uncle Jake,
now that she's decided to take you. I'm not sure I approve of your timing, but I agree Leona would have liked to be here for it."
He smiled for the first time, but crossed his arms.
"You'd best be good to our Sona, or you'll have her clan to deal with."
Noah and his friends took up the same posture, crossing their arms and glaring at Kayn, until Finn burst out laughing. While they congratulated themselves on their joke, Jake was pulled away by a neighbor.
"Did you bring Joe with you?"
Finn asked. "He's doing crowd control at the door. I think everyone in town must have followed me in here," Kayn said. "I can only stay for a couple of days, so I hope Sona will come back with me this time." "What's that?" She appeared at his side and laced his fingers with hers, her face glowing.
"He wants to take you back to America already,"
Noah grumbled. "Why don't you come too?" Sona glanced at Kayn with an arched eyebrow. "Didn't you say there's a university in Boone?"
"True, and a gaming company that's always looking for employees."
"What's this?"
Noah's mother, Erin, stepped up, her eyes flashing.
"First you come to lure away our Sona, now you're after my son as well? Where did your granddad get off to?"
"Ma, 'twould be a good opportunity." The boy's voice trailed off as he ran after his mother, who had stormed off. "I like your Irish family," Kayn said, pulling Sona into his arms. His heart felt like it was going to burst. "Me too. I can't believe you came." She rested her head against his chest. "I'm all jumbled up inside. I'm so happy, but so sad at the same time." "I wish your grandmother could have been here to see us happen." Sona looked up and cupped his cheeks. "I absolutely think she's been here. What good Irish woman wouldn't be at her own wake in spirit?" For a second he imagined a cool hand patting his cheek lightly, and he could almost hear the sound of Granny's soft laugh before it faded away. "I think she was," Kayn whispered and kissed his fiancée. Epilogue. Sona glanced at the rings on her left hand. She couldn't believe that 6 months ago she hadn't known who Kayn Rafferty was, and now he was her husband. When they'd taken the time to look at their schedules, with his company and the frenzy of preparation for REKD's Esports World Championships, they'd chosen to marry in a quiet ceremony in Kong. Kayn's partners and their families had flown in and stayed at the castle, with Sona and Kayn honeymooning in a quiet bungalow on the grounds. "Have you decided if you'd like to redecorate the rooms?" Kayn asked, stepping into the penthouse bedroom and fumbling with his tie. "Let me help you with that. You always get it crooked." When she reached toward his collar, he pulled her into his arms instead and kissed her. She clung to him, thrilling at the feel of his strong arms around her, his soft lips making a trail of feather-like kisses down her neck. "As much as I'd like to investigate what else you might have in mind," she said, "you have a lot of important people coming in a few minutes." "Later, then." He nuzzled her neck and kissed her one more time before he straightened so she could fix his tie. "You didn't answer my question." "You didn't give me a chance. The penthouse is fine as it is, if we're going to spend most of our time in Boone." Sona stepped back and took in his appearance. He watched her with a silly, crooked grin that made her heart flip-flop. She still couldn't believe that he'd set aside his fears for her. She'd really believed they had no chance. The doorbell rang. "It's a little early for your guests yet," she said, hurrying out the bedroom door. "I'll check on the guys." As she descended the stairs, Joe was opening their front door.
"I hope we're not late,"
Noah said.
"I can't believe we're here before the important people,"
Finn added. They'd been staying in the small adjacent condo that Joe and Talon had used during the decoy job. The old entrance had been closed again. The two young Irishmen had been spending the last couple of days exploring New York City, which had terrified both Sona and their mothers in Ireland. Their comfort had been Joe, who'd been assigned to take them around and keep them out of trouble. Kayn had assured the women that the man was very good at his job. "You two make yourselves at home, within reason." Sona shot them both what she hoped was a motherly look. "And I'll check on the caterers. Maybe you should go to the game room." They didn't need a second invitation, so she hurried to the kitchen. Ari was already there overseeing everything in her organizational splendor. The woman really was a wonder. "I have no idea how Kayn managed to pull this off last year with you being in Arizona," Sona said. "I hate to even think about it. We all know about his organizational skills," Ari said with a grin. "Which are excellent, as long as he's programming," Sona finished. "It's kind of hard to get my head around all the changes this year," Ari said softly, holding out her left hand and staring at her engagement ring. "Yes, the good and the bad." Sona thought it ironic that Rafe was talking about a spring wedding, while Kayn hadn't wanted to wait. "I'm nervous about having all these important people here." "Me too, but Rafe is always telling me he's good at this stuff and we shouldn't worry. He's such a guy." Ezreal entered the kitchen and hesitated when he saw Sona. He was the oddest of the partners. The man could talk just fine with the guys, and Ari, but he could hardly bring himself to look at Sona. Kayn had assured her that he'd come around with time, that he was just very shy, especially around women. The single time Ezreal had tried to say something to her, he'd stumbled over his words and had refused to speak to her since. "Do you need something, Ez?" Ari asked, approaching the blond man. He nodded and said something softly to her. It would take Sona some time to get used to the idiosyncrasies of her husband's friends, but they'd been welcoming to her. Now that she was done with sorting Granny's things and selling her house, Sona looked forward to spending more time in Boone with her husband and working in Bill Rice's section as a digital forensics technician. "Sona, where are you? I need you," Kayn called from the living room. Grinning at her, Ari rolled her eyes. Seriously, for a man who'd been so determined that he would never marry, he'd turned out to be an inclusive partner. He'd pulled Sona into all aspects of his life, even business-related ones. She stepped into the living room where she found her husband, Rafe, and Darius talking. As soon as Kayn saw her, he paused what he was saying. His gaze took her in from head to foot, warming her clear to her toes. How she loved that man. He extended his hand and she took it. "What do you need?" "I have it now," he said, bringing her hand to his lips. "I'm the luckiest man alive."
Thank you for listening to Luck of the Billionaire. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been Luck of the Billionaire, Billionaires of REKD, Book 2. Written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.